All good.
BUCS is back, and it's bigger than ever.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught!
Can he hold them off? The roof will be raised in front.
Like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for two.
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Well, good morning and welcome to the first day of action at the 2026 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships here in Cardiff. So, new venue. We've seen these championships taken to Bedford and Sports City in Manchester, but great to be in Wales, and the sun is out for now, which is fantastic stuff, particularly in comparison to the weather forecast I looked at yesterday. So, we should have 3 brilliant days of action to come across this bank holiday weekend, as always, as the stadium starts to fill up in this main stand, hoping for a great atmosphere as well. And the grass, in fact, looks spectacular, very well maintained. This is a track that has hosted things like Welsh Athletics Championships, of course, the National Athletics League, UK under-23s as well. So yes, we will take you through the drama across the weekend, across track and field. We're starting off initially with some qualification, triple jump and javelin, those two both women's events, and then the women's 100 metres from 10:30. So it looks like they've just got going in the javelin, of course 3 rounds each in qualification. So that's 1:3.95, that's Eleanor Russell in this opening round. You can see that April Palmer, who threw in the red vest just a moment ago, went out to 34.55. It's quite often hard to say what sort of mark might put you through to the javelin final. And looking at that, it's actually slightly different to the convention in some field events. Something that we often see in the pole vault. We're going to have a B and an A final in the javelin. So yes, different again to the triple jump, which is a qualification round and then a final, which always takes place on the morning of the final day around this time, and then an A and a B final for the javelin. So I can tell you that the A final coming up at 12 later on. So that's where you'll see some of the long distances. Becca Walton, a previous winner of the title and a championship record holder as well, and of course the UK's best female javelin thrower. She has been for some time now, very much leading the way, and in the case of winning for Loughborough, holding up the BUCS trophy as well. And obviously it's the first time we'll see many of those athletes at BUCS this year, unless they're heptathletes. Javelin typically not done indoors, obviously, but we do see quite a few multi-eventers spread right across some of the field events, and often the sprint hurdles too. Our first look at shot put as well. So this is qualification group A. Looks like the mark to make it through to the final automatically is 12:30. Again, often that isn't needed. Less than 12 metres probably would get you through to the final. We'll wait and see. That's Erin Hall of Stirling. So we have got Georgie Ford-Wells in this, and yeah, the UK's best female triple jumper. Personal best of 13.98. 70 centimetres better than anyone else. Competed for Great Britain at the World Indoors in Poland. She was 15. She's also twice competed at the European Team Championships. So you'd expect qualification to be very, very straightforward for her. She's just behind the runway now. Not next to go, but just behind a few athletes. Lily Bradley of Durham this is. So yes, Ford-Wells, a 4 times BUCS champion and 7 times medalist. But also expected in this is Amy Ware, who's a 5 times BUCS medalist. Sometimes doubles up, sometimes just concentrates on the triple jump. But she actually won her first BUCS gold in the long jump, which her personal best is 6:25. And that was to win BUCS very dramatically at the end of the competition. There was some good breakthroughs both in the women's long jump and triple jump indoors. Latifa Agbaremi getting her first BUCS gold in this event, the triple jump indoors, having previously been a silver and a bronze medalist. And yes, Ware had also been on the lower steps of the podium, or lower in inverted commas. I think it's a bit harsh to call them the lower steps of the podium, but ultimately the one who takes the gold is the champion. And that's where everyone wants to be. But yes, between them, Ford-Wells and Ware have 12 BUCS medals. I'm not sure there's another event across track and field here that would have such big collections among the top 2. Some events there's quite a few new names coming through, but with good pedigree, having won things like English schools titles and UK under-20 titles indoors and out. This is Jessica Ojo Asaji of Manchester. I was going by what was on the board, but you can see clearly there it's a Nottingham athlete. So it's Favour Akpan here. Yes, quite a few of the names of the triple jumpers you'll have seen in previous finals, not least because it's one of the events that, because it's on its own, quite often as a final on the last morning, the way the timetable's been in recent years, it does mean it gets that sole airtime, which is fantastic for the triple jumpers, especially if we know that it's going to be a great competition between an international athlete and yeah, someone who has PB of well over 13 metres. Of course, there are others that were knocking on the door of that, like Agbaremi and Booth. We have seen a few surprises here and there in the past. Looks like Annika Colgrave of Cardiff. Amber Brown of Royal Holloway so far, the best distance of 11 metres 98. So there are 2 groups, so ideally you'd want to be in the top 6, if not higher up, once this first group is finished, and then you face a bit of a wait. Interesting to see Callie Coates in the triple jump this year, known best as a high jumper. for Leeds Beckett. Obviously, high jump and long jump, 2 events in the heptathlon, but yeah, it's not a combination that I haven't seen before, certainly, including at international level. Two events certainly requiring of great acceleration, springiness, jumping ability, so there is some crossover certainly. There's Georgie Ford-Wells just in the background, the GB athlete. She's had some great battles over the year with Lily Hulland, who's now graduated from Loughborough, but yeah, between them swapping titles pretty much through 2022, 3 and 4. And then Ford-Wells winning the title outdoors and indoors last year, ahead of Amy Ware in both cases. So indeed with Akbarami, that's the full podium from last year that returns. A slight slip there on entry from Julianne Bocci of Loughborough here. Another one of the athletes who could be an outside contender for a medal. We've quite often seen personal bests in the final, so her PB is 12:54. She was 6th indoors earlier this year in Sheffield. And yes, 12:99 was needed to win gold indoors with Akbarami, with Ford-Wells not competing. So 12:74 for a medal. I think the goalpost might move up a little bit, but still a personal best may well be on the cards. Right, looks like Georgie Ford-Wells is on the runway now, so let's see if she can make this qualification as quick as she would hope. So charging down this runway now, keeps momentum through. Got eyes on that scoreboard for Ford-Wells, wearing 940. So we're looking at the top 12 spots, obviously, but if you are over 12:30, then that's you through automatically through to the final.
So into the second round of qualifying call A, women's triple. All competitors get 3 efforts, and it will be the top 12.
So no mark there for Ford-Wells. You're watching the opening session of the 2026 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships here in Cardiff, and yeah, kicking off with triple jump qualification and a Javelin B final, and track action gets underway in 15 minutes time. So Georgie Ford-Wells the favourite, no mark from her. And it looks like Amy Ware not in this qualification group, just double checking the second one later. She is on there, so hopefully she will start that group. full timetable and results available on the Roster Athletics website and app. So Amber Round so far, 11.98, best of the lot. Julianne Boertje, 11.92. So those two athletes from Royal Holloway and from Loughborough respectively. Karina Partridge, 11.30 in third. Those are the trio over 11 metres. This looks like Sophia Meller of East Anglia, Guernsey athlete who just runs through there. Mariah Howard on the runway for Birmingham, wearing 438. Been a while since we've had a Birmingham medalist in the women's triple jump. Have been strong on the men's side. And I remember Quiva King winning triple jump title. Lawrence Davis, I think it was. Both of them indoors. Still no change in the top three as things stand. And we are just in the early stage of the second round of qualification. Callie Coates in a good position so far, fifth in this group with 10.70. Mentioned you ideally want to be in the top six. Callie Coates competes for City of Sheffield and Durn in the National Athletics League. It's a high jump personal best of 178 in 2023. That's the event she focused on indoors, where she was fourth. We had some strong international athletes there, including Carmen Bruce, an athlete who made a world final in 2022, the Estonian, and also Kristi Snowman, the South African, who took gold and equalled the championship record of 187. But Coates, the 2025 outdoor high jump champion in Manchester, in the BUCS level, she's improved to 10.78. As we watch Charlotte Earl of Newcastle, Georgie Ford-Wells among those with no mark at this point, but she's only had one jump so far. Isabel Gunn, DNS. So we've got 14 athletes looking for 12 spots available in the final. this just being the first group. And Howard, just a moment ago, improved to 10.44. Earl's measurement 10.12.
Competition, qualifying pool A, pool 1, is about to get underway.
Erin Hall of Stirling, who we saw a few moments ago. Lily Bradley of Durham there, 11.16 at best, 10.61 her latest measurement. Well, at the moment, in the middle of the second round here, 10.61 puts her in 6th place, but I think you can see that changing, even if that's seemingly at the moment be a decent mark on the current standings. I think you're going to need something, well, closer to 11.50, I would have thought. So Favour Akpan of Nottingham, one of those capable of over 12 metres. $11.72 for Akpan, so that is how it puts her up into 3rd place. 4th athlete we've seen go over 11 metres. Annika Colgrave of Cardiff. It's interesting, Ford Wells appears to be next in the jumping order between Akpan and Colgrave, but either they've receded that, or I wonder whether she's been able to make a request. So Colgrave of Cardiff, 10.55 at best, 10.29 so far. Those measurements coming up on the Roster Athletics website and app. You can download it from your respective app store, Apple or Android or otherwise. Very, very handy to see, particularly the field event results coming through on there in recent years. You've got the officials out there with iPads, basically, with their... That's the data entry system.
For heat 1 of 9, 100 metres. 7 athletes contesting this
So the track action getting underway with the heats of the women's 100 metres. We're looking out, and I can see they're just, as you can indeed as well now on screen, making their way towards the start line.
She was the BUCS bronze medalist last year in Manchester, and then went on to reach the final of the UK Championships. So the lineup for this first heat: in lane 1, representing Nottingham, Eniola Ajakbe. In 2, from Leeds, Mariana Gonçalves. In 3, for Cardiff, Fola Olafin. In 4, for Liverpool University, Natalia Aspinall. In 5, representing UEL, Karen Mayindu. In 6, Charlene Tete, Kent University. And competing the lineup from the University of West of Scotland, in lane 7, Erin Partridge. Heat 1 of 9, women's 100 metres.
Well, in this women's 100 metre event, we have been blessed over recent years in having a flurry of GB Junior internationals, which I think have very high ceilings and have gone to major championships. So the likes of Joy Eze winning for Newcastle, and we've seen Success Edouan in action as well. Alison Bell for Edinburgh, Aaliyah Sibbons for Bath, another title winner. Hannah Breyer, of course, who's transitioned towards the 400 metres now, where she's also had international representation, but her junior career almost kind of predated BUCS, given that she was at the Commonwealth Games for Wales and a World Junior and World Youth finalist around 12 years ago now. Alicia Rees as well. Shane Evans-Gray, so yes, really have been blessed. Also on the men's side too, they've been, CJ Uja still holds the championship record. Adam Jamili, another past competitor, is just retired now, of course. So Karen Mayindu, the standout athlete here, 11:39 personal best. She also improved her PB indoors to 7:36. A bronze medalist in this event a year ago. Full lineup with Eniola Ajakbe of Nottingham, Mariana Gonçalves of Leeds, Fola Odofin of Cardiff, Natalia Aspinall of Liverpool, East London's Mayindu, Charlene Teta of Kent, and Erin Partridge of University of the West of Scotland, with a DNS from 4 with Aspinall. So actually, only the 5 athletes involved in this. Top 2 going through automatically, and Mayindu going to be one of those, with Ajakbe looking to be clear in second place.
11.84. Also having a good run was Eniola Ajakbe. The qualifying through to the semi-final. The first 2.
So nice and easy there for Karen Mayindu. 11:84 showing trackside on the clock. Yeah, so Mayindu capable of running around half a second faster, but it's just the heat. It really is the first action of the day, as far as the track concerned. Fairly early start. Don't forget, you have to count back. I mean, I was up at 6:30 this morning, and we know that athletes often work back 4 or 5 hours, especially considering getting some fuel, some sort of breakfast on board, but making sure it's light and it's out of the way by the time that you're racing. Right, heat number 2 of 9, the women's 100 metres. Kay Slater, another GB Junior International. Estelle Roots, following on from the Burnell student. Roots represents Cardiff. Amber Hughes, Sheffield Hallam. Anna Voronkov, Manchester. Stephanie Oswala of Warwick. Carla Teese of Edge Hill. And Trinity Gaisford of Surrey. So more of a field here this time with 7 athletes. So Slater going very nicely, and Teese trying to chase down for that second spot. It looks like it's Dauphin of Cardiff who also goes through to the semi. So all 3 rounds of the women's 100 today. Of course, some of these sprinters will then double up for the 200 metres. And some might do the relay as well. So it's going to be quite a busy weekend for some of the athletes that we're going to watch over the next few minutes. Men's 100 metre heats, by the way, to follow these 9. Heat number 3 coming up next with Soraya Rogers of Royal Holloway, Hannah Lounsborough of Swansea, Jessica Mantle of Cardiff. Met one of those to watch out here. She's 3rd ranked, so yes, we typically see the fastest seeded athlete in Heat 1 and 2 and 3 and so on. So Mantle, who's 19 years of age, representing Cardiff, met here. A European under-20 semi-finalist last year in Tampere in Finland, and also a silver medalist in the 4x100 meters. She ran the heat, but the whole squad getting a medal as long as they got a run out. Personal best 11.60. improving her personal best to 7:44 over 60 metres at Lee Valley in January. Harriet Medlin of Durham, Amisha Barrett of Nottingham, Trent Latonia Samuels of Wolverhampton, and Christabel Amponsa of Kent. A reminder that it is the top 2 going through to the semi-finals. There are also 6 time qualifying spots available. So, fantastic start you can see there from Mantle, and she's already got a great lead in this race. Samuels and Amponsa fighting over that second spot. Looks like Samuels follows Mantle home, 12:22 on the clock. Just to update you on the triple jump, I can tell you that things have more or less concluded as far as the big hitters go. Georgie Ford-Wells, 13:22 to qualify automatically. Next best, 12:47 Amber Brownrell Holloway. Julianne Burchi, 11:92 Loughborough. So those athletes realistically have their places booked in the final. And the top 2 do so automatically, definitely. Favour Akpan, 11:72. Karina Partridge of Leeds, 11:30, and then 10:86 for Erin Hall of Stirling. But there's still some improvements to be made in this third round. Amber Brown doing really well because she had 11:98 and then no jump, then 12:47. So now doesn't need to obviously take the third round effort. Ford-Wells, because she's automatically qualified, and we hopefully see something close to 14 metres in the final. And there's still a few jumps to go there. Javelin B final, April Palmer with 35.78 from Tallulah Ndikanwu, 34.06, and Eleanor Russell 34.02. Cardiff, York and Surrey respectively. A final to come later. Fourth heat of the women's 100 with Georgina Stokes of University of the West of England, Olivia Fowler of Edge Hill, top seed here, Lily White of York, Ogechi Okuji of Oxford Brookes, Katrina McFeet of Glasgow, Winchester's Madison O'Gorman, and Ionado Tugbobo of Sheffield. Fowler, massive improvement last year, 12.03 to 11.66. A previous BUCS finalist last year where she came 7th. And that was seen as a good result, but then huge improvements on the Stratford Speed meetings, so she's really raised herself in terms of calibre of athletes. Good battle here with Stokes. Let's see, Fowler, I think, just going to take it on the line. Oh, it's very close, certainly. The two of them are through to the semi-finals, 12:20. The wind looking pretty still at this point.
For at the end of qualification Group A of the men's shot put, just the 3 to go through automatically was Ali Al-Mubarak, Will Steele and Alfie Williams. There'll be 12 no automatic qualifiers. Hero Bogey's to read leads at the moment with 13.26. Toxic Abby Mortimer is just behind with 12.68. William McDonald, 11.53. That's the end of the men's shot put qualification Group A.
An update from the women's triple jump, qualifying pool A. Georgina Ford-Wells, rather unsurprisingly, an automatic qualifying mark of 13 metres 22. So the
right, final few jumps then in triple jump qualification Group A. And this is the Cardiff student we saw earlier, Colgrave.
She has the best of 12 metres 84, set at the Northern Indoor Championships.
10:29 for her.
And Julianne Bucci, 11 metres 92.
So she's looking to see if she can get the best result of the qualifying round. 10:86 at the moment needed to get into the top 6. Two athletes over 12 metres automatically through, because they're also over 12:30 as well, so quite a distance, but to be expected given that we know those at the top have good pedigree. Fordwell's an international athlete. No disrespect to others, of course, because all levels of participation really involved at BUCS, including those for whom making a BUCS final is something very special, and others who have eyes on the top step of the podium. 10:36 then to finish for Colgrave. So last few jumps in this third round. That's Oswala of Warwick, 10:16 so far. Just one throw left in the women's Javelin B final, which has just been taken. So one person that can change the order, and hasn't been able to do so. So Palmer, Indicanwu and Russell, the top three from Cardiff, York and Surrey respectively. 35.78 from Palmer. Top spot there. Obviously it's not impossible that medals can come from a B final, if they're better than the A final, but I think we'll see some longer distances later. On to the next heat of the women's 100 metres coming up shortly. Athletes getting settled in their blocks. Brigham, Redding, Hess, Millie Gittins, Scarlett Thomas Wright, the two to watch, and then Wilson and Bole Williams. So Gittins in the Lupper vest, and then in the red, Thomas right alongside her. Gittins looking very, very strong here. 12:02. Into a slight wind. And Gittins, of course, who's the silver medalist indoors, finishing behind Jasmine Wilkins, who's not in this 100 metre competition, or the 200. I think she's out with Great Britain in Botswana, World Relay Championship. So again, fantastic for her. An opportunity for someone else, including potentially Karen Mayindu, who we saw first of all would be the favourite, but difficult to say, at least until we've seen the semi-finals, who's on great form. Mantle also looked good. But yeah, Mayindu, Gittins, previous BUCS medalist, as is Lucy Fraser, who may well double up in the 100 and 200. She was the silver medalist in the 200 metres behind Millie King. And then Kaya Slater coming in with fantastic junior pedigree, same as Jess Mantle. Mindu a little bit more experience, so is Fowler, Gittins as well. So we'll just have to throw them all into the semi-finals and see how it lands. Who can raise their game.
So we're leading three athletes in the javelin, just within about a metre of each other. April Farmer, 35.78. Tallulah Indicanwu of York, 34.06. Elena Russell of Surrey, 34.02. And then closely followed by Helena Van Hullen, 33.93. Kalia Logan Griffin of Nottingham, 33.83. Bass 33 metres 39. Samantha Stubbs has also thrown over 30 metres, 30 metres 65 for her. Isla Raven 30 metres 22. Tamsin Elizabeth Dickball race of Newcastle, a season's best of 29 metres 48 for her. Katie Weldish 28 metres 15, personal best. Jenna Deep of Oxford 23 metres 47, and Millie Bass 19 metres 96, season's best for her. So of course, once the final A has also taken place, then we'll know the overall results. But well done to all the athletes over at the Javelin final B. So on the track next, and just coming up now, are our Heat 6 100 metre runners. Personal best of 11.75 for her, so on paper fastest in this field.
Heat 6 of the women's 100 metres coming up next, with Annie French of Newcastle, Emily Lucas of Leeds Beckett, Nadia Schmidbauer of UCL, Iris Myrie of Middlesex, Cara Walsh, Exeter, Sadie Graham Mulvaney of Oxford Brookes, and Lily Bradley of Loughborough, who would be one to watch here. An athlete who's gone sub-12 in the past. Nice roar to get this lot underway. Emily Lucas going well, but so is Bradley. It's going to be these two, led by the Loughborough athlete Bradley. 11:81. So that looks like a personal best if that time becomes official. Yeah, came in with a personal best of 11:90. Looks like just double checking that. Well, the youngest competitor's just 18 years of age. Oh, she has actually run 11:83 back in 2023, so it doesn't feature as a seed time, but so her first PB in 3 years, which is quite unusual for someone who's 18 years of age. So, well, I guess like one was always on the way, and it's happened here in a heat.
So this next heat, heat 7 of the 9. Some universities facing flights because lane 1 is Bangley at DNS, lane 2, Birmingham City DNS, and lane 7, Lancaster University DNS. So start in lane 3. Southampton University's Jemima Croxall.
So there's another race. I think we've just 5 athletes in it, 3 DNSs. We've got Jemima Croxall of Southampton, Kayla Loban of Sheffield Hallam, Freya Vidal leads Beckett, Georgia Odell of Cambridge, and Lucy Fraser, nearest the camera, of Glasgow. As I mentioned, she was the silver medalist indoors in Sheffield, but personal best across 60, 200 and 400 this year. And so they all came indoors, and therefore the 200 and 400 PBs are outright bests. And quite interestingly, there's been quite a few athletes, more than I expected and more than I often see, who've set personal bests at outright PBs indoors this year over events like the 200 and 400. One reason for that is that athletes some are training harder than they ever have before, and also kind of going through that physical age development as well, and growing in strength and experience, and they haven't had an outdoor season yet to maybe show that. So it suggests good things for the outdoor season is the obvious thing to say. But some athletes, of course, are kind of made for the indoor track as well, and others say that they aren't. We're talking to Ree Hawker from Cardiff Met, now overseeing their operation here, a former athlete, and she was saying she just wasn't built for indoors as a very tall athlete. So there we are, just the 5 athletes in this. Lucy Fraser the favourite with a personal best 11:76. If she does the 200 metres, that may well be her stronger event. She's second ranked in that. And 7 ranked in the 100. First recall gun of the championships. There was quite some launch out the blocks there from Loban. We'll have to see what the officials say there. Oh, it may have been the call back for another reason. Let's have a look. Well, it looks, just saw a flash of it, but it looks like a disqualification for Croxall of Southampton. Didn't get clear sight of that first time of asking. So just the 4 athletes in this, and 2 will go through automatically. Extraordinary. DNS is for Rogers, Amadeus and Weeks. So just Loban, Vidal, Ordell and Fraser. Fraser maybe doesn't get the best start, but should now come powering through. It's going to be her and Loban. Fraser, 11.87, wants to get a good draw, of course, for the semi-finals, even if that was obviously going to be quite straightforward for her in terms of winning that heat. And that time is just over a tenth shy of her personal best, so yeah, really pushing hard in that heat. Even if it's potential that she may do 6 races, possibly involved in the relay as well. Glasgow put out a team.
Well done, thank you.
So we go to heat 8 of the women's 100 metres. Once again, 2 athletes to automatically qualify, and there'll be 6 time-based qualifiers. In lane 2 from Durham, Amy Garrick. In 3 from Loughborough, Hilary Goad. In lane 4 from Portsmouth, Aaliyah Hyman. In 5 from Birmingham, Bevan McCaffrey. In 6 from Cardiff Met, Kinga Kutia. And on the outside in 8 from Edinburgh, Micah McLeod. It's heat 8 of the women's 100 metres.
Penultimate heat of the women's 100 metres. Looks like a DNS in lane 1. Amy Garrick of Durham in 2. The hill will be Godet of Loughborough in 3. Aaliyah Hyman of Portsmouth. Bevan McCaffrey of Birmingham. Kinga Kutia, Cardiff Met. And Mika McLeod of Edinburgh.
So great start from
Hilary Godet, French international athlete, looking great here. Kutia the previous BUCS relay winner pushing her. It's going to be these two going through. 12.19 with a pretty still win there once again. So nice to see that remaining fairly consistent across the heats. But now at least.
Is just about to start, so the discus throwers are behind the stadium, so if you would like to go and have a look at that, we have 18 participants taking part in that. We will update, and of course you can keep up to date yourself as well with the ONI roster website. But that's the women's discus throw about to start. So lining up from lane 1 of Nottingham University is Shawana Amuna. In lane 2, Annabelle Honey of Loughborough. Lane 3 from Leeds, Daniela Adebola. In lane 4 of St Mary's is Francesca Booth. Lane 5 for Bath we have Tabitha Williamson. In lane 6 of UWS it's Sophie Evans. In lane 7 of Brunel is Saskia King, and in lane 8 of Reading is Michelle Daniels. So both lane 2 and lane 7 are sub-12-second athletes. Annabelle Honey of Loughborough with a personal best of 11.83 and Saskia King 11.84. So could be very close between these two, but of course it's a race of 8 athletes.
Well, I can see 8 athletes out there this time, so it looks like we're going to have a full complement in this final heat of 9 of the women's 100 metres. So 6-time qualifying positions available, so it's high time to just have a look at how that's coming together. First of all, the fastest time so far, Lily Bradley, personal best, officially given is 11.80. An 18-year-old's first PB since 2023 over this distance. Karen Mayindu also looks strong. I think there's definitely more to come from her, absolutely, as the East London student, 11.84. Lucy Fraser, 11.86, ran pretty hard. So those are the fastest 3 as things stand. And then at the moment, the target time, 12.68, to make it through to the semi-finals. Cristobal Amponsa, who was in the 3rd heat. So the times for those 6 at the moment between 12.51 and 12.68 to slot into. So Shawana Amuna of Nottingham, Annabelle Honey of Loughborough, the fastest here. Daniela Adebola of Leeds, Francesca Booth, St Mary's, Tabitha Williamson of Bath, Sophie Evans of University of the West of Scotland, Saskia King of Brunel, and Michelle Daniels of Reading. King has also gone well under 12 seconds in the past. Let's see how they go. So King in the navy of Brunel, and African Violet of Loughborough. Honey is behind her. So in that order. 11:90 on the clock this time. So we did have 3 athletes sub 12 over the heats. It looks like we may well now have 5 by the end of things. The others capable of dipping under 2. Slater and Gittins also look strong, as did Jess Mantle, even if the time was 12:22. I think she can run faster. We'll wait and see. So men's 100 metre heats coming up fairly shortly. Scheduled to get underway in 15 minutes time. And obviously the semi-finals coming on later for both of them. And then the finals, women's 100 at 6:15 and 6:20 for the men. So you want to make sure you can tune in for that. You can't join us throughout the day. 2:45 for the men's semi-finals, just 15 minutes after the women's at 2:30. So a good few hours break in between those rounds. The sprinters actually might rather have them closer together than that, just to keep them ready, and a shorter overall time between the 3 rounds.
So just to update you on the women's discus. So currently on the first round there, and it's being led at the moment by Lucy Harris of Loughborough. 41 metres 80 for her. Katie Ennis of St Mary's 35.01. Gwennan Lewis of Cardiff Met in the third place at the moment in these early stages. 34 metres 37. Hayley Elliott has thrown 30 metres 60. Erin McBriar 29 metres 65. Zara Simon 26 metres 64. And you can keep updated on the roster.
So that's where we are in the women's discus throw. Back to the track, the men's 100 metres up next. 15 heats, which will take you through to 12:35, or we'll have the heats of the women's 1500 metres. In that time, qualification group B of the women's triple jump at 12 o'clock, along with qualification group B of the men's shot put at the same time, and final A of the women's javelin throw. All that on the way in the next hour or so.
Lucy Harris, who currently leads the women's discus competition, the Loughborough athlete, the 2025 Welsh Senior Silver Medalist and 2024 champion. She has a best of 45.39 set in 2024 and comes into the competition with a season's best of 45 metres 15. So it's Lucy Harris, Loughborough, currently leading the women's discus competition. It'd be great if people went out there to the outside throws area and supported that competition, because we cannot harm this football pitch in the middle of the stadium. So the heats of the men's 100 metres will be shortly underway. We have 15 heats. See that we have, I think, 2 DNSs in this first of the 15 heats. But I'll take you through the lineup as I have it. In lane 1, representing Robert Gall, Xander Scott. In 2, from Cardiff Met, Marek Sorka. In 3, from Loughborough, Harry Taylor. In 4, Liverpool University's Abere Juba. In 5, from Southampton University, Georgios Vlakianos. In 6, from Cumbria, Callum Westbrook. And in lane 7, from Royal Holloway, Aidan Kennett. And it's lane 4, Xander Scott, and lane 1, Xander Scott, lane 4, Abere Juba, DNS. Qualification through the semi-final, the first 2 from each of the 15 heats, plus the 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers, which in my basic numeracy is right, means 32 athletes and therefore 4 semi-finals. is Ebere Juba.
So a quick update from the women's discus. We can confirm that Lucy Harris has now thrown 45 metres 95, which is a personal best for her. The previous was 45 metres 39. So fantastic competition going on behind.
So getting ready for the heats of the men's 100 metres, having seen the women's. It's going to be the top two going through, but just 2 time qualifiers across 15 heats. They like to say that Corey Nealon Richards is alongside me, UK indoor bronze medalist this year. Excited to see these heats?
Yeah, definitely. Excited for the men's. The women's 100 metres was good, so I think the men shouldn't disappoint.
We've got Harry Taylor in this, very, very experienced at BUCS. We've seen some great battles with him, both in the relays with the likes of Brunel and also in the individual races with the likes of David Chapman. The 200 metres indoors particularly. Been on both the winning and the losing side. I know which side he'd prefer. Xander Scott, Robert Gordon, Marek Wazocha, Cardiff Met, then Taylor, then Juba of Liverpool, Lacdiana, Southampton, Westbrook, Cumbria, and Kellett of Royal Holloway. So it's 2+2 for qualification. All 3 rounds in one day. Harry Taylor does get a great start here. So with a good lead here, and he's pushing hard pretty much all the way to the line here. 10:78 on the clock. What do you make of that?
That looked really good, that. Really good. Great start. And then, yeah, held it all the way through. Looked over at the end as well. Knew he had it comfortably.
Yeah, we quite often see some of these heats. Athletes are quite keen to run to the line, get a good time, either like stamp a marker down, get through. Not only get through, but get through strongly and look good.
Yeah, definitely. I think with me, in the hundreds, I like to take the heat quite easy, get a gauge for it. Always hit the first half of it hard, but if you've got room at the end, save as much energy as you can. And I feel like Harry Taylor definitely can do that. He's got the speed, and yeah, excited to see him in the semi-final.
You've had a good BUCS career yourself, and do you kind of prefer the indoors actually, just because you've got that sort of home advantage at Sheffield Hallam?
Definitely, the indoors is a lot easier. I can wake up a lot later, travel down on the day as well, which is good. But yeah, I made a couple of finals, but not quite got that individual medal yet, which I'm looking for this year, hopefully. But yeah, got a relay medal last year, but definitely looking for that individual medal.
And do you have a relay team together as well? Yeah.
We do. We don't have. It's not our strongest team that we've had, but we do have a relay team, and hopefully, we feel like we can medal. So definitely gonna try and do some damage in the relay. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I saw that Jack Gibbs is here and Joel Burgess is here. So.
Yeah, Jack Gibbs, Joel Burgess, Tyler Fowles as well is doing the 100. I think he's in heat 6, so we'll see him coming up. But yeah, Jack Gibbs, very, very strong runner, and excited to be on a team with him again. He got the gold indoor with Joel as well in the 4x2. So yeah, definitely some experienced relay runners on our team.
Yeah, that was an incredible race, and it wasn't the first time that Sheffield Hallam had won that particular relay title either, going back a few years. Like Joe Ferguson, who of course gone on to GB representation as well. So been some great athletes through your club.
Definitely, we always felt a bit of pressure to sort of deliver because they got the record indoor, and it was such a good team. And I've been quite unfortunate with the 4x2. I've missed out on a couple of Big cheer there. I missed out on a couple of 4x2 finals and heats, to be fair, due to injury and cramp and stuff. But yeah, I'm glad they got the gold last year. I was so happy to see that.
So, just having it, the official time for Taylor, 10:79. Capable of 10:35. He's a 3 times BUCS individual medalist, so we know he's run 1 relays as well. I'm sure he'll be involved in the quartet as well. A great competitor. So just looking at heat number 2 now. So Aaron Holton of York, Ayo Salaka of East London, Alex Blake, Oxford Brookes, Henry Christer of Newcastle, someone who had a big breakthrough last year, Will Sayer of Nottingham, Will Hawker of Cardiff Met, and Zach Fern, looks to be DNS Edinburgh Napier. So Will Hawker, he's a great 60-metre runner, he gets a great start, and he's another great competitor in the relay. Henry Christer of Newcastle, he was very strong over 200. He got a 200-metre silver medalist, but he hadn't really looked like a contender before that. So yeah, this could be an interesting heat here. Christer, you can see he's capable of 10:37.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be a good race. Henry Christ is definitely one to watch out for.
So yeah, it looks like, so Sean Anyogu, last year's champion, was on the entries, but given the fact we haven't seen him in the first heat, he's normally seeded that way, I think we may not see him in these heats, which was a bit of a shame, but yeah, gives an opportunity to someone else. Let's see how they go here then. So again, it's the top 2 going through automatically to those semi-finals later on, and then the final after 6 o'clock later. It's quite a long day. DNS as well in this one. And that was Fern, who was meant to be in 3. So Henry Christer from Will Hawker, the 2 that we picked out before the start. Let's have a look at the time here, 10:85. So not too far off that 10:79 we saw a moment ago. Look good there between the 2 of them.
Yeah, great start from Will Hawker, to be fair. Rocketed out to about 30 metres there, but once Henry Christer got up into his running, he looked so smooth, and you just knew from about 60 onwards he had it from there. And again, eased off at the line, showing he's got a lot more left in the tank.
Yeah, well, we talked about Sheffield Hallam home advantage. Yeah, what about giving Cardiff something extra here? You know, not been here for a BUCS Championship, so haven't seen that necessarily before. We'll see whether that does anything. 10:84 officially. It's actually a bigger gap than it looked there in terms of time.
No, definitely. The home advantage is something as well. You definitely feel it when you're competing at home, especially with these BUCS Championships when you've got your whole team behind you. So should be good. I feel like Will Hawker can produce something well with that home support behind him.
What do you think then of the 3 rounds in today? Because it's an early start.
Yep.
I don't just mean like 10 o'clock's early to wake up. You have to think about, 6, 7 o'clock or whatever. Yeah. And then the semi-finals aren't till after 2, and then the final isn't until after 6.
I prefer it this way, to be honest. I mean, last year, making the final in the 1, I think it was heats and semis on the Saturday, and then we had the 100-metre final about 10 a.m. on the Sunday, so it was a bit difficult to wake up and get your body sort of ready that early on in the morning. You're still half asleep a little bit. Well, for me, I am anyway. And yeah, you saw from the times in the final as well, a lot slower than the semi-finals and the heats from the day before. So I feel like having it all in one day is good, and it gives people who are doubling up the chance to focus on the 200 more tomorrow.
It does, yeah. I was certainly for the 60, we see them quite fairly tight together indoors, but yeah, you probably prefer it that way. You kind of stay ready.
I think everyone's different though. It just depends how you react to heats and semi-finals.
Yeah, it's part of the job, but one of the things is certainly, well, it's the same as 60 indoors in terms of lanes, but you see athletes coming 3rd in their semi-final indoors, and there's only 6 lanes on the track, in some cases, so it feels really, really harsh. So that'll be good to actually see 8 people get a chance of being in a final, getting a chance of a medal, rather than missing out on a semi.
Oh no, definitely. I'll put a poster on.
So this then is heat number 3. Then to 100 metres. Again, it's the top 2 going through automatically in 2-time qualifiers. Keep you up to date on how that's looking. I'm seeing quite a lot of DNSs. It was the case in the women's. I mean, do you think it could just be people have entered? I mean, there could be many reasons, but it could be people have entered 102 and by the time it comes to the weekend, they're deciding just to do the 200 or something else?
Yeah, definitely. It's a difficult decision to make. I was struggling with it as well. But I feel like it gives you that freedom as well if you enter both and then choose on the day which one you want to do.
So Bramble, Walker, Williams, who's going to be the one to watch out for, Egberebo and Mareku. So it's Dylan, Williams of Brunel, and then very close between Bramble and Egberebo. So, yeah, again, another very similar time, 10:80 on the clock there for Dylan Williams. So one of the younger competitors, 19 years of age, and he was actually European Under-20 finalist last year where he was 7th, capable of 10:38. So actually when you look at the top athletes that we've seen so far, all around that 10:3 margin. And you know, people often say that in Manchester the wind's, you know, it's not in your favour, or certainly it's windy but you don't know which way it will go. At the moment it's looking quite good. I don't know whether you've raced here at all much before.
Yeah, I raced there last year at Welsh Champs, and they ended up flipping the track around, so you got the tailwind on the back straight. But yeah, really windy that day. Today looks alright. You've had a couple of heavy minuses, -1, -1.2s, but you're on the -0.2s, that's alright.
Yeah, there is actually an event called Run with the Wind. I don't know whether because that's the idea, that they're able to flip the track, which you can't really do at many places in the UK. I know they did it, I think they did it last year's Loughborough International as well. So, yeah, that it does, because it's kind of something that a lot of people are calling for. You know, I turned up to this meet, I travelled, and then I found that the wind was in the wrong direction. If they could have only flipped the track, it would have been so much better.
Yeah, definitely. I think flipping the track definitely helps you get those faster times. You see a lot of meets down south as well, Stratford, BFTTAs at Lee Valley, flipping the track. It's good. You get those fast times, don't you? You don't want to travel so far for so long and then get a massive headwind and you can't run what you feel like you can run.
Yeah, I mean, there are some people who think differently. So there was a coach who said to me that there was British Champs where it was strongly windy, right? And Jeremiah Azu won at a time when he wasn't quite at the level that he is now. I think he beats Arnell Hughes. And it was said that maybe Jeremiah Azu actually responds better to windy conditions. So it is part of the sport. And let's say you're at the Olympic Games or the World Championships where they just wouldn't do that, wouldn't flip the track. It is part of the sport to be able to deal as best as possible with windy races when you're at your kind of, you know, your best race, and you want to be able to adapt to deal with that.
No, definitely. I agree with that. If you're looking at the bigger championships like BUCS, England champs, British champs, Olympics, go on and so forth, flipping the track, I don't think that's ideal. I think it is part of the sport, like you said, to deal with the conditions that you dealt with on the day. And it shows how much of a complete athlete you are if you can run into the headwinds, run with the tailwinds. But I feel like for just little open meets, run with the winds are good to get those sort of standards that you need if you're needing them.
Oh, exactly, yeah. If you had bad luck on the day where you actually needed to get the standard, that was the case. And some people might go their whole career where their best time was just always like a 2.2 wind.
Yeah.
And that day, you know, could have made a difference to them, yeah. Right, so athletes are out for this next heat. Official time for Dylan Williams was 10:80 there, so still Harry Taylor the fastest by very small margin. So we've got Brooke Yu Lee of UCL, University College London, Alex Spence McMorris, Liverpool John Moores, Joshua Hickson of Swansea, Tony Wesley of Aberdeen, Matt Ajayi of Brunel, and Alexander Manakorpi of Sussex, the Finnish athlete. So Matt Ajayi is definitely the one to watch out for here. I can see, I think it's going to be just the 4 athletes in this one. In fact, 2 DNSs. So yeah, definitely Matt Ajayi, the one to watch here. BUCS indoor 60-metre silver medalist, and then won the relay for Brunel. They kind of like to think of themselves as like the sprint kings, don't they, Brunel?
Definitely. We've had some good races with them in the past. And a lot of their athletes from my first couple of years of university, Tyler Panton, Tyvon Innes, a lot of those guys, Jason Kalala as well. I love racing against those guys. But in the relay, when you see them next year, you always have that sort of thing of you want to beat them, because obviously they have won a lot of relay golds recently. So if you can get that one up on them, it's always good.
Good name checking there. reeled 3 off the top of your head. Very nice stuff. That's good commentary skill there. We're training people up.
That's it.
Yeah, Matt Ajay capable of 10:42. Pretty similar to what we've said about the other fastest athlete. It's really the semi-finals, though, where we get an idea of who the contenders are, isn't it?
Definitely. With the heats as well, you normally have the faster people in the first couple of heats. You tend to see them not go 100%, and in the semi-finals, when they get matched up with someone more of their standard, it seems to heat up a lot more.
Yeah, but I also quite like the way it's seeded, because it's kind of clear to follow from the start. So let's see, we've got Hickson, Wesley, Ajay and Manakorpi representing Swansea, Aberdeen, Brunel and Sussex respectively. So watch out for Ajay Brunel having to follow in the footsteps of his teammate Dylan Williams a moment ago. Part of that quartet, they both were part of a quartet. The one indoors. In fact, it was O'Sullivan, Houslin, Jamie Hedrick, Wilson and Ajay in the final, according to roster. So Ajay through the centre. Actually well challenged here. So he will join Dylan Williams in that semi-final. Tony Wesley of Aberdeen, it looked like, took second place there, 10.88. So all around that 10.7, 10.8 margin, but you can see the wind stronger.
Yeah, that wind looked heavier. That looked like a really good run though. About 60 metres you saw him check over his shoulder. So definitely a lot more left in the tank there. But with the strong wind, very strong heat that.
Well, that's one of the things I've often wondered about flipping the track. You kind of committed to that decision, haven't you, through the whole day?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. I'm not too sure. I'm not sure if they can flip it and then flip it back, but yeah. I mean, if you were to flip it and then have the tailwind, you might get the like an illegal wind as well if you're having the minus 2.2. So it has the pros and it also has cons of your time might nicely count. So
yeah, tough on that. I mean, yeah, obviously the easiest is the jumps on the runways where you could do that quite easily. So just having a look at obviously Harry Taylor 10.79 we saw in the first heat, but the two athletes that are waiting to see if their small cues will be good enough, Isaac Egberebo of Cardiff Met and Ebere Najuba of Liverpool, 11.24, 11.26. So when all the heats have come through, you probably have to be closer to 11 seconds to make it through to the semi-finals. Do you ever kind of, what is your, before you race, what is your kind of, do you analyse maybe who else is involved in the entries? Do you have a think about what sort of time that you might need, how hard you might need to run? Or
at BUCS, definitely. Yeah. I'm always looking at the entries and you're seeing who's there and abouts at the top. But with my heats, I don't like to look too much into my races. I start overthinking it for me personally. I usually just like to go in, run my own race, because I know in the heats it's not a reflection of what you can actually run in the final. If, like me, you tend to not give it 100% in the heat if you can. But yeah, the semi-finals is usually where I start looking at the start list a lot more.
If you were in one of these heats and you had one of the, like, let's say you were in a heat with Harry Taylor, would that change your approach to the heat at all?
Yeah, definitely. It would. You definitely take it a lot more. Not serious per se, but you'd be a lot more focused on the task at hand, and you know that you've got someone strong next to you. That sort of is bragging rights as well, isn't it? Beating someone fast next to you. So that's sort of how I think of it.
Yeah, or you might have in mind before the race that you might be running all the way through the line, potentially.
Yeah, definitely.
So this is heat number 5 coming up next. Justin Eke of Aberdeen, Emmanuel Durahoma of Loughborough, Michael McKinday of Surrey, Ollie Slinko St Mary's, Nathan Kingroll Holloway and Palumi Babalola of Cambridge. So yeah, we've got Durahoma, probably the athlete to watch out for here, has done 10.43 in the past. It's interesting. So Anyoga was interesting, he entered, but not here, so someone else would have stepped in off the reserve list, and Loughborough have so many top sprinters. It's particularly now, I think they were always kind of said that the sprints wasn't their strongest area, but now I think that's really changed in the last couple of years. Would you agree? Not just Harry Taylor, I mean quite a few others.
Yeah, definitely. They've always got someone on the line that you need to watch out for, and they'll always have at least one, maybe two in the final. So
yeah, we've seen a few international athletes as well coming across. Tarzan Nariman we saw indoors, not in the 60 but in long, I think it was the 400 metres getting a medal. Harita Badra, another Indian athlete. Avin Liu. So here we go, another DNS, I think James Wheeler it is, Plymouth. Green card shown though. So Eke, Jirahoma, Makinde, Slinko, King and Babalola. And just that gap in the middle, so Jirahoma from lane 2 then. Gets a decent start, and already a couple of metres clear here now. You can see Makinde and Slinko fighting behind. The Cambridge-man Babalola might actually be in second, but coming through there nicely, Jirahoma 10.84. It was very close between Eke and Babalola. Eke finishing fast on the inside for Aberdeen. You can see there, real change in the wind, so it's clearly swirling around.
Definitely. The wind's quite deceiving as well. You felt a big gust there as well. But I thought it felt like a headwind personally, but they got the look of it, the tail down there, so.
Feels like quite an organised system here, because you got the athletes who were waiting just behind when that race was ongoing. You might have been able to see them. They were just there behind. And you've got the next set who are kind of in the cool room that's right adjacent to the track rather than sort of tucked away. I don't know whether you quite like to sort of, I don't know, appreciate where you are in terms of how quickly the next heat's, happening and coming up, or whether you just like completely in the zone and not thinking about how soon you're actually racing.
No, you do like to see them moving along quite quickly when you're sat waiting around, and sometimes a lot of competitions can be running late or behind, or the waits can be quite long in between heats. So if you can move them along as quick as you can, it saves you from having to re-warm up or getting cold. So
yeah, I feel like they've got more knowledge of exactly when they'll be coming out. So it's a nice view we got as well, because you can see Cardiff City's football stadium as well. And yeah, traffic looks to be moving smoothly around Cardiff at the moment, I can see. So yeah, decent facility, I have to say. Yeah, not been too many occasions to actually come to Cardiff for athletics, but the indoor stadium, I don't know whether you've raced there, Nyack, but it's one of the most used in the country.
Yeah, definitely. I really like this stadium, to be fair. The facility, it's such a nice view as well. It's so scenic. You got a lot of trees and greenery around as well. So
yeah, I mean the football pitch is kept in good nick here. So as you can see, I think it's actually owned. This pitch is owned like a training venue by Cardiff City. Have you played other sports yourself?
I played when I was younger. I did quite a lot of sports, swimming, breakdancing, all that sort of stuff.
Swimming,
yeah. Not too good at it now, to be fair. But played a little bit of football and then moved on to athletics when I was about 13 or 14, and then I've never looked back since.
When did you get involved in breakdancing?
When I was really quite young. I must have been 10, 11, 12, around there, just before I started athletics, to be fair. I was quite good at it as well, I'd like to think.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's something we saw at the Olympics, didn't we? Yeah,
it's an emerging sport, I feel like. It's good as well. Good fitness, really good fitness, good strength as well.
And it's kind of creative.
Definitely. I think I've lost the creative touch though. All I do is run in a straight line now, so.
Some people have accused me of breakdancing in a way. Oh, like I got a video of you breakdancing. I was like, no, that's not breakdancing. I don't know. Don't even know what you're talking about. Heat 6 here coming up with Emmanuel Adeyemi of Cambridge, Lewis Stevens, Cardiff Met, Tyler Foles. You mentioned him a moment ago, didn't you?
Yeah, my current housemate as well.
Nice.
Really good cook. So yeah.
What does he cook?
Everything. He told me to say that. But yeah, no, he's a really good cook. I can vouch for him.
Brilliant. Malachi Broderick at Oxford Brookes, Errol Adams BCU, brilliant. Estrosio Winchester, Rohan Gray Exeter, Rory Voster Stirling. So gun goes this one a little closer, but you can see looks like Stevens of Cardiff Met, and then close between Voss and Foles. So 10.72 there, again benefiting from that win plus 1.3, and that's the fastest time so far.
Yeah, that looked really comfortable for Lewis Stevens. He's an amazing starter. I've raced against him before, and I think by the time I was on my second, I could see him about 3 steps in front of me, so you've always got to watch out for him on that start.
Yeah, is he one of those who has got a faster windy PB than his 10.49, so it always suggests that there's potential to go faster than his legal PB. But yeah, another athlete that looks strong and faster than Harry Taylor, although Taylor, he gave a good account of himself. He wasn't completely jogging across the line. But again, we just have to see where they're drawn in the semi-finals and how things work out. So
I think the semi-final draw is going to be so important as well, and it's going to decide how the races are run.
Yeah, there is Rory Voss, who's just finished his race, catching his breath there. Just having a look for the confirmed result there. Lewis Stevens 10.74 officially, and then yeah, Tyler Sheffield-Hallam did get second.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that second place. 11.02 as well, season's best for him, so really good run from Tyler there.
But we haven't even had half of these heats yet, amazingly, so just having a look now, you do need to be right on 11 seconds to make it through to those semi-finals, and that's quite a big change from, because it was about 11.16 just a couple of heats ago, so that's really changing. Of course, when you don't have the top athletes seeded, you tend to have closer heats a bit later on, don't you? So we may actually see the person in third place is much closer to the front, and that could mean a faster time there. Let's wait and see. So Quinton Marnie of Edge Hill, Freddie Arkle of Birmingham. So I think he'll be the one most likely to win this heat. 10.47 at best. He's had a couple of injuries. I remember it was last year's BUCS indoors. He came through 8th, but he was kind of hobbling across the line. He was injured there, which is a shame. So yeah, fit again now, hopefully. This is a good opportunity for him. Alexander Janoran of Westminster, Toby Ola Sogba of Sheffield, Leonardo Scott Man Met, Kuziva Kwashe Majiru of Kent, Bilal Kanemodu of Northumbria in this, and then Arul Raja Bangor DNS. So it looks like 7 athletes in this, and Arkle the fastest. Yeah, another thing, when there's so many heats, you don't actually know until not too long before when actually you'll be required. So that's another tricky thing to manage, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Not knowing when your heat is always a tricky thing to manage when warming up, but shows how experienced you are if you can manage with it, and it builds up experience as well.
So Arkle from lane 2. England under-20 indoor silver medalist 3 years ago, and English schools silver medalist as well that same year. So Arkle gets a decent start, but the recall gun goes. You were pointing, do you see anything there?
It looked like the outermost lane. I think lane 7 looked like he got out a bit quicker than everyone else, but that's just from the naked eye. So we'll have to see what they come up with.
Yeah, another good commentary line there. We'll wait for the officials. It's Corey Neal and Richards that's alongside me, Sheffield Hallam student.
Because this is spray final, the top 10 will receive another 3 attempts.
So yeah, top 2 going through automatically, as we have seen the likes of Harry Taylor, Dylan Williams, Lewis Stevens and others. Matt Ajay as well. Henry Crystal look good. So at the moment looks like a lot of closely matched athletes. No bad thing. Just having a look, it is actually a disqualification, yes, for the Northumbria athlete. Second, the one that we've seen. There was one in the women's 100 as well. So we're looking here for Freddie Arkle and Bilal Kanimodo. That athlete who's DQ'd there would have been one of the fastest, second fastest on paper, so that's a real shame for him. So pretty much deja vu, as you were. Arkle, good start once again, and he's pulling away nicely. It's a real three-way scrap over second place. 10.93 for Arkle. Might have been Tobiola Sogba in the black and yellow of Sheffield who got there in second, but the 2 others on his outside were right with him. Yeah, good to see that scrap between 3 athletes for that second place. 10.93 on the clock there, so that is heat number 7. Yeah, just going back to the disqualification, I mean, it's hard, we saw it once really, but yeah, sometimes the officials are a little bit more lenient sometimes. We do also see that some athletes are less experienced with blocks, you know, just kind of athletes not at the very top end, the sort of elite end. And therefore there's a bit more leniency sometimes that we do see.
Definitely. I think with a competition like this is where you get athletes from all experiences, all qualities as well. So with the pressure, some athletes might not be too used to competitions this big, and that might be an effect of it as well. So sometimes I feel like the one false start rule is a bit harsh as well sometimes, but you know.
Yeah, I mean before that, you know, historically races would take forever to get going as well. So people used to be like, you know, when the crowd goes, Have also seen at Bedford when like the people are recalled and they just don't hear it, but they're too far around the track, and then by the time they get to, like in the 200, it happened once in a final at I think England under 23s, and by the time people came round, like the gun had gone off like 6-7 times. It's like,
yeah, I think that's happened to me once in a 60 metre. It wasn't as long as 200, so I had didn't have that much to recover, but it's still not ideal when you've run a whole race and you need to go back to the start line.
Yeah, another thing to get used to. So heat number 8 coming up next. So we also have women's triple jump qualification. We saw Georgie Ford Wells over 30 metres earlier in the first pool. So that's expected to get underway at 12. Also men's shot put qualification pool B at 12 as well. And women's javelin A final, including the likes of Abby Paula, Cuban international heptathlete, we may well see in the sprint hurdles as well, where she holds the championship record later in the weekend. Heat 8, men's 100, with William Tears of Glasgow, Christopher Hughes, Anglia Ruskin, Ollie Armitage Brunel. I think we may have all athletes there, yes, good to see. So Rashinja Panakadan of Stirling, Adam Islam Meadow of Bristol, Brian Ogbebo Kingston, Luca Lofonseca of Birmingham, the fastest athlete in this, and David Irabunam of Coventry. Lofonseca 10.57 at best. He was a time qualifier for the BUCS Indoor 60 metre final where he was 5th. Another close fight, of course, that was. It was won by Jaden Arthur, emulating the success of his brother Ruben, who had won BUCS Outdoor Gold for Goldsmiths. So Loke Fonseca from lane 7 in the red of Birmingham, having just seen Arkela's teammate go through. So doesn't get the best start though here. You can see Armitage and Panakadan going well. It's still extremely close here coming up to this line. Looks like the green vest perhaps who takes it there, Panakadan. 10.95 on the clock.
Really good race out there, really close at the front. Great start from the Coventry athlete as well. Got out like a rocket.
Yeah, it just goes to show these lower down heats, it's less clear who the fastest one is, and therefore sometimes top three really tight together. 10.95 there still. I wonder, because it was last time we looked, it was 11 seconds that was needed if you're outside the top two. So yeah, that's still the case. So that does include this result though that's just happened. We'll wait and see, but it's wouldn't be too far away, I wouldn't have thought.
Just checking whether all the athletes are lining up at the moment. So in lane 1 of London South Bank is Efosa Imatituka Davidson. In lane
Still plenty of races to come. Unless I've lost count, I think this is heat number 9. Yes, it looks right. We've got Efosa. Yeah, just having a look here. So Loke Fonseca 10.99. That is just good enough for now. So the two non-automatic qualifiers both on 10.99. That's very close. He just didn't get a good start, unfortunately.
And that can be the make or break in the 100 metres. Bad start, and then the race is close. You might get out of form and not run your race tight enough, and then the race is past you before you even know it.
Yeah. Efosa Matakua Davison, he's an athlete with a decent PB of 10.59, but he hasn't done a championship race in a few years, so interesting to see what kind of form he's in. Mark Lintott of York, Jonathan S. Seaway of Leeds, Nicholas Camaro Surrey, Chinonso Fundu of Newcastle, Jonathan Daniel Sofawara of Manchester, Mikolai Sidolski of East Anglia, Mohammed Belgor of St Andrews DNS. It's a real range of universities, these. No kind of sprinting powerhouse among this lineup. We've had pretty much our Brunel and our Loughborough lot. So it's nice to see everyone get a shout out. I mean, you probably train with people who have represented all kinds of universities as well. So, but at Sheffield Hallam, I mean, you train with a lot of University of Sheffield people, or you see them around?
The University of Sheffield guys, they usually got their own group, but with the Sheffield Hallam lot, we've got like a lot of different groups that people join into. So I join a group with Lewis Samuel, but then you've got Lee Thompson, who just got named as team captain for GB for the World Relays. He trains, and Joel Burgess trains with Lee Thompson. So we train all around, but quite a close-knit community at Sheffield, especially when you train in the EIS as well. Really small venue inside when you're in there, and you get to know everyone really well. So we occasionally do reps with one, but
yeah, no, delight for Lee Thompson. The last sort of 12 months he's really sort of got back to the big stage. He waited years for a PB to finally come along. It just shows you what can happen with perseverance.
Oh, that is it.
So Imatitikua Davidson from lane 1, London South Bank. Have had medals in the past. Silver for Bruce indoors in the high jump this year. Previously Yasmin Miller, gold in the sprint hurdles. Let's see what he can do. Fundu might do close in lane 6 for Newcastle as well, but the athlete's just standing up.
It looked like there was a twitch there from lanes 5 or 6, I think.
green card. They're just getting underway in the second pull of qualification women's triple jump. 12:30 needed to make the final automatically. Just one measurement coming through so far. Joyce Zekwe, 11:58. Amy Ware, long jump winner indoors, and Latifa Agbaremi, triple jump winner indoors, both involved in this group and will be medal contenders if they can make the final. So 7 athletes looking for 2 automatic spots. Otherwise need to be 10.99 or better. And Matitizi Kua Davidson going well, but a Fundu just behind, and also in the mix is Isiwe. So it looked like the South Bank student on the inside got it. 10.66 there, but plus 2.1 I see. But otherwise, the all conditions fastest time that we've seen so far.
Definitely. And it's that 2.1, that just 0.1 over the win limit, but they'll be happy with that regardless, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it all counts so far as if you're outside the top 2, but you run much faster than 10.99, it will all count. It was, I think it was the Seaway who just got there in the dark green vest with a dip on the line for the second spot. Let's have a look. Yeah, it does show that way. And look, 10.81. So it looks to be reasonably comfortable, I'd say, so far as those spots outside the top 2. And Kamara would make it in as well, just as things stand.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult to get past those times now.
So in lane 2 from Leicester University is Ezekiel Moore. In lane 3 from Warwick University, Benedict Chukwueze.
It's double figures. Heat number 10. Joe Clark, University of Central Lancashire. Leicester's Ezekiel Quor. Benedict Chukwueze of Warwick. Leonard Neerman of Portsmouth. Struan Linton, Robert Gordon. Ayub Zahid of City University. Josiah Richards of Durham. And Osseretin Ekoragbon of Liverpool. And second pull of qualification there. Triple jump we're watching now. That looks like a Newcastle vest, April Kai. Amelia Gray is over 12 metres, 12.01. And that ought to be good enough. Got her first personal best in 3 years to put herself in medal contention indoors, and then was just pipped at the end. It was really, really exciting long jump and triple jump competitions indoors. Yeah, Amy Ware winning at the end, and Latifa Agbaremi getting a PB in the triple jump. And then also in the men's long jump as well, Sammy Locke winning right at the end, having just been overtaken by his teammate Benjamin Parker. So looking forward to those competitions. I have to say, unfortunately, there are some events that are outside of the stadium, not able to be inside this main arena, which are not able to be live streamed this weekend. So obviously we pass on our sincere apologies about that. As sometimes does happen in athletics, the use of outside throws areas. So, yes, heat number 10. And, yeah, this potentially is another closer one. Chukwueze 10.60, Linton 10.74, correct one 10.92. Now, those are the seed times that end up on roster. You probably know all about this, but it's the last couple of years, really. Sometimes you feel it's a bit harsh because an athlete might have had a PB in 2023 that doesn't get included here as to where they're seeded in the heats.
Yeah, you usually do find a couple of hidden gems later on just because of this reason. But Benedict Chukwueze, I've raced him a couple of times, and I know he's definitely a 10.6 man, so I'll put my money on him for this one.
So Clark, Quor, Chukwueze, Neerman, Linton, Zahid, Richards, Ekoragbon. Looks like a DNS from lane 6, I'm going to say. Zahid of City. Oh, and one Clark of UCLan. A bit of a theme. So Struan Linton of Robert Gordon coming through nicely here. And Chukwueze trying to chase him down. Looked like those two. 10.68. And this time it is legal, so very, very impressive with that Struan Linton. And that could well be a personal best. Certainly I'll have to have a look at that one compared to the seed time. But super impressive, and this time the wind is in his favour and legal. Yeah, 10.67 officially there. So let's say you're one of these athletes who's done their heat, you've qualified. What are you doing now? Because you've got quite a bit of time then before your semi-final.
Yeah, the first thing I like to do, I enjoy watching the heats myself, so I'll probably try and get my clothes on as quick as I can and watch the rest of the heats, and then in between the heats and the semis, I'm just, I don't know, having fun with my friends, joking about, not wasting too much energy, and having a little bit of food, staying hydrated, and then, yeah, getting refocused back to go for the semi-finals. What are you ideally having as a little bit of food? A little bit of food, to me, is really a little bit of food. I don't like to eat a lot on race day. Maybe a breakfast bar. I might have, a meal deal. You get those wraps. Maybe one wrap from a meal deal wrap, but yeah, not too much. And then if I make the final, then probably the other half of the wrap, to be fair. But yeah. Because you wouldn't have something cooked by your teammate Tyler Foles. Maybe you could do like a meal prep. Yeah, well, to be fair, we haven't spoken about that. To be fair, I might get him to do that next time. Meal prep for in between rounds. Brilliant. Yeah, it's the voice of Corey Neelan Richards, Sheffield Hallam sprinter, who's alongside me. And we are going through these men's 100 metre heats. Yes, looks like that was an outright personal best for Struan Linton, having previously run 10.74 in August of 2024, so nearly 2 years ago. Robert Gordon as well, shout out them. I've seen Rebecca Matheson well involved in the sprints for them in the past, but also, as quite often said, the Scottish unions like to support each other, to some extent the Welsh as well. This is heat number 11. Nigel Kasam Nyundo, Sebastian Asamoah-Audley of Northumbria, Kai Crawford of East London, Ashley Avis of Loughborough, Michael Deans of Birmingham City, Maynard Conter, Harriet Watt, Matthew Cockings, Leeds Beckett, Malachi Amadi of Warwick. I believe Ashley Avis made the final in the 100 metre last year as well. Yeah, he was a silver medalist, but in the 60 metres indoors as well was Avis, behind Lorenzo Pison and Loughborough. 10.64, his personal best. So yes, it could well be another close one. Kai Crawford's an interesting one because he's got this kind of Spanish background. Under 23 champion in southern Spain, in Andalusia. Sure, a lovely location for warm weather training. So no athlete in lane 3. Oh no. That's why I shouldn't talk about the athletes beforehand. No Kai Crawford, it looks like, from lane 3. So Nyundo, Asamoah-Audley, Avis, Deans, Conte, Cockings, and I think Noah Maddy as well. So those are the, well, 2 out of the 3 fastest athletes that are not in this. Ashley Avis then should be the favourite, gets a great start here. So powering through nicely. Deans of BCU. So Ashley Avis easing up across the line, 10.84. I think that was Conte coming through for second place of Harriet Watt.
And news from the Javelin. And it's terrific news for Harriet Waters. Wow, she has returned to competition in 2026. No Javelin competitions in 2025. She set a personal best in 2024.
So 11 heats gone, and 12 to 15 coming up next.
Here at the BUCS 2026 Championships, she's gone out to 49 metres 23. Congratulations, Erin. Currently in second place is Loughborough's Sophie.
So, heat number 12. Andre Obiagele of Derby, Hagen Z of Brunel, 10.69 at best, so yeah, likely to be another to watch out for in these heats. Arjan Manoj of Leeds Beckett, Django Laporte, Loughborough, James Okoro, Nottingham, Ifeoluwa Yusuf of London, Charlie Holdcroft, Man Met, and Lewis Ross of Cardiff. And Corey Nealon Richards alongside me, who we found out dabbled, or perhaps more than dabbled, in swimming and breakdancing as a young athlete. It was not uncommon to see people that are multi-talented. You sometimes get people actually representing internationally in multiple sports. I mean, or sometimes people actually a bit later in their careers, they see what else is possible for them. You know, like the amount of people that go into bobsleigh because they've realised they've got that power.
Definitely. I think athletics, sprinting, and all of athletics generally, you learn those core skills, don't you? And they're really transferable into different sports. So why not try your hand if you're good enough?
Exactly, it is a great base sport, but people don't always like to say that because they don't want people to think that you start in athletics and then you just move on to other things. But yeah, I certainly like things like skeleton as well. I've seen people try, because they have a background in athletics. So it's kind of, I guess that's kind of the more elite side, and the fact that skeleton was occasionally does trials for people, and a background in athletics might help somehow. But would you ever consider anything different that you've not tried before?
I would quite like to do bobsleigh, but I feel like I'm a bit too
tall.
Tall, maybe not strong enough, not big enough yet. But hopefully I can put a bit more size on in the future and then see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much most of certainly on the women's side particularly, real background in athletics. Mika Moore, Adele Nichol, who both competed at BUCS, and both won golds at BUCS. Certainly, Montel Douglas, former British record holder. Yeah, the first British female summer and winter Olympian she is. And I think even Kaya Placide has also got a background in athletics, more at a club level for Cardiff here. Joel Fearon as well, who competed for Jamaica, the most recent Winter Olympics as well. So, because on his day he ran sub-10 for 100 metres. So yeah, some great stories out there. People switching sports. The thing about swimming is if you were really good at swimming and were BUCS level, they'd be on the indoors would be on the same day. So I've never come across anyone for whom that'd be a conflict, but you know.
Yeah, I think I was quite lucky that I gave it up a couple of years ago, because that could have been a dilemma. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm better at track anyway, so I definitely would have picked track over swimming.
You could do a triathlon. Have you done a triathlon before? No.
No, I've not run past 200 metres in a competition yet, so I need to do a 400 before I can start thinking about a triathlon.
I just wondered whether some of the junior events, they might have much shorter distances. Yeah, you do sometimes see it. I was at a triathlon once, and someone said, if you're a nervous swimmer, just goes towards the back. And I was like, if you're a nervous swimmer, it probably isn't the place for you. Okay, so heat number 12. Yeah. Obiagele Z Brunel, one of the faster athletes in this. Manoj, Laporte, Okoro, Yusuf, Holdcroft and Ross. DNS from 6 for good measure. There was a bit of movement there in the blocks, I have to say. UZ coming through very nicely here. Laporte just being overtaken there by Manoj of Leeds Beckett, trying to fight back. I think Manoj is actually going to come through to take that ahead of Z. 10.70 and legal. So very closely matched there. And don't forget, just the top two going through. Obviously, we were a little bit to the left of the finish line to actually see it level with that line. But yeah, looked like the Leeds Beckett athlete came through on Laporte, came through on the Lupper and the Brunel student there at the end. Really impressive.
Strong finish from the Leeds Beck athlete, definitely. Not the greatest start, but at the end, really, really strong finish.
Yeah, looks like that has been confirmed now. 10.69, in fact. So let's see how it's looking across all of the heats. So it means that 10.89 is now needed. It was 10.99 a few heats ago. So it's very much a moving goalpost. And yeah, one of those windy heats, 10.81, Afundu has made it through. And Ifose Matitiku Davidson, 10.66 right at the top. Fastest win legal time then. 10.67 Struan Linton, that personal best. Manoj slots into third place. But still, I don't think you can really tell much from looking at these winning times of the heats. I mean, I think you can tell so little, in fact. Yeah, Harry Taylor down in 8th place there.
Yeah, the semi-finals are definitely going to be interesting.
What are you hoping for then in a semi-final? Let's say you've won your heat.
For a middle lane, get central in the track, and then to be fair, I'm not someone who focuses too much on what's going on around me. If I've got a good race, I know that I've got to perform, and I like to perform under pressure as well. So I'd rather have someone quick next to me. Means I'm going to go quick as well.
Women's Javelin A final also ongoing. Let's just have a look here. So, getting underway in the third round here. Sophie Hamilton, 46.30. Jasmine Larson, 45.92. Dulcie Yelling, 45.73. So she was on the initial print-out start list that I had, but I think that Abby Paulett not appearing to be involved may have opted to do other events. We'll just wait and see on that. Looks like Jack Gibbs, one of your teammates from Sheffield Hallam, Corey, is in this next heat.
Yeah, I think he's one of the faster entrants in this race as well. So hoping for something big from him here, lane 1.
Yeah, he actually joined on commentary for a bit at the indoors in Sheffield, and yeah, he was telling me about some of the work that he does on the side. I forget actually whether it's sort of physio.
Yeah, physio, jog physio.
Yeah, thought so.
He's about a lot of competitions as well, a lot of open. So if you ever see him about, give him a shout.
But it's nice for an athlete to actually transition to something they have knowledge of and they have experience of, and maybe they can turn it into something that they can actually be professional.
Oh, definitely. It's good to have him around in the group as well.
Yeah, I could imagine. So Gibbs on the inside for Sheffield Hallam, Limal Crenshaw of Oxford, Callum McGinley Southampton, Owen Murphy, University of the West of Scotland, had a big breakthrough. BUCS indoors, making both sprint finals. Sydney Mendes of Middlesex, Joshua Carter of Warwick, Samuel Jagroup of Leicester, and Sejan Jacobs of St Mary's. I'm very impressed with St Mary's because they got a bronze in the relay when you don't normally think of them as a sprint uni. So here comes Murphy from Jacobs from Gibbs in that order, although Gibbs, he might have got that second place there. We'll see what the confirmed result is.
Yeah, it looked like he might have come through for second.
10.88 showing trackside.
10.88, so Murphy, yeah, we knew that he was confirmed as the winner.
Yeah, Jack Gibbs in second, 10.96.
Well, there you go, really important, because otherwise you wouldn't be qualifying outside the top two, such as in the way it's gone so far. It's interesting, yeah, Murphy's one of those athletes who doesn't really have BUCS experience before this year, as we see confirmed times there. But yeah, came in, made both finals, got 4th place indoors in the 200 metres. So yeah, just because you've not raced at BUCS before, we've still got people coming in, you know, with like English schools titles or even, yeah, national titles. So you can never quite be sure. Just because someone's like 18, 19 doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to sort of bow down to the 21-year-olds.
Oh no, definitely. Especially you got the athletes that are coming in from English schools, like you said, nationals and all that sort of stuff, and they've got good experience from there. You can never count those out.
Yeah, so important result there for Jack. We saw just how little was in it. I think just one 100th of a second in it, 10.96, 10.97, and that makes a massive difference. Fortunately, that's just the way it goes, isn't it? That's just the way athletics is. But as we were saying, slightly easier qualifying conditions than we did out indoors, because there were some occasions where it's just the winner going through from a heat. Not in the 60, but in other events. It just seems so harsh. So, yeah, in this javelin, Sophie Hamilton in this third round, improving to 47.96 from Jasmine Larson, 45.92, Dulcie Yelling, 45.73. No one else over 45, and then we've got 6 in total over 40. Full results on the Roster Athletics website and app. This is heat 14 then, out of 15. Sean Evans of Oxford, Danielle Syed of Sheffield, Malaysian athlete. Tom Larkin, Nottingham Trent, Daniel Taiwo, Manchester, Freddie Steele of Swansea, part of an impressive Swansea group indoors. All seem to have set recent PBs. I noticed that Aniela Adedotin, who's, hoping to see, maybe we'll see him in the 200 perhaps. He was one of those that looked good in the 60. Right across the women's and men's side. Charles Ojo as well. Jeffrey Chan of Durham. Jacob Thomas, Cardiff. Jamie Moffat of Ulster. So this one very, very close at this mark, but just emerging through in the white and green is Steele of Swansea. Not quite home soil, but still Welsh soil. 10.93.
He takes in 14 of the men's 100 metres.
So, yes, 10.89 was needed to make it through outside the top two, so it'll only be the top two going through from that heat. Just have a look to see if that's changed. Yeah, 10.81 is now needed, so it's Django Laporte of Loughborough, who was third a moment ago, as was Afundu, Chinonso Afundu of Newcastle. 10.76 and 10.81, and no one else apart from the top two, Steele and Thomas there, actually outside 11 seconds, Jacob Thomas. So yeah, these heats start at 11.20, so if you're in the first heat and the last semi-final, you're going to have, what's that, a good 3.5 hours, I think. Whereas if you're in the last heat in the first semi-final, I think you'd have, yeah, maybe less than 2. Do you think it matters too much, though? It's 100 metres.
I think, again, I think it depends. I think in the early heats as well, a lot of them you saw didn't run all the way through the line, conserved a lot of energy, but in these later heats, you see a lot of guys kind of running through the line. It's closer races, so maybe using a lot more of what they've got. So if they're in a starting heat or a first heat or a first semi-final, yeah, could impact them quite a bit.
Now tell me, Corey and Ian Richards are alongside, what else are you looking forward to this weekend? You know, generally, what else do you like to watch with athletics? Anyone else that you're looking out for, you know, right across all the events or whatever you like?
I like the atmosphere of BUCS. It's my last one, this one, so they're trying to just enjoy the whole thing. I'm doing the 200, so excited for that, and just trying to be competitive, really. That's my aim, and watching all the events, watching everyone compete, it's always a good thing to come and watch as well.
Yeah, the atmosphere on the final day is brilliant. You know, it's almost like when someone scores a goal in the Champions League, you just want to just pause and just hear that. You know, when the gun goes or when there's like a fast time.
Oh, definitely. Being a part of those relays as well, in the final, it's amazing when you hear the roar when the gun goes off, and being on second leg sometimes, and you can still hear it all the way over there. So it's
well, that's interesting that, because I mean, I know atmosphere does make a difference but the idea that you're actually even hearing the roar when it goes off, that's giving you something extra, rather than, because often it's like when you're dying down the home straight.
Oh, I can definitely hear it. I can always hear my mum as well. She's probably the loudest one in the crowd.
That's brilliant. So we've got Malcolm Oshing-Bowen of Kent, Adam Oliver, Edge Hill, Sam Lawson, Birmingham, Wojciech Berger, Portsmouth, who's also a great long jumper, Oyeleke Oyedeji of Nottingham Trent, Bradley Walekwa, University of the West of England, Eniola Adedotu, now we do see him, I mentioned him a moment ago. There's a big breakthrough indoors, 6.77 I think. He lowered to over 60 metres, around a tenth off his PB there, but all of his races pretty much were faster than his old PB. Always means good things. That's why we want to see him outdoors. Umar Salahuddin of Bristol, another Malaysian athlete on the outside. I haven't seen one in the previous heat. What are the chances, eh? So, Oshing-Bowen of Kent was going well, but overtaken here by Berger, and it's Adedotu with him. Adedotu on the line though. Was he just easing up across the line? But look at that time, 10:38.
If I'm looking at that right, that's really good. 2.4, but 10:38, 10:3 in any conditions is rapid. So
yeah, extraordinary that. I mean,
wow.
By far the fastest time. Came in with a legal PB of 10:66. He was 6th indoors.
Wow, 10:37. Yeah, that's really quick, that.
Yeah, I just wondered whether Adedotu was trying to watch two things at the same time. First of all, the clock, but before that I noticed Adedotu, was he just sort of moving a little gingerly across the line, or was that him coming to a sudden stop? We'll have to wait and see.
Hopefully nothing serious. We'd like to see him in the semi-finals and see what he can do.
But interesting combination. So the athlete who's won here, Wojciech Berger, he's a long jumper. Maybe he considers that his best event. But yeah, he was 5th in the long jump and 6th in the 200 metres indoors. So it's a great combination. I mean, Marcel Jacobs, of course, the Olympic champion. Originally a long jumper. So you do see, obviously, speed is very important in the long jump. But yeah, it's a fascinating combination. The idea that we have a guy who's a long jumper right at the top of the standings by the end of it, even if it is just over that 2.0 per second win limit.
No, it's going to be interesting to see how he can replicate that in the semi-finals, especially when you've got a more stacked field. But that sort of time, you've got to assume he's in good stead.
Yeah, fascinating. And for Portsmouth as well, which is pretty cool to put them on the map. I know they have won medals in the past. So, just update you on how this javelin is looking. Now, we're now into the 4th round, having been in the 3rd last time we looked. Still Hamilton, Larson, Yelling, our top 3 at the moment. So 45.73 needed to get on the podium. 47.96 leading the way. This is the Sheffield student Zoe Gregory. Gregory finds herself in 5th place. So just the top 8 remaining in this competition. So dropping out Constantinu, Dale, Dobson and Wade. .10.39. Erin Waters of Loughborough dominating. Women's javelin just seems to be, I mean, it is really where the coaching exists, and that's one reason for it. But yeah, just thinking Erin, Ellen Barber even, obviously Becca Walton, I think even the previous record holder, Izzy Jeffs, Emily Dibble.
The bronze medalist from Loughborough with a best of 42.76, Harriet of Blackheath.
There's another Loughborough student, it's Beth Moody. No measurement for Gregory just before. 38.57 is her previous one, but best overall 39.60 from the first round.
And the gold medalist completing the Love 1, 2, 3, a best of 45.95.
So, Corey Nealon Richards, it's been great to have you on for these 100-metre heats. You've given us some great little factoids, because I just like to see how each athlete is different from one another, and this is really kind of where you get to learn, you know. So you've got that kind of multitude of experience really across sports, even if, you know, athletics the real, you know, you're clear number one here. But also, yeah, interesting just how the Sheffield group has a great bond. Whether it's kind of like on home soil or otherwise, you know, they're all people that train together or see each other. And within your university, you know, obviously doing something great in the sprints, having won multiple titles over the last few years. So clearly something that you're enjoying. I hope you can soak up every minute of this last BUCS experience. Or never say never, because some people do sometimes return and do masters.
Yeah. But, I think I wasn't too sure if I was going to do this year, because I've stayed on an extra year and done a PGC, but I get 2/3 masters credits I think with this, so I might come back and do a masters in a couple of years anyway. So yeah, you might see me again, but for now this is going to be the last one. But yeah, excited to watch it all unfold.
Brilliant. It's been great to chat to you.
Charlotte, Irene and Jodie, please. Irene, Jodie and Sophie, please.
We are into the 5th round of this women's javelin A final. And Sophie Hamilton still leading from Jasmine Larson and Dulcie Yelling, so no improvements for them in the last couple of rounds, but holding on to those positions, and a decent gap between each of them really. Hamilton leading by 2 metres and 4 centimetres, that best of 47.96 from Larson. So looking here at Mimi Davis, so she's the one trying to knock on that door of the medal in 4th. 44.50, needs an improvement of 1 metre 23. And the teammate 2 positions behind her there that she's talking to, Jodie Dale. So obviously now we're going to see those in the medal positions. Zoe Gregory, 42.84 in the 2nd round.
So here we go, keep on women's 1500 metres.
40.76, no improvement.
For a moment, Dulcie Yelling, who is in 3rd place when I last looked.
Erin Waters of Loughborough in 9th place in the javelin.
Well, I'm afraid Ross is wrong. It's showing her personal best as 45.73. That's incorrect. She threw 46.35 at the Loughborough Open. Meanwhile, back to this 1500 metres. We will give you the splits and 4.
So that's Glasgow team manager to registration, please. Thank you.
So it's Lily Jeffries, Sheffield Hallam, Martha Wood, Lancaster, Evie Burton, Manchester, Leicesters, Alex Brooks, Evie Powell from Birmingham,
Beth Moody in,
Kirsty Purcell from the corner,
showing us in 9th place.
75.5 and 400, Poppy Elton leads Becky, Loughborough Sarah Barrett, Lottie McLaren from St Mary's.
Erin Waters improved to 41.96 to go up into 6th place just before. Jasmine Larson deliberately fouls there. Remains in 2nd for now.
Sitting in 2nd place.
So, first heat of the women's 1500 metres then. Let's run you through this lineup. Lily Jeffries Williams, Sheffield Hallam, Martha Wood Lancaster, Evie Burton Manchester, Alex Brooks Leicester, Evie Powell Birmingham, Jodie Maudsley of Durham, 236.800. Split there, Kirsty Purcell, Robert Gordon, Poppy Elton leads Beckett, Sarah Barrett of Loughborough, Lottie McLaren St Mary's, Beth Rogers Cambridge, Megan Hope Liverpool, John Moores. Just 6 athletes going through, and by that I mean that is through this heat. No time qualifiers, is just across the line. But you can see very, very tightly packed together at this point. Looks like Poppy Elton at the front. And then I think it's Evie Powell on her shoulder. And pretty much three abreast though. We're going to come through now with 1 lap to go, so no one really wants to be run out of this. We're all desperate to stay in contention in the top 6. We've got around 10 who are. They're just starting to break up now. Is the time to start pushing, but still those gaps aren't really opening up. Elton and Powell at the front. We've got the Cambridge student Rogers just behind in that Cambridge blue. McLaren of St Mary's in the blue and white in around 5th place now. So we have got a group of 7. Someone's going to be very unlucky here. Poppy Elton of Leeds Beckett still. So Elton and Kirsty Purcell of Robert Gordon is in there. Powell and McLaren. So who's going to miss out? I think unfortunately that is Jodie Maudsley outside this top 6. So really tough that one for her.
And we take the 6th and final qualifier. Coming through there right at the end was Loughborough University's Sarah Barrett. And of course, pick up all positions on the roster.
So Elton, McLaren, Rogers, Powell, Purcell.
Still have 1 athlete to complete their race.
This is the first of 4 heats, by the way. Men's 1500s to follow. Well, all credit to Poppy Elton. Although it was a slow pace, she made sure she didn't do too much hard work at the front, but maintained that position pretty much throughout. Let's give a shout out to Alex Brooks of Leicester here, coming through at the end of this 1500 metres.
So that completes the first heat of the women's 1500.
Still no change in the Javelin. Nobody's managed to improve in the final round. Slightly unusual format in that not only B&A final, but actually everyone does guess all 6 attempts, and for that reason they stay in the order in which they started the throwing order, rather than 8th to 1st, for example, or even 12th to 1st. Erin Waters, I think this is the final throw of the women's javelin competition. for the athlete that is in 6th place. 3.5 metres off a medal, roughly. So it looks like we have our medalists sealed then. Sophie Hamilton, with her teammates, gold for Loughborough. Another is Jasmine Larson. So Loughborough 1-2 in the javelin, and Dulcie Yelling of Nottingham taking the bronze. So first BUCS medals to be awarded. 2 going the way of Loughborough, and Nottingham taking the bronze there.
So heat 2, the women's 1500 metres. In this one from Northumbria, Jess Sales from Nottingham, Esme Jonas from Stirling, Jessica Inglis from Birmingham, Sarah Clough from Imperial, Hannah Major from Loughborough, Abigail McCandrew from Cardiff.
So 11 athletes in heat number 2, top 6 going through here. We've got Jess Sales of Northumbria, Esme Jonas of Nottingham, Jessica Inglis of Stirling, Sarah Clough represents Birmingham, Hannah Mehaga showing as a Slovakian nationality representing Imperial, Abby McAndrew of Loughborough, the favourite here, Lily Oakenfull of Cardiff, very, very impressed with her, and particularly burst of pace that she was able to provide in BUCS indoors. Jasmine Palmer of Bath, Caitlin Purcell of Robert Gordon, Hannah Dale of Sheffield, and Laura Chance of Durham, another finalist from indoors. So this is quite a strong field, you would say. Jess Sales also seems to be quite comfortable, we noticed, front running previously at BUCS. But McAndrew has had a fantastic battle indoors. Best of 4:19.52. McAndrew, who's previously represented Great Britain, European Under-20 Championships, over this 1500 metres, which does seem to be her favoured distance. That personal best I mentioned came last summer at the Alexander Stadium in Birmingham. She's a 2:05 800 metre runner. But that battle indoors with her teammate Ciara Brady-Jones, just 0.2 of a second between them. We had a few Loughborough 1-2s. Amazing, that's the 3rd time I've mentioned such a result in the last minute or two, but just shows you what BUCS can be like sometimes. Very competitive in other events, but yeah, Loughborough also got a 1-2 in the men's 3,000 metres as well in Sheffield in February. Right, well, we can see McAndrew, again, another very happy to be out front setting the pace. Looks like Jess Sales is in 2nd place in the white Northumbria vest. Around 2:38 as they came through 800 metres. McAndrew, you feel as though she could easily step on the accelerator and build that gap. Just going to wait to the right moment on this following final lap. Looks like Laura Chance of Durham in 2nd place. Oakenfull is there with Sales. Just a 6 going through. Jasmine Palmer of Bath making a nice move there on the outside. So they're going to hear the sound of the bell, and though I thought the gap might be bigger, actually it's just as bunched as the first heat. 3:29.76 at the bell. So McAndrew, Palmer. It looks like Purcell of Robert Gordon is there. On the outside, Sarah Clough of Birmingham in the red. So now really strung out, and Sales trying to hang on. She is in 6th place at the moment. Palmer, McAndrew, Chance, Purcell. And Clough and Sales, Oakenfull. Gap's too big. Well, this gap doing the sensible thing of not looking behind them, but if they did, I think they'd feel pretty comfortable in the knowledge they're all through. 4:38.70, the winning time in this second heat out of 4 from McAndrew.
Competition will safely go through to tomorrow's semi-final. The final, of course, on Monday.
Well, underway in this heat 3 of 4, the women's 1500 metres. We've got Imogen Marshall of Edinburgh, Marissa Poole of Leeds, Emma Powell of Cardiff, Maddie Barker of Bath, Tegan Rayner Leeds Beckett, Georgia Flanagan Manchester, Catherine Martin of Loughborough, Madeline Palmer St George's, Ellie Bushell of Birmingham, Sophie Glencross Oxford, Lola Sutton of St Mary's and Eloise Davis of Exeter. I was very impressed with Sutton of St Mary's. She got a massive personal best indoors at BUCS, and she improved by 3.29 seconds from 4:38 to 4:35, so 4:35.44 in the end, coming into that final. And as well as that, she was previously 6th at BUCS indoors last year in Sheffield. So yes, you quite often see same contenders, but an unpredictable race. Obviously, come that final, very difficult to be consistent as a result, not least indoors on that tight track. But some have, and some have come out well as a result. McAndrew, of course, looking for that gold following the silver indoors, I'm sure. And particularly as Brady Jones not on the list for the 1500 outdoors. Emma Powell should be another one to watch here. She opted to do the 3,000 metres indoors. And came 6th in that final, which was won by Emily Parker, who obviously we'll see in the steeple chase. 3,000 metres is quite often really a combination of those just doing the flat indoors as they have to, can't do the steeple, or stepping up from the 3,000 or down from the 5,000, which isn't involved. So as a result, you sometimes end up with a weaker 1,500 field, but this may be more of a pure one, but some opting to do this race instead of the 800 as well. And some we kind of wait to see what the actual start lists say, having entered multi events, but this is a hard one to double up in. We did see Jamie Webb do it, and I think that was 2018. He was in 9th place with 3/4 of the final lap to go. Might have been 11th place actually, but he just absolutely flung it across the line to win gold as well as get a bronze medal in the 800 metres. But even he said that he probably wouldn't do those 6 middle distance races across the weekend again. So, reminder, that's the top 6 going through just. We've seen it very, very packed coming into the final up, as it will be once again. Maddie Barker of Bath, you can see there. Imogen Marshall of Edinburgh, just being overtaken by the Loughborough athlete Catherine Martin. So that's your top 3. Then you can see Powell just behind them, and then the Birmingham best alongside her in the red is Ellie Bushill, just on her inside, and then Sutton of St Mary's. So actually this one more clear because it is 6 athletes out there. Sutton just trying to find a bit of space there, just really wants to watch. She's got clear foot placement and space because it's quite a big gap there. Athletes just want to stay on their feet. Well, they are slowing down again in this pack. It's giving a bit of encouragement to those behind. Sophie Glencross of Oxford is the athlete in 7th place. But she's not able to make inroads into the lead of this group. So crucially, I think these athletes can be very pleased with their work. Almost able to hold hands as they cross the line. So able to jog across there as a group. 4:45.24 the time on that heat. We saw, of course, 4:40 in the first one. 4:38 for McAndrew, the fastest time, although that doesn't mean very much. You're watching live coverage then of the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships 2026, the first day of action here. All of the results and the timetable on the Roster Athletics website and app. We're just getting ready in a moment for the 4th heat of the women's 1500. Which will be on the far side of the stadium, just a little in from this roundabout. The traffic still coming through nice and cleanly. So you've got to have something to talk about when there's no action. But yeah, athletes are out and they're ready. But as we've seen the last couple of years, no time qualifiers in the 1500 metres. And obviously longer events too. Keeping the 5,000 metres another event with an A and a B final typically. As we have seen in some of our field events, everyone getting 6 attempts. So that's one of the benefits really, rather than travelling a long way and just getting 3. But we now know the first set of medalists: Sophie Hamilton, Loughborough; Jasmine Larson, Loughborough; Delsey Yelling, Nottingham in the women's Javelin. Can tell you, 2 automatic qualifiers in both the groups actually for women's triple. Amy Ware and Melissa Booth, 12.7 G7, 12.31 respectively. 12.20 Amelia Gray also qualified. And let's have a look in the end what was needed to make that final. So I thought it might be around 11.50. It was 11.36 in the end. Well, as you can see, we've got underway with this final heat then with Kerry Griffiths of Edinburgh, one of the Welsh athletes here representing a Scottish university, but yeah, may feel something special, something extra competing in Wales. Niamh McLaughlin of York, Emily Musio of Loughborough, Ava Clough of Birmingham, Isabella Ward of Liverpool, Scarlett Livingston of Exeter, Lucy Hatfield of Nottingham, Alice Jones of Stirling, Annabelle Morrison, Liverpool John Moores, Alice Horsfield of Bangor, Becky Cray of Sheffield, and Elise Hollis of Bristol in this. So we can see just leading them out.
It's time for the medal ceremony. The women's javelin throw. Medals presented.
Look like Emily Musio, they're wearing leg number 3. And you can see that dark vest there behind her. I think that's Ward of Liverpool. So just maybe this one is going to be a little bit more spread out. Field is 12 athletes and a couple have dropped off the back. So coming into this top bend, and they'll have 2 laps to go this time when they come around. So it's Musio of Loughborough, and then in fact it's Griffiths of Edinburgh, and then Clough of Birmingham, Hatfield of Nottingham, number 8 there's Stirling and Alice Jones. But still a group of 8 at this point. About to come through 800. 229 this time, so yeah, decent compared to what we've seen before.
9 or 10 athletes still involved at this stage.
Still these 8 can't really be separated. You can see actually working hard off the back there. I think that's the York vest of McLaughlin in the black and yellow. So that is where the separation appears to be happening. That's Ward of Liverpool behind her. This would be a good time if Ward can try and manage this gap just to push on, because you've got an athlete dropping off there, Hatfield, and that means it's just 5 at the front, so actually 6th place suddenly becoming quite attainable for those who had been far off.
So 5 athletes.
3:27 at the bell. So Griffiths, Musio, Clough and Jones leading the way here. Well, the fight's still ongoing here. 6 athletes that you can see on your screen. More or less done, although the York athlete McLaughlin has actually saved something for the last lap of this race, so she's timed it well, but actually the gap has grown a little too far. Griffiths is just looking round, so she's coming through with Musio, Jones and Clough. Scarlett Livingston of Exeter, the other in that lead group.
So Kerry Griffiths, Dave Buck, Emily Lucio, Scarlett Livingston, Alice Jones Sterling, so Kerry Griffiths confirms, first across the line. Second then, the winning time of 4:43.83. So that concludes the heats of the women's 1500 metres. And we'll move next to the heats of the men's 1500 metres. 5 heats. So let's confirm the top 6. Alice Jones. Across the line third, and Alicia in fourth. Alice Jones, the Sterling student.
On your mark.
So having seen those 4 heats of the women's 1500, we move on to the men's now. And again, we're seeing familiar faces from indoors. And one of those is Mel Ingram. Mel Ingram, who's twice been a silver medalist over 3,000 metres. Now, interestingly, there were 6 places going through to the final, the women, or indeed a semi-final. But there are 5 here, so just that little bit harder. Jason Heyman of Sheffield, Joe English Bristol, Jack Letitia Winchester, Brendan Russell of Sussex, Ewan Spencer Cambridge, then Mel Ingram, then Luke Richardson of Birmingham, Tom Flower of Leeds, Harry Harvey Cardiff Met, Manchester's Louis Bolton, Joshua McKennie of Lancaster, Arthur Mills, who's a T13 athlete from Durham, and Jacob Atwell, Southampton. So you can see McKennie of Lancaster. Don't see too many of their athletes at the sharp end, which is great to see. I think James Young previously represented Lancaster. Another 1500 runner, of course, before he went out to the States. It looks to be wearing 1,000. That's a nice number to pull out. Rowan Mill-Ingram there. You've also got that Bristol vest, Joe English 499 in the middle, in the white and maroon. Wearing 464, that's Luke Richardson of Birmingham. And on the inside, it's Ewan Spencer of Cambridge. So if the race stopped now, which we're not going to do, those would be the top 5 qualifying for those semi-finals. Yeah, so Mill-Ingram capable of 3:40.10 at best over this shorter distance. He was second behind his teammate Alex Malloy, another good battle over 3,000, and behind Tommy Bridger the year before, so opting for the 1,500 this time. Hopefully going to see the likes of Zach Dunn, maybe Archie Parkinson, Isaac Rothwell, Adam Brown in some of these later heats, but Mill-Ingram looking strong. And Luke Richardson in second place for Birmingham, looking like some moves might be made here. Mill-Ingram looking though he doesn't want to go too early, wants to time this just right. Emerging then behind him, Jason Heyman of Sheffield. 3:02.41 at the bell. Mill-Ingram, Heyman, Richardson, Spencer, and then English now in the top 5. It's a group of 6 starting to emerge. Looks like Harry Harvey of Cardiff Met just behind. And the others, you can see really gritted teeth. I think that's Jacob Atwell of Southampton, just outside this group. So someone's going to be quite unlucky here. Harry Harvey at the back. So what has he got left? Heyman out front from Mill-Ingram, from Spencer. Richardson pushing through, and Harvey's got something. Is it going to be enough? I'm not sure it is, but he's still there. He's still there. Spencer might be the one to miss out. Oh, it's close over the line between the two of them. Harvey and Spencer of Cardiff Met and Cambridge. 3:59.26 on the clock. Yeah, so just waiting confirmation of the 5th place there. So Harry Harvey did make it. So unfortunately, Ewan Spencer for Cambridge, the one to miss out there. Very close.
This one from Durham, Felix Kent from St Mary's, Felix Moore from Imperial, Noah Clark from Loughborough, Dexter Thompson from Birmingham, Archie Parkinson from Leeds is Harry Hewitt. From Leeds Beckett,
we're underway then with this next heat of the men's 1500 metres. And interestingly, we do have Archie Parkinson here, who was the silver medalist indoors behind Ryan Martin, and Martin not here, so this is a great opportunity then for him to potentially grab his first gold. Needs to make the final first of all. He'd previously been a silver medalist in the 800 metres as well, so really enjoy these narratives, you know, because people graduate as well as not being available for competition, and therefore someone's chance to stand on the top step is always brilliant. And we saw it with Amy Ware and with Latifa Agbarami in the long and triple jump respectively on the women's side indoors.
In second as they go through the opening 400 metres in 67 seconds.
67 seconds through the opening 400 metres. Let's have a look who's in this race then. Felix Kent of Durham, Felix Vaughan, St Mary's, Noah Clark, Imperial, Dexter Thompson, Loughborough, then Parkinson, then Harry Hewitt, Leeds, Ash Burgess, Leeds Beckett, Luke Pascoe of UWE, that's University of the West of England. You've got UCL's Harvey Weinberger, Rhys Llewellyn of Gloucestershire, Fraser Morris, Sterling and Theo Webb of Edinburgh. So here is Parkinson, looking fairly keen to push on here. You've got the Leeds man Hewitt in second, also at the front throughout so far is the athlete wearing 699, I think it is. Let's see if they come round. Dexter Thompson of Loughborough is there.
So they come round towards 800 metres. 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
2:11 through 800.
Parkinson being passed now. That was the quickest through 800 metres of all the heats so far.
It's Oscar Cleve of Exeter wearing 699, not on the start list but a late entrant there, perhaps a reseeding. Hewitt now has overtaken Parkinson, as you can see. Thompson in third.
Thompson and Archie Parkinson side by side as they come down towards the bell. They've got Harry Hewitt just in front.
Harvey Weinberger of UCL now making a move on the shoulder of Parkinson. 2:58 at the bell. So this is a quick race relative to the others, but it doesn't matter really too much.
5 to go through by right. It's St Mary's in 5th at the moment. That's Felix Vaughan, who's just off the back of his.
So 5 going through. Hewitt from Parkinson. And then you can see Weinberger and Thompson. And looks like Felix Vaughan, I think, in 5th place. So Vaughan, in making sure he's clear of the rest, has pushed himself back up into this group. He's just able to ease off now. Athlete just behind is Ash Burgess of Leeds Beckett. Unfortunately, he's going to miss out in 6th. Hewitt comes in across the line, going to be just sub 4, 3:57.86. So Hewitt, Parkinson, Thompson, Vaughan and Weinberger all through.
Thompson and Vaughan in the semi-finals as they all qualify from heat 2 of the men's 1500 metres.
away they go for heat 3, and we have Logan Beagley of Harriet Walk.
Moving on to heat number 3 of the men's 1500 metres. Logan Beagley of Heriot Watt, Oscar Loveday of Liverpool, Dylan Wallach of University of the West of England, Johnny Brooke of Bath, Marcus Brimacombe of Portsmouth. Then Zach Dunn of Loughborough should be the athlete to watch here, but of course it's only a heat. Bristol's Stephen Lister, Harry Wilson of Oxford, Samuel Dakin of Warwick, George Fifield of Northumbria, Sam Hopkins of Birmingham, Adam Bailey of Edinburgh, and Joseph Close of Leeds Beckett. So, top 5 going through automatically to those semi-finals. You can see Logan Beagley, fluorescent yellow on the front and greyish black on the back of that Heriot Watt vest. Quite distinct there, isn't it? And 874 Oscar Loveday. You've got also at the sharp end of this race in about 3rd place there Johnny Brooke of Bath just in front of him. Looks like a Bristol vest. Stephen Lister is in 4th place. I think that's Leeds Beckett. Joseph Close 68.6 there through 400. So those are your athletes in the top 5 as things stand. So Dunn of Loughborough just a little off the front view, but also trying to make a move himself. So I make it he's seated 2nd here behind his teammate Mill Ingram. Part of the Great Britain team at the European Under-20 Championships in Finland last year, was in the heats of the 1500 metres. He was 4th at BUCS Indoors. PB of 3:41.25 in Twickenham last June for the English Schools champion.
Coming up alongside Logan now is Stephen Lister of Bristol. As they approach the 800 mark. And it is 2:13, so heat 1 was 2:14, heat 2, 2:11.
So 2:13 through 800 metres, 2:11 the fastest split so far.
In that first 5 in terms of qualification in these heats, with no fastest qualifiers from any of the heats.
That's still Heriot Watt student here, right at the front. Logan Beagley, Dunn up into 2nd place. Oscar Loveday is there, right with Johnny Brooke.
So it is still,
And behind them, Stephen Lister of Bristol. But as you can see, again, we have 6 athletes involved. Ewan Spencer, Cambridge, unlucky to miss out a few moments ago as Harry Harvey of Cardiff Met came through across the line on the outside.
but we currently have 6 athletes in
And these are 6 well away and clear. The best part of 50 metres. So it's Sam Hopkins making a move then, and you can see then Stephen Lister of Bristol responds, finds some space on the inside, which he's still continuing to do. It may open up for him nicely, of course, just with 4 ahead. But Hopkins doing really well. He may actually win this heat, you know, having been in 6th place. Unfortunately, the one falling off the back is Oscar Loveday. Fading there is Stephen Lister, but it's going to be okay for him. So Dunn from Beagley, Brooke, Hopkins and Lister.
So Zach
So the field for this full heat, men's 1500 metres. It was Tom Dart and Reading who lined up on the inside. In the light blue of Cambridge, Cameron Devereux. Adam Brown wears the colours of Aberdeen University. For Exeter in the green, Rupert Ferguson. Tom Davey, Newcastle. Nottingham's Oakley Smith Suku. Richie Gardner, Cardiff, Manchester Met. Evan Savage, then Oscar Logan, representing Glasgow. Frank McGrath, representing St Mary's, concludes the lineup, and Frank McGrath there, sitting very comfortably as the field will shortly go through 400 in a very modest pace.
So rather leisurely opening to this fourth heat of the men's 400 metres, 1500 metres even. Got 3 DNSs, interestingly. Basil Rock, one of those, a previous 800 metre medalist here. Henry Jones and Martin Sunderland, but those are involved, 13 of them. So it was scheduled to be quite a big field. Thomas Darton of Reading, Cameron Devereux of Cambridge, Adam Brown Aberdeen, Rupert Ferguson of Exeter, Tom Davey of Newcastle, Oakley Smith Suku of Nottingham, Richie Gardner of Cardiff, Evan Savage, Manchester Met, the twin brother of Elliot, another previous medalist, Oscar Logan of Glasgow, and Frank McGrath of St Mary's. So Adam Brown, I imagine, would be a contender if he can make the final. A 24-year-old representing Aberdeen, a personal best last year of 3:43.39. You see the next lot of athletes already waiting on the outside. They do run this competition very efficiently, which is always good to see. So, St Mary's man Frank McGrath here, 2:17. As they go through. So yeah, it was 2:13 last time round. I think the fastest split we've had so far is 2:11. Just need to be in the top 5 though.
And also Cameron Devereux of Cambridge. And we're almost at the point where 6 have moved clear.
You can still see this lead group starting to separate. We've got 6 of them now, and they're going to come through with 1 lap to go. So, McGrath is there, Richie Gardner in the red, Evan Savage in the blue, and then you've got Cameron Devereux of Cambridge, and 3:34 is Adam Brown of Aberdeen. Looking at 3:04.17 at the bell. So pushing on nicely now, but still 6 athletes involved. So Brown is the one that's fighting to get into the top 5, but looks like he's making a nice late move here. It's Savage, who'd been on the inside for so long, trying not to be run out of it. He's got a final gear as well. So the one that's going to miss out is the athlete who had been leading most of the race, it looks like. McGrath, wow. Oh, and no surprise, McGrath really deflating that. He was pushing the pace, and you know, it wasn't too hard a pace. Looked to have timed it well. He was on the front foot. But Brown had something to respond with. You know, Brown, a quick athlete, and of course Savage was then pushed on and asked questions, and he was able to respond. And unfortunately, McGrath had nothing left to give. But you have to feel for him there.
Evan Savage, Adam Brown, and Richie Gardner, the 5 qualifiers.
And away we go for the 5th and final heat in this men's 1500. So we have Harrison Chambers of Portsmouth, Louis Haskins of Manchester, Dan Galloway of Cardiff, Tommy Navas White of Nottingham, Joseph Perry of Liverpool, William Strictly of Birmingham, Charles Prestwich of Oxford, Aaron Hunt of Aston, Jamie Walker of York, Ross O'Brien of UWS.
So we just saw that frustration at the end there for Frank McGrath. Something the athletes will want to avoid here if they can. Try and be in the top 5. Harrison Chambers, Portsmouth. Louis Hatton, Manchester. Dan Galloway of Cardiff, previous GB junior representative. The athlete from Shropshire. Tommy Naves White of Nottingham. Joseph Perry of Liverpool. Will Strictly of Birmingham. Charles Prestwich, Oxford. Aaron Hunt of Aston. Jamie Walker of York. Ross O'Brien, University of the West of Scotland. Jamie Keir of Loughborough. Chris Hudson, Southampton. Bertie Marr of Sheffield. So Will Strictly, probably the one to watch out here. He's actually quite closely matched on PB with Jamie Keir, 346, 344. And Strictly had quite a good season last year, improving 800 to 151, as well as that 1500 time, and also 409 in the mile. Obviously most athletes haven't competed yet outdoors this year. Absolutely no surprise there, but let's see how this one goes. A little bit closer matched in terms of pedigree. And Dan Galloway, yeah, one of those who competed for GB Juniors, who was actually at the European Under-20 Championships where he was 6th over this distance in 2023. And that was a bit of a breakthrough year for him. He's trying to get back to his best. But he's in a good position so far in this race, just under 2 to go. So Jamie Keir of Loughborough out front here. Will Strictly in 2nd for Birmingham. You know, don't forget what a brilliant battle we had over men's 800 and 1500 between Birmingham and Loughborough. And the likes of Tyler Billiard and Henry Jonas, the latter coming out on top for Loughborough in the 1500, and then it was almost the reverse. It was Ben Gardner over David Race in men's 800 metres. Absolutely thrilling they both were. But certainly not the first time we've seen that kind of battle. What about Josh Lay against Michael Ward in the 3,000 metres indoors we've seen? So here we go. Jamie Keir, Will Strictly, Ross O'Brien, University of West of Scotland, Dan Galloway. So these 5 all going through nicely. Joseph Perry of Liverpool, the other. Well, just having a look along the timetable then, as you can see, 1500 heats ongoing, and 400 hurdles coming up next, those heats, for 100 semis.
Meanwhile on the field, seated shot put underway in the women's competition. Chloe Lewis with a first attempt achieves 4 metres 63. In the men's competition, just one athlete against in Aaron Rutter, who finished with a best of 9.75. Next up on the track, it's the women's 400 metre hurdles. Those hurdles out on the track already. They're a few moments away.
So you're watching live coverage then of the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships here in Cardiff. The next event coming up, as you can see, 400 hurdles. Ryan Mason and Brome has joined me from Birmingham City Universities, of one of my former universities.
Yeah.
And it's a club that's grown, hasn't it? So tell me a little bit about that.
So I joined the club in 2024 and was just looking to do a bit of media, things like that. And and overall, the club's just grown. We'd have about 10 people come to training, but at its peak, especially beginning of this year, we've had about 20 people come, and it's just been a joy to watch it grow. Especially BUCS Outdoors last year, I would say that was our most, I wouldn't say our most successful. We didn't leave with any goals, but we created a community within ourselves, a lot of, supporting each other, cheering each other on, and just staying with the team, enjoying that. Because I think before, people would travel up individually, they wouldn't really stay together. But now, we have our coach here, Tino, he's done an amazing job with the team. And it's just been a pleasure to sort of see how the team's grown.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, pretty much when I was at the uni, there was one athlete maybe, or something like that, and one athlete that won gold actually on one occasion, so that was a pretty strong team if 100% of your athletes get a medal. But no, the growth has been fantastic to see. Someone that you know of is Cleo Martin Evans, the long jumper. Yeah, great athlete. I know she's had some injuries as well, but generally she's come out for BUCS in the BCU colours. And yeah, I'm sure that when you've got someone actually, you know, winning medals at BUCS, that's got to be inspiring for others, even if you don't train directly with them.
Yeah, she's in the NCAA now, and yeah, she's doing well. She's winning medals, and she sets a standard for us. So we look to her and say, okay, if she can do it and she goes to Birmingham City, why can't we? And that's just how we see things.
Yeah, that's awesome. And there's also, I think it's Kasper Matiziak. There's a 200, 400 runner. I think I've seen that he's on the entries. Any other athletes we watch out for? Obviously, you're competing yourself this weekend as well, aren't you? Yeah,
I've competed myself. I've been out for a while, so this is I'm opening up now. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. We haven't had a lot of meets this year, as much as we would have hoped, especially outdoors. We've only had 2, which was Leeds Griffin Cup and the Nuneaton Open. But we're here. We're looking for the members of our team to, you know, push on for the season. Yeah, but I think that the team, especially when you talk about people like Kasper, we have people like Tavik as well, who are experienced in running, and again, like Cleo, they set a precedent for the rest of the team.
Awesome. So that's the voice of Ryan Mason-Brome from BCU. I'm just going to take you through the lineup of this women's 400 metre hurdles. We'll go back to chatting in a minute. So in this first heat, you can see the women out there and into their blocks. We've got Amy Christian, of Chester, Maya Stewart of Birmingham, Julia Newman of Nottingham, Eleni Radopoulou City, Jessica O'Flaherty Cambridge, Katrina Scott Glasgow, Neve Malone DNS on the outside. Athletes standing up once more, but it looks to me like DNS in so lane number 2 there. Ross is doing a new thing where it pulls the DNS lane actually to the bottom, so I was looking at the second athlete as the DNS. But yeah, anyway, so it's Ava Freeman who's in lane 3 with a gap between her and Christian. Yeah, so Ava Freeman, who of course we've seen run some fantastic 4x400 metre relay. She had an unfortunate fall at BUCS indoors, also a strong 200 runner. We're going to see her over 4 hurdles here, so yeah, fascinating to see what she can do. Christian, Freeman, Stewart, Newman, Radopoulou, O'Flaherty and Scott. So 400 hurdles tends to have a little bit more straightforward qualification, given that we're generally just 2 rounds for the athletes, and it's going to be the case again here. So Maya Stewart going well in the red of Birmingham, and Freeman starting to push into contention, so just the winner going through to the final, and then 4-time qualifiers across 2 heats, so a reasonable chance outside the top position. So Freeman coming through very nicely here on the inside from lane 3, Stewart behind her. So it looks like it's going to be Freeman. This final barrier now to negotiate still. Still Freeman from Stewart. Radopoulou in 3rd place, 61.17. So yeah, that is the first of 4 heats, in fact, so we'll keep our eyes on those. Ryan Mason-Brome alongside me from Birmingham City University. We were just talking about the growth in your club, and yeah, athletes inspiring you by winning medals at BUCS. So what year are you in and what are you studying?
So I'm in my 3rd year, so this is literally going to be the last time I'm with the team, and I study media production.
Quite a media-focused university, I know. Yeah, just the facilities they've got, and yeah, the fact there's a lot of courses like that, a lot of practical courses. So I think that actually is in your team as well. A lot of people studying those sorts of degrees.
Yeah, sometimes after training, after an event, people are sending in pictures, too many to count. So it is fun. We try and capture all the angles. We have Faye, photographer, floating around. She's getting a lot of great pictures for us.
Awesome. Yeah, you've got a camera here yourself as well. So yeah. Nice one. And so actually for you, that could be something you go into after university.
Potentially. I'm looking at making documentaries. I'm in the process of making one about athletics. And yeah, just working with people, sharing people's stories, and yeah, just creating something that people can remember.
Yeah, it's nice to have the space to kind of share someone's story, like, you know, like not in a limited sort of like, you know, like a reel of something. Like you actually got more space, more time to actually, you know, do loads of interviews and stuff like that. And if you've got the equipment, especially with the university, that's great, because it's clear that you're passionate about athletics as well. So you're kind of combining everything that you're interested in.
Yeah, literally. I had the opportunity to do some filming at the London Marathon last weekend. That was really nice. And then coming here, even though it's different type, here's more sprint based, there's more long distance. It's nice to get to capture the two.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's more social media attention on London Marathon than ever before, because, you know, like traditionally people never used to like vlog their way midway through the marathon, and some people are like, okay, come on, just run the race. But it's like bringing actually insight of what it's like to be mid-marathon. And like, I've seen videos of people like, oh, should I stop? Like, I'm in pain. Like, should I stop? And people like watching that. So clearly, there was something to show people in the marathon that hadn't been seen before until recent years.
Yeah,
there's a real interest,
and it brings more eyes to the sport, which I think is something that is really needed. Just having that like personal perspective from people doing it makes them feel more relatable to other people watching. Yeah,
it's definitely true, and it's also where there's kind of separation between running, which like is a massive boom, and athletics, which kind of, you know, first time I heard that it was different, they were two different things, I was like, what do you mean? How can they be different, running and athletics? But they kind of are, especially in the point of view of like a mass running event like the London Marathon, which is like so many people know about, so many people know kind of the magic of it. They know all about it, whereas far fewer people have been to watch track and field athletics in a stadium, isn't it? I mean, you saw loads of people cheering. I think loads of people were aware that there was going to be a record. People were like, oh yeah, that's kind of fast, that's crazy fast.
Yeah, and having like a record like that a week before BUCS, a lot of people might be looking at that and thinking, if he can break a record like that, maybe someone can break the competition record for their event, something like that. But again, I think athletics is in a great place, and it's growing very well.
Yeah. Talk more in a moment. That's Ryan Mason-Brown, who's alongside me from Birmingham City University, competed earlier on. Now, second heat of the women's 400 hurdles, Natalia Blaszewska, Middlesex, Louisa Birch of Bath, Stephanie Okoro of Brunel. So she was a DNS in the final, indoors over 400 flat, in which she looked very, very strong contender for gold. Lisa Halliday of Liverpool, Amelia Briggs-Good, a past medalist as well, Birmingham, Rachel Jessett of Leeds Beckett, Sienna Kidd, Cardiff Met, Caitlin Bell, Loughborough. So big cheers to get the athletes underway. You'd expect Briggs-Good and Okoro to be very strong here. Certainly Okoro leading the way in terms of fastest times by over a second. Her PB indoors was impressive as well, 53.76. Then 400 hurdles, 57.98. That comes from last year. And time indoors was at Lee Valley in February, so we back her to improve her PB as well. Of course, a European and Commonwealth youth medalist is Okoro, and she's been fantastic since she's joined Brunel. It was unfortunate to see that DNS. She's going to come through here and qualify for the final. Briggs-Good, we'll hope her time is good enough. It ought to be. And then you've got the Loughborough athlete in third place, Caitlin Bell. 59.62 on the clock. So Briggs-Good's going to be just outside 60 seconds there. Top athlete going through, plus 4 time qualifiers. At the moment, the target time for those outside the winning spot between 62.04 and 64.90. So faster time there as expected, of course, but yeah, by 1.5 seconds or so.
And Stephanie O'Connor confirmed as the winner, with Amelia Bixford in
And it leaves us with a couple more heats remaining. We're going to see the likes of Frances Hogg, a very multi-talented athlete across events like 800 and this one 400 hurdles. And then Mari Patience, I've seen her. She has been on entry list before, but hasn't been involved. But yeah, Mari Patience, another previous medalist, previous champion, in fact. And Lucy McGlynn of Loughborough also involved in that final heat. So men's 400 hurdles, of course, to follow as well. Ryan Mason-Brome alongside me from BCU. Apart from your own events, what else do you enjoy watching as part of the track and field that will be here? So what will you be looking forward to?
I like the 400, especially the 400, only because it's a long sprint. There's more to watch, there's more to see. I liked it so much. I tried it last year. I did it. It didn't go so well. I nearly gave up after 200.
Brilliant.
But a loud stream there. But yeah, I like watching the 400. Sometimes I like the 800. I like watching the 800. I think GB is great with the 800, especially in women's. With Keely Hodgkinson. We had our own great 800 meter runner, Henry Fisher, who was done very well. I don't think he won a medal with us. We came very close, but fortunately he won silver at British Champs Indoors. So we're all very proud of him. And yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you in terms of track events. Yeah, 4s and 8s. Yeah, I do find 100 like too short. Kind of blink and you miss it because there'd be so much happening in the race. Yeah. You have to watch it a few times to actually see everything that happened. But 4s, yeah, you're able to get excited enough. It's almost like how the actual race unfolds. You get able to get more and more excited, and then you just wait and see how it changes, because that's another thing. Someone could come from massively far back as well. And then 8s, yeah, it's just kind of the wind up where someone's got a crazy finish, and yeah, we saw in the 1500 meter it's really harsh when you, although athletes generally tend to prefer it, when you don't have time qualifiers or fastest losers. But someone was in 6th place at the end, having led most of the race, but that was it. He's got no semi-finals, he's got no time qualifiers, that's it, and it seems quite cutthroat.
Yeah, it's very tight, it's very harsh.
'30th of the women's 400 hurdles. Coming your way with Louisa Snape of UCL, Emma Macaulay-Zeschner of Newcastle. We were just looking there at Frances Hogg, Leeds Beckett, Rebecca Weeks, Manchester Met, Sophie Lisk, Loughborough, Ella Jeffrey of Birmingham, Evie Aitchison, Swansea, Millicent Russell of Sheffield. So let's see how they go here. Big cheer once again to get them underway. Very impressed with the versatility of Frances Hogg. She was actually a 5th place over 400 indoors last year. A bit of a multi-eventer. 2:19 800 metre runner. You can see here Sophie Lisk coming nicely through the centre, and Rebecca Weeks also making up ground. So it looks like these three then, Lisk, Hogg and Weeks. Hogg coming through on Lisk. Listen to the noise. Frances Hogg wins her heat, and it's Leeds Beckett bringing the noise there. That is brilliant. It's just the heat, but they're so behind their athlete. Awesome. So, Frances Hogg winning that heat in 61.10, so that's very similar to the time of Ava Freeman. Leaves us with one heat to go.
Has put his Oakley prescription glasses in his red Oakley sunglasses case, and he doesn't know where that red sunglasses case with his prescription glasses inside it is. He does know where his sunglasses are. They're on the top of his head. but the sun stopped shining. So seriously, please have a look around. Can you see a red Oakley glasses case?
Right, so let's have a look. Javelin also ongoing. Ryan Mason-Brum, you're saying you do discus and hammer. Have you ever had a go at javelin?
I tried javelin in Leeds for the Griffin Cup, and I think I had 3 no throws, so I didn't do very well. It's something that looks easier than it is, but it just when you throw it, it just feels very flimsy. So yeah, I didn't do well with that.
It's a hard technique to get right.
Very, especially the way to hold it as well. My teammate and coach Matt was showing me, and I was like, it just looked really awkward. So I thought, yeah, let me bow out. And then I did the 100, and yeah, I lost as well.
Well, yeah, it's interesting you did the 100 as well, because they often say, like, shot putters, you know, they've got over the first 10 metres particularly, the power, they've got acceleration as good as anyone really, you know, over that initial phase.
Yeah, we at Birmingham City, we're a sprint university, so I think that builds the foundation for most events. So that's why a lot of people you see here today, we didn't have that many 100-meter runners, but we have a lot of 200. We have 2 400-meter runners, which I'm very, very looking forward to seeing. Look, we don't really have that many long distance because, again, we're a sprint university and I'm the only thrower.
Yeah, no, going back to what you're saying about javelin, I had a coach say, Alex, like, throw it again. We're going to get you this many meters or whatever. I was like, are we? It's just not working out. So, but it's tough. But I would love to be, you know, amazing at javelin, just because, yeah, just kind of the joy of seeing the flight. And it's a very pure event to watch, you know, like throw by throw by throw. It's brilliant to watch sometimes, and obviously not every live stream has that, but if you like something like the European Championships, you know, often kind of the best in the world, yeah, whether any throws event really, sometimes you get to watch just throw by throw by throw. It's just pure. Not sometimes even like no commentary. Like if you watch just throw by throw, it is just sometimes it's really pure to watch.
Even talking about the European Championships, that's hosted at the Alexander Stadium, which is where we train. So I say for the club we have amazing facilities. Second to none.
Well, I was going to ask actually, where do you train? Yeah, because are you able to train there like, you know, some of the time? Because it's got lots of people trying to use that facility, isn't it?
So we use it all the time, but sometimes we vary between the indoor and outdoor tracks, just because, as you said, there's a lot of people who go to use it.
Okay, heat 4 now coming up. Looks like a handwritten bib there, is it? And let's have a look at this lineup then. So, Sonia Sheshik of Manchester, Isla Brown of Leeds, Meg Willis of Birmingham there, Lucy McGlynn of Loughborough, Amber Bloomfield of Nottingham, Mari Patience of Strathclyde, Tallulah, DeCanwa of York, and Hannah Oved of Cardiff met. So Mari Patience of Strathclyde here, a great servant to BUCS, also competed in the 400 flat indoors in the past, but has previously got both a gold and a bronze in the 400 hurdles. Lucy McGlynn of Loughborough on her inside, looking strong as well. And don't forget, just the winner going through to the final. But you would have thought that both of these athletes, if they can get a clean race, can make it through. Meg Willis on the inside for Birmingham. This, of course, the final heat. Patience just slipping there. But even despite that may well be enough. So McGlynn from Willis and Patience coming through.
Takes heat 4 of the women's 400 metre hurdles and books her place in the final.
So 60.41 to 62.04 were the target times before this fourth race to try and make it through. So that is the target, 62.04.
I'm very pleased to report that that which was lost has been found.
So men's 400 metre hurdles coming up next.
Can somebody please take care of that? The qualification, exactly same as for the women.
So same qualification for the men as the women in the 400 hurdles. Ryan Mason-Brome from Birmingham City University alongside me. So tell me what you're looking forward to then. What's coming up for you?
So upcoming on Wednesday the 6th, we have an open athletics event, which is totally free for students, anyone to sign up. It's at the Alexander Stadium. So let's just say you're not at BUCS, you want to get some running in, especially if you're a beginner. We have 100, 200 and 400 meter races, completely free. And if you want more information, please shoot us a message at BCU Athletics _ on Instagram, and we'll be happy to answer your questions.
Awesome, sounds great. A great opportunity to compete at the Alexander Stadium, which is has hosted the Commonwealth and will host the Europeans. Awesome.
We're very much looking forward to those European Championships. Hopefully we see some of our athletes represent us, GB there.
Yeah, no, really looking forward to those. And of course, we do get a lot of UK home championships, which is brilliant, but it's because the organisation is often brilliant and the atmosphere is great too. And hopefully it'll be the case. I think it's actually been quite hard to get tickets for it, which is always a promising thing, which will be good. So I know, yeah, in Rome, obviously it's kind of a football stadium and it's a big stadium with a track. But even there was wonderful noise. So yeah, hopefully it'll be the case at the Alexander Stadium. I don't know. Were you there for the Commonwealth Games at all? Were you inside there at all?
No.
Yeah, no, I unfortunately missed it. I went to see some other sports. I was doing other things, but no, it was generally brilliant event. So very much looking forward to that. Well, it's been great to chat to you, Ryan, and I wish you good luck because you've also got the discus tomorrow, is that right?
Yeah, discus tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Well, it's just gone tick past 2 o'clock a few minutes ago on this opening day. So we're about halfway through the programme, roughly. And it's a programme that will finish very excitingly with those 100 metre finals. But before that, we need to settle who'll actually be in them with the semis. And yeah, another thing to really anticipate. And hard to call. So, as you can see, watching the Javelin here, and had previously been warming up last time we were actually looking. Yes, looks to me like the Javelin is starting at 2:15. So that's the reason why results aren't coming through just yet. Sometimes they do start events early if all the athletes are ready to go. Sensible to get started in that case, but yeah, measurements are coming up as well, so we'll just give it a minute or two for those results to come up. This looks like Frederick Kastner of Sheffield. So the women's javelin medalists were the first of this championship to be crowned. Kastner with 43.43 there. Sophie Hamilton from her Lapra teammate Jasmine Larson, 47.96, 45.92. Dulcie Yelling Nottingham, 45.73. First set of medalists, and you can have a look at the full result on roster. Walter Fung, showing us a Hong Kong national athlete for Southampton, 42.27 for him. 14 athletes in this Javelin B final. Louis Hutchings of Nottingham Trent. That also comes down between 40 and 50 metres. So on we go, men's 400 hurdles. Cameron Scott of UCLan, Hayden Christian of Birmingham here. Billy Francis, Sheffield Hallam, Greg Mitchell, Edinburgh, Raven Huberts of Cardiff, Kieran Gillespie, Leeds Beckett, Andrew Crerar of Kent. Well, you can see going nicely is Huberts in this first heat. Same qualifying conditions as the women, top athlete going through and then four-time qualifiers. Huberts, who's fourth at the Dutch Outdoor Championships last year in Hengelo. That's where he got his personal best of 53.28. Hayden Christian, 51.67. Looking very strong. So two in the red then. Birmingham and Christian. Again, just needs to be clean over this last barrier. Huberts, you can see he's just running out of momentum there, but tries to push off this last hurdle. Behind him it's Crerar of Kent. Quite close between those two in the end, but Christian very much safely through to the final. Of course, we do have to watch out in case there are any lane infringements that we didn't spot, and also maintaining discipline over the hurdles. .52.57 then to lay down a marker for Christian.
Strathclyde University is Ben Heron.
Heat number 2 of the men's 400-metre hurdles. Ben Heron of Strathclyde, Archie Ellis of Warwick, Dave Bradley of Birmingham, Nicholas Mashikowski of Coventry and Jacob Alexander of Bath. All in this one. So Mashikowski, English schools bronze medalist, 52.56 at best. But also Ben Heron, 51.79 at best. Set an outright indoor PB this year, or an outright PB that was set indoors, I should say, of 47.9. Always bodes well for the outdoor season. Yes, he was second last year behind Jake Minchell, who isn't here. So, yeah, again, an opportunity for someone else. So you can see going very, very nicely. Ben Heron, as expected here, from Mashikowski, the two we picked out beforehand. Archie Ellis looks like he's going to be in third place, 53.73. So Ben Heron is through then to the final. Well, at the moment, before that end of that race, 59.18 was good enough to make it through to the final, but obviously that's without this race that's just happened.
The Birmingham University student, Paul Greenway, 14 metres. The lineup for representing Bath University, Bosch and Parry, and in 8, from Kent University, Jaden Pratt.
So heat 3 of 4, the men's 400 metre hurdles. Gus Carter of University College London. Oren Vitalis of Exeter, we're looking at here. Tom Palmer of Aberdeen, then Onyeka Oko of Loughborough, Ocean Parry of Bath, and Jaden Pratt of Kent. So Onyeka Oko represented Great Britain at both the European and World Under-20 Championships. Bronze medalist indoors over the 400 flat, but crucially he got a personal best at the Loughborough Open on the 18th of April, 50.68, and his personal best, if I'm not wrong, had been 50.95 since 2022, and he spoke indoors when he joined us on the live stream about wanting to try and get back to his best. So it's absolutely fantastic to obviously see that he is doing that, and of course the next thing that he'll want is obviously BUCS success. So let's see what he can do here. The opportunity may well be there for him. I have to say the weather's taken a little bit of a turn for the worse, but I don't think it's raining just yet as we thought. But Oko going so nicely here out front, and you can see it's the Bath man behind him, Parry, who just stutters there into that hurdle. He does very well to stay on his feet. Oko through very nicely in 52.18. And Parry in second place somehow just manages to stay on his feet there. Yeah, he was stuttering a little bit into that final hurdle with his stride, and then just caught that hurdle quite badly. It does happen. I think his time may well be good enough. Can't say for sure just yet. Well, I think it is now just starting to rain, just about. This is the Javelin B final as mentioned. Results now starting to come through, so we're into the third round in fact. Ben Pitts 47.34, leading from Walter Fung 45.12. So they are here representing Sheffield Hallam and Southampton respectively. And then you've got Frederick Kastner, who we saw earlier, showing as a personal best for the Sheffield man, 44.14 in third. So, but medals not awarded straight from the B final, it's the A final, but it is in fact an aggregate result of the two effectively. Nice shot of the main stand there, overlooking with the Javelin B final in the third round as mentioned. So we've got Isaac Ogunlade here, you can see. The Coventry West, Luke Austin of Worcester, Henry Akaluka of Brunel, James McCulloch, Cambridge, Joe Beersford, Cardiff Met, Ethan Cook, Loughborough, Bradley Francis Aberdeen, winner of the indoor title. And fantastic competitor, as we've seen over the years, both in the flat and the 400 hurdles. And may just be one of those that really thrives on the indoor tracks. Certainly seemed to be the case. He's been a contender in the 400 hurdles as well. Also a very strong event for him. Jake Minshall winning the last two titles, which he's finished fourth, just outside the medals. So that'll certainly be his first target. Outright 200 and 400 PB set indoors for him this year. Another reason outlining what I mentioned about the indoor track. But he is been strong. Also, we've had the Scottish Student Championships, Aberdeen winning BUCS Outdoor a title for the first time. 54-55 as he qualifies for the final in a fairly straightforward fashion.
So 54.55 on the clock there. Bradley Francis relaxing over the line there, but
fascinating. I asked people for fun facts, and he was saying that his teammate Tom Palmer has decorated their hotel room, or his hotel room, with 10 Indian Super League football tops, and for no reason really. He has no connection to India. He's from Keith in the northeast of Scotland. It's right up there with the favourite facts that I received. Another one is that Jay Sispal of Birmingham is, if he wins BUCS, he's going to buy a combi boiler for his house, which I thought was extraordinary for a student to actually care about a boiler, because often we just get through the cold. It's like, are you cold or are you student house cold? But other options are available. Well, we can see athletes are out then for these 100 metre semi-finals, and they're going to be fascinating. Obviously, we saw 9 heats this morning that started off the track action. I can see Karen Menyindu, fastest ranked athlete, Lucy Fraser, the silver medalist indoors over 200, and Claire Slater as well. So quite a few contenders.
The qualification, the first 2 qualify automatically, and those 6 athletes will be joined by the 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers.
so in the Javelin competition, which of course is final B, the men's final B, at the moment leading is Ben Pitts of the Sheffield Hallam with a season's best of 47 metres 34. Waterford of Southampton in the second place, 45 metres 12, and Marcel Baxet of East Anglia is in the third position at the moment, 45 metres 05.
Well, I can tell you, following those men's heats, who has qualified for that final now. So Onyeka Oko fastest, 52.18. Hayden Christian also looked strong in winning his heat, the first of the lot, as did Ben Heron. So 52.56, 53.73 respectively. Ocean Parry, Nicholas Majakowski, Ethan Cook, Raven Huberts, the time qualifiers, and Bradley Francis we just saw there winning his heat. So 55.24 was needed in the end. And then through to the women's final, having a quick look at this one. So Stepha Coro, Lucy McGlynn, Amelia Briggsgood, Frances Hogg, Ava Freeman, Sophie Lisk, Caitlin Bell, Myers Stewart. 62.04 was needed in the end. Right, as mentioned, we started the day with women's 100 heats at 10:30. And 4 hours later we have the semi-finals coming up. There'll be 3 semi-finals. It'll be 2 plus 2 for qualification. So top duo will go through to the final later on after 6 o'clock. So as you'd expect, these are going to be quite tough semi-finals. The competition really ramping up. Let's see how they go. Within this first lineup, Ionada Tugbobo of Sheffield there on the inside, Latonia Samuels of Wolverhampton, Olivia Fowler of Edge Hill, who, as we're saying, had that massive breakthrough last year, had previously set PBs at BUCS and 7th place, but I think she'll have more expectation as a result of that 11.66 last year, even if that is typically a fast track. Fast meeting, Kinga Kudja, a former BUCS indoor relay champion in the sprints, Millie Gittins, a medalist indoors. She was, silver medalist over 60. That was behind Jasmine Wilkins, who isn't here. And Lucy Fraser, silver medalist in the 200. Hilary Godet, a French international for Loughborough, and Fola, a Dauphin of Cardiff, completes this strong lineup. So, looking here, Kudja going well, and Fowler trying to overtake her. Watch out for Gittins now coming through with Fraser. So, Gittins and Fraser, these two, very close on that line. 11.77. Well, Gittins just started to pull away after 50 metres, and Fraser in the black vest of Glasgow joined her. So, 2 names stamped into the start list for the final later, and pretty still wind as it was for the heats earlier. So Olivia Fowler in 3rd place. I'm just waiting for the time then to come up. So had an injury, and as a result is opening up her season here at BUCS Outdoors, but been one of those who's been a great servant to Edge Hill University, with the likes that we've seen a few times, like Lucy Baker, I think saw her for Edge Hill, Carla Teese. So Sophie Wharton has now graduated. We covered her last year, to 7 years at the university, making the final of the 4x100 metres. Wonder if they'll have a team to do that this year. So the times have all come up. It's 12.09 for Olivia Fowler and Hilary Godet 12.15. They'll have to wait and see if those times are good enough, because we have 2 more semi-finals to come, and Fraser did actually get it. 11.76 for her. Second semi-final with Edinburgh's Mika McLeod, then Scarlett Thomas Wright of Birmingham. Yeah, looked good in the heats. Someone who was 4th over 200 indoors last year, and then outdoors a finalist over 100 where she was 8th. Then Kaya Slater of Brunel, GB Junior International, as we were saying, European Under-20 semi-finalist in Finland last year. But Karen Mayindu, ranked number 1 on paper, doesn't necessarily translate, of course, but another who had a breakthrough, along with Slater, of course, as well. Both set their PBs at Stratford Speed at different meetings last summer. It just shows you the impression that meeting's made on the sprinters. I'm sure Laura Hilliard and co will be very happy with that. Jess Mantle also won her heat for Cardiff Mare. Annabelle Honey for Loughborough, Estelle Roots of Cardiff, and Sadie Graham Mulvaney complete this lineup. Second semi-final. So Mayindu here, watching out for her as first rank. Slater alongside. Mantle is with her though. So, challenged by Mantle, but Mayindu does just make it. Well, Mantle has done very well there. 11.72 on the clock. Again, pretty much a still wind. So, can't be too far away. Be less than 2/10 off the personal best of Mantle. So, and she's coming in knowing that she has to run as fast as she can, really, just produce the best race that she can in order to just make it through to the final. That's what the 19-year-old has done. And of course, on home soil for Cardiff Met.
So 11.72 on the clock.
Some great previous winners of this title, as said earlier, and we'll remind later. And the 60 title as well, you know, the likes of Joy Eze, Hannah Breyer, Hayley Mills, Alison Bell. Joy Eze, of course, had great battles with Success Edouard, Elias Sibbons, Jasmine Wilkins, Alicia Rees, Shane Evans-Gray, Cleo Stevenson going further back. So there's the lineup for this third semi-final. Gone through quickly as you'd expect. So at the moment, yes, Slater hanging on to a time qualifying position with Fowler. And obviously that's after both of the semi-final results have come into the system. So a 10th of a second between the two of them. You feel there's a gap that could be slotted into by someone. Well, Slater second ranked on PBs, but yes, that was last year in May at Stratford Speed. Fowler making the final last year, so we'll wait and see how this third one goes. We've got Sophie Evans of University of the West of Scotland in the red and white, Akela Loban of Sheffield Hallam, Emily Lucas leads Beckett, Georgina Stokes, University of the West of England, or the West going on, Saskia King, Brunel, Lily Bradley of Loughborough, who looked strong earlier, another one of the younger athletes here who just maybe will kind of go out inexperienced compared to some of the others, but will just go out and try and run the race of her life to make it through to the final. Eniola Ajagbe of Nottingham and Bevan McCaffrey of Birmingham. So it'll be very interesting to see what Bradley can do here. Again, really good roar because Leeds Beckett athlete is in this race, Lucas. And Bradley's going to be very close with King. But yes, she does come through to win, and she didn't even have the best start. Extraordinary. So, 12:10. Not sure about that time. Let's wait and see if that is confirmed. And the trackside clock is showing a 200 metre time. So yes, 11:81, that's more like it. So, well, look at that. It means that Slater and Fowler both make it through to the final. So Edgehill will be very happy about that. And Brunel have just, in the last moment, made sure that two of their athletes will be in the final there. Slater and King. Just looking to see I haven't missed anyone from an earlier heat as well. Yeah, just looks like the two of them there. So, yeah, in the end led by Mayindu of East London. So that's kind of what we expected. Lucy Fraser equaling her personal best, by the way, 11:76. And then Mantle, Gittins, Bradley, King, Slater and Fowler. So we will have two Loughborough athletes, both with chance of getting on the podium.
Well, women's semi-finals done. The men up next, just the one to automatically qualify qualifiers. This is semi-final 1. And in lane 1 from Newcastle, Ginonzo Fondu. In 2 from Cardiff Met, William Walker. In 3 from Portsmouth, Wojtek Berger. In lane 4 from Loughborough, Ashley Davis. In 5 from Brunel, Hagen Umzi. In 6 from Newcastle, Henry Christer. In 7 from Swansea, Eniola Adedoton. And on the outside in 8 from Southampton, Georgios Lakadenios. Your lineup for semi-final 1 of the men's.
Well, look at that straight away. The men's 100-metre runners are ready to go in their semi-final. And yeah, we've already mentioned it actually in the heats earlier. They seem very keen to crack on, organisation, which is brilliant to see. So we're going to have 4 semi-finals here, so just the winner going through and then 4-time qualifiers to the final later. Ginonzo Fondu has won the time qualifiers through to these semis, which is a tough ask in itself. And Will Hawker of Cardiff Met, always a great starter. Wojtek Berger was actually the fastest athlete, and partly because of the wind, but also he looks to be in great form. Massive all conditions PB. Ashley Avis of Loughborough, previous silver medalist indoors. Hagen Z of Brunel. Henry Christer of Newcastle, silver medalist outdoors last year. Eniola Adedoton, who had a great indoor season, over 60, improving his PB massively. And Yorkos Lagdianos of Southampton. Well, look at that getaway from Will Hawker. Can he hold on here? Berger among those coming past. Christer and Adedoton following him. So Berger, is this going to be wind legal? 10.61, it is a personal best. Yes, it was 10.3, wasn't it? 10.37 that he ran earlier. An extraordinary time. Nearly 3/10 faster than anyone else into plus 2.4, or with a plus 2.4 wind, I should say. Second fastest was also slightly windy, 2.1. Efosa Imatatikua Davidson. And Struan Linton got a personal best, 10.67. But kind of said that we didn't want to read anything into it really, because there were some athletes that eased up across the line, and there were as many as 15 heats. But Wojtek Berger, I'm sure he knows that he's capable of running faster, but at least he's got an outright PB in the bag now, a wind legal time, 10.61, showing trackside. Right, straight on then. Another time qualifier through for the semis was Django Laporte of Loughborough. Jonathan Esiwe of Leeds joins him. Dylan Williams of Brunel. He had a good battle in his heat earlier on. Again, one of the younger athletes, the teenagers who might just give everything in the semi-final. European under-20 7th placer in Finland last summer in Tampere. And then Imatitikua Davidson, second fastest to come through here to these semis. Emmanuel Jurahoma of Loughborough. Rishinsha Panakaran of Stirling. Tyler Foles of Sheffield Hallam, who we heard does excellent cooking. And Nigel Nundo of East Anglia completes this lineup. So I guess we're looking at Williams and Imatitikua Davidson here as the two, possibly Jurahoma as well. But there are some closely matched athletes in any case, so whoever comes out on top in the semi-finals, whoever qualifies fastest, I think it will still be, relatively speaking, all to play for. Sean Anyogu, obviously the champion last year. Previous year, Stephen Awuah before. David Morgan Harrison had dominated prior to that. And yeah, those are our winners of the 100 metre titles this side of 2019. Laporte, Esiwe, Williams, Imatitikua Davidson, Jurahoma, Panakaran, Foles and Nundo. Just a hand raised there for the Sheffield Hallam man Foles. I know he's a great cook. Maybe he's just saying that he needs to check on his oven just to see if he left it on. No, I'm just kidding. Although my mum would definitely do that. Either the oven or the iron or the back door. Sure others can relate. So green card shown. Once again then, Laporte, Asiwe, Williams, Brunel, watch out for him, the 19-year-old, Imatitikua Davidson of London's South Bank in the lighter shade of blue, Jirihoma, Panakadan, Foles and Yundo. So that's pretty even, but Williams just shading it. Trying to come through is Imatitikua Davidson, but Williams holds to the line very nicely. 10.42 with a plus 1.3 wind. Wow, Dylan Williams, that was a bigger margin than we expected. Athlete that's seeded 4th overall, but yes, does have a personal best of 10.38 and does have that European under-20 international experience as making the final there. Well, he's made the final in style here. You don't often see times that fast. The championship record, by the way, 10.17, held by CJ Uja. Over a decade now.
Malumi, Babalola, and completing the lineup, representing Cardiff University, Jacob Thomas.
So Williams definitely through to the final, and then 0.17 seconds between him and the South Bank man, Imatitikua Davidson. And just having a look at the target time then, for those outside the top position, as things stand, it's between 10.58 and 10.88. And Imatitikua Davidson is the fastest of those at the moment. And Krista, Laporte and Jirihoma behind. Laporte actually did well to beat Jirihoma, his Lapra teammate there. So a couple of athletes on 10.91, Panakadan and Adadotun. That's not enough, I'm afraid. Ashley Avis as well, just missing out. So two Loughborough athletes are waiting to see if their times will be enough, 10.86 and 10.88, but Harry Taylor has already run faster than that today, 10.79. So one of the fastest earlier, and the wind wasn't as much in his favour. Toby Olasogba of Sheffield in 1, Oseret and Edgar Ragbon of Liverpool in 2, Harry Taylor then of Loughborough in 3, Matajai, a medalist indoors in the 60 for Brunel in 4, and then won the relay as well. Freddie Steele of Swansea in 5, Struan Linton of Robert Gordon looked good earlier with that personal best. Palumi Babalola of Cambridge, and completing the lineup is Cardiff's Jacob Thomas. So he's on home soil, but Harry Taylor, a fantastic getaway there, chased by Ajay. It's these two then, but this matters. Oh, I think Harry Taylor got it on the dip. But that was important. 10.68.
Strictly in line with the finish line. 10.68 showing trackside. So Harry Taylor.
Well, let's wait for the full confirmation of that result first.
Ajay's got it.
10.67.
Because Ajayi was finishing the faster of the two. Taylor did dip, but I think the dip just came too late, so it is...
No, sorry, it's now going up. It's Ajayi who's got it from Taylor.
Yes, there you can see there. I was just pausing to make sure, but Matt Ajayi in front. 10.67 from Taylor, 10.70.
Good battle between those two, right to the line, literally.
Stuart Linton could well make it through, 10.85. At the moment, that puts him in the final with one more race to go. So I think that knocks out Juri Homer. So 10.85 becomes the target time for anyone outside the winning position.
Semi-final 4 and final semi-final of the men's 100 metres. In 1 from Aberdeen, Tony Wesley. In 2 from Sheffield Hallam, Jack Gibbs. In 3 from UWS, Owen Murphy. In 4 from Leeds Beckett, Arian Hill. In 5 from Cardiff, Lewis Stevens. In 6 from Birmingham, Freddie Arthur. In 7 from Brunel, Ollie Armitage. And in 8 from...
So here we go. Tony Wesley of Aberdeen in 1, then Jack Gibbs of Sheffield Hallam in 2. And last year, 4x200 metre relay champion Owen Murphy, University of Western Scotland, made the 60 and the 200 metre final. As I mentioned earlier, that was at the indoors as well. He was 4th in the 200 metre, the long distance. I wonder whether he'll double up again. Arian Manaj of Leeds Beckett alongside him. Lewis Stevens of Cardiff Met, again his teammate in the women's race, Jess Mantle, looked excellent on home soil through the rounds. Is that going to be the case again for Stevens? 10.49 his personal best. Freddie Arkle of Birmingham, there's more to come from him. Has had injuries in the past. 10.47 at best. Ollie Armitage of Brunel and Alex Bramble of Middlesex complete the lineup. We had a few DNSs in the heats, but obviously good to see full complements of athletes in the semi-finals, as you'd expect. Another tough one to call, though. Is it going to be Lewis Stevens on top here? Massive, massive noise, though, as we watch Arkle very, very close with Manoj. Extraordinary how close that race was. 10.65. Arkle was leading initially, but Manoj through the centre. Let's wait for the photo finish.
Well, 1/100th of a second in it, Manoy ahead of Arkle. Stevens in 3rd, just 3 100ths now.
So it is Manoj of Leeds Beckett who is being loudly cheered there. 10.64, so he's through to the final. And Freddie Arkle just 100th behind 10.65, and then Stevens in 3rd. Such a close battle. Not sure anyone really gave a massive diff across the line.
So next on the track we have the final. This is the women's Ambulant 100 metre final. And in lane 3,
So just waiting for the times to come up in full, because it's possible that all 3 will go through.
in lane 4, representing Loughborough.
I think even relatively likely.
In lane 5, also representing Loughborough.
10.85 was the target time.
In lane 6, running as a guest here today, she was 2nd last year, is Maddie Dow. And in lane 7 of Loughborough is Grace Greenwood.
Well, Henry Christer could actually be knocked out of that final. And that has happened, it looks like. Imatiti, Kua, Davidson, Arkle, Stevens and Taylor. Harry Taylor only just makes it in by 0.02 of a second. And yeah, we thought he might well be slight favourite perhaps. But he'd have to run faster than that. So now, the Ambulant women's 100 metre final. Kitty Branch of Loughborough, Elizabeth Dodds, her teammate Rebecca Scott, also of Loughborough, Maddie Down, who's running here as a guest, the GB athlete, and Grace Greenwood. One of 4 Loughborough athletes in this. Maddie Down going very strongly here in the yellow vest, a Hale Zoe club. So let's have a look here at the time. 13:17 ahead of Rebecca Scott. So Down first across the line, so she's here as a guest, not contending for BUCS points. So as a result, Scott first in the BUCS race, and then it's counted on Raza point scores now.
So Maddie Down crossing the line there in 13.16.
13.16 seconds officially.
Scott 13.35, Elizabeth Dodds 14.22. Kitty Branch 14.73 and Grace Greenwood 24.63. So congratulations to all the girls there in that women's Ambulant 100 metre final.
Men's Ambulant final coming up shortly.
For the time for the men's Ambulant 100-metre final. In lane 1, representing Birmingham, lifetime best of 16:29, Thomas Fowl. Into the BUCS.
So let's take a look at this lineup for the men's 100-metre Ambulant final. Thomas Fowl of Birmingham, personal best of 16:29. Cameron Thors of Stirling in the green, 11:82. He's a previous BUCS medalist. Thomas Young, Paralympic champion in Tokyo in 2021 for Loughborough as always, 10:91 at best. Will Bishop of Cardiff made alongside, 14:02 his PB, T35 athlete. Leon Cerning for Loughborough then, T47 man, 11:21, and Cammy Adam also of Stirling, 15:07. Oh yes, a couple of years ago, Cameron Thors storming to gold for Stirling, helping them. Of course, they're looking at their BUCS points ranking relative to the other Scottish universities for one. So Fowl, Thors, Young, Bishop, Cerning and Adam in this men's 100-metre Ambulant final. So recall gun goes, and Tom Young well into his race. BUCS bringing in these power races in the last few years, which is fantastic from an inclusivity point of view, but also you have to remember that Tom Young, one of the biggest names, of course, in the whole competition as a Paralympic champion. But also, as you saw in the women's race, it's another area where Loughborough is very, very strong in terms of their offering as an athletics university. And you can see in terms of inclusivity as well, yes, different categories, but athletes have their own modifications to the usual starting blocks and support that's unique to them. And Fowl on the inside, able to run without blocks, which I think any athlete is able to. From memory, we have seen it before. Some just haven't experienced much of this type of this competition before, if I can speak. So Fowl, Thors, Young, Bishop, Cerning and Adam. So watch out for Tom Young, Paralympic champion over this distance, a T38 man. Cameron Thors, a previous BUCS winner though. So Thors gets a great start, but Tom Young head down and now brings up and finishes strongly here, fantastically well. Cerning going well too from Thors. The time across the line, 11:13. So Young hoping to add to his collection of BUCS titles and also the hatful of points that he's given Loughborough over the years on their way to the title.
Could we have the following athletes, please, to presentation from the Ambulant men and Ambulant women's discus? Would you please go to the dugout adjacent to the presentation area? From the men's Ambulant discus, Adam Rutter, Paul Greenway, Arthur Miles, and from the women's Ambulant discus, Funmi Oweye, Freya Howgate, and Mia Lloyd. Those athletes, please, to presentation.
So 11:17 confirmed time, you can see there, the victory by nearly 4/10 of a second, and then calculated now on Raza point scores.
So very quickly through the lineup for this first heat of the women's 800. In 1, Winchester Jess Hayward. In 2, East Anglia's Alice Beck. In 3, Exeter's Charlotte Monroe. In 4, from Bath, Ida Bryson. In 5, from Nottingham, Emma Johnson. Seem to have 2 athletes in lane 6. I'm just going to go through the lineup. Katie Johnson represents Birmingham. Then we have Leeds University, Alice Lazenbury. Lucy Baker, Edge Hill. And Sterling's Sophia Vidak.
We're getting ready for the heats of the women's 800 metres.
Lucy and Sophia in lane 8.
The whistle goes with Jessica Hayward of Winchester, Alice Begg of East Anglia, Charlotte Monroe, Exeter, Isla Bryson, of Bath, Emma Johnson, Nottingham, Katie Johnson of Birmingham, Alice Lazenbury of Leeds, Lucy Baker, Edge Hill, and Sophia Vidak of Stirling. So, Sophia Vidak, silver medalist indoors behind Lucy Armitage's incredible record break in 2:03 time, so smashing that record by more than 2 seconds. Armitage, though, unfortunately missing today for Manchester Met. As a result, Vidak and Alice Bennett perhaps among the contenders. Katie Johnson maybe as well. Johnson's PB goes back to 2021, but I think she's getting closer to her best again. And she was a bronze medalist indoors behind those two. Vidak in the green of Stirling, just behind the tall figure of Johnson in the red of Birmingham. Behind them looks like Lucy Baker of Edge Hill.
Feel closely bunched, isn't it, as they come off the bend?
So fairly closely bunched here. Just remind you of the qualifying conditions as well. Top 4 and then 4-time qualifiers across these heats, of which we'll have 5. 67.22, so that is pretty leisurely. And of course, compared to the 1500 metres, fairly similar event, but it does matter this time. Johnson from Vidak, the top 2, then Baker. Looks like Bryson of Bath trying to hang on to those at the sharp end of this race.
The qualification is the first 4, who will be joined by the 4 fastest non-automatic qualifiers.
So Vidak, who has real versatility right across 200 to 800, looking very strong now out front here. Johnson, Baker, and then behind them, just having a look, 7:13, Charlotte Monroe of Exeter. So very clear the top 4 here. Isla Bryson of Bath just behind them. So let's have a look at the time. Looks like 2:13.82. Yeah, so 2 of the medalists from indoors seeded together in this heat. Rather unusual, but partly because Katie Johnson's seed time will be one of her more recent performances rather than her 2:06.04 personal best. 2:13 is actually not too bad a time for a heat at BUCS, because they can be notoriously slow. Particularly as, it's relatively unusual for athletes to have to run 3 rounds of an 800 metres across a weekend. Sophia Vidak, one of those who helped Harrow Athletic Club win the National Athletics League title for the first time in their history last year. Among her performances, including a relay win with Poppy Malik at GB International. So there you can see Vidak, Johnson, Baker, Monroe and Bryson, 2:19, the time to aim at. And then a good 5-second gap to slot into behind. Well, top seed Alice Bennett of Birmingham goes in this next heat. Personal best of 2:04.72. Birmingham often have quite a choice of athletes that they can actually send as part of this team. And of course we all know that the times on paper don't necessarily translate. And we have seen sometimes more tactical races mean that the difference in personal best between 1:59 and a 2:05 athlete is kind of neutralised. Abigail Ives didn't necessarily have it all her own way even when she won BUCS titles. So Lois Thompson of St Andrews, Leah Johnson of Winchester, Lizzie Riley of Leeds Beckett, UCL's Maya Sataria, Christina Kirkby, Surrey, Anise McCauley of York, then Bennett of Birmingham, Lauren Wormley of St Mary's, Sophie Wood, Sheffield, Hallam. So Wormley, another one of the faster athletes in this, 2:10.26 at best. Puts her on the low reaches of the top 10, but again, that means that she could well be a medal contender with that sort of ranking coming in. Sataria 2:11.11. So reminder that the split for the opening lap was 67.22 and then 2:13.82. So we'll keep an eye on the relative times. This one looks like it's going to be faster, just at this stage. So ready the shouts coming through. Lizzie Riley of Leeds Beckett going well. 67.72. In fact, so well they had started nicely and then just eased through that, anticipating a strong final lap. Alice Bennett in a good position on the outside. Big group looking for 4 automatic spots. There's Lauren Worley of St Mary's there. White and maroon vest, that's an unusual one. I think it might be. Do you know what, I'm not going to say. Until I know for sure. 1:4.64 is Winchester's Leah Johnson. So Johnson, Bennett, Wormley, and then a real battle for this all-important 4th position. They're pushing up to the back of the others. Wow, that was a close finish in the end. So Christina Kirkby of Surrey was the athlete finishing strongly there. Gets 4th place, just ahead of Maya Sataria of UCL. But there are 4-time qualifying spots available.
So as we wait for confirmation, we head over to presentation with Harrison.
The medal ceremony for the women's Ambulant discus throw. The bronze medalist representing Cardiff now with a best of 14.26, Mia.
The silver medalist representing Loughborough with a best of 21.54, Freya Howgate. And the gold medalist representing Bristol, a best of 36.75, the BUCS Women's Ambulant Discus Throw Champion, Fumi Oduwayi. Your medalist, the women's
Fumi Oduwayi, Freya Howgate and Mia Lloyd receiving their Ambulant discus medals. 36.75 for Oduwayi. Howgate 21.54 and 14.26 for Lloyd. Fumi Oduwayi, World Championship bronze medalist, the F44 athlete that was in New Delhi last year, the 23-year-old Welsh woman. Came to the sport from basketball, represented Wales at the European Under-18 Basketball Championships in Moldova pre-pandemic, and was named one of the players of the tournament. So, yes, taking up para athletics within the last sort of cycle, really, following injuries. So, as a result, she's really taken to athletics and done very well. Sure, more success to come.
Inch in 7 from Cardiff University.
Gets the sense that quite a few of these athletes are trying to keep warm. We saw it when they were waiting to come out earlier. I think it's still the case.
Alongside her, in lane 8 is Cambridge University's
Third heat with Freya Davids of Warwick, Elena Bartolotta of Manchester, Charlotte Wormley, St Mary's, Amelia Coleman of Oxford, Imogen Tanner of Cardiff Met, Elena Inch of Loughborough, Hattie Bond of Cardiff, Rasheen McGrath, Manchester Met, and Katrin Kaselka of Cambridge. Inch with a personal best from 2024. And a 1500 of 4:25 and 2:09 over this distance. So one of the top ranked athletes in this race. And then Charlotte Wormley as well. 2:07.95 from 2023. Amelia Coleman on the inside there. Inch with her, and then Imogen Tanner of Cardiff Met in the maroon just behind. You can see in the purple and yellow, that's Elena Bartolotta of Manchester, 2:11 at best. Wearing 5.58 in the red is Hattie Bond. So top 4 going through automatically. So you've got Inch, Coleman, Tanner and Bond. Let's have a look at the split time then. Looks like 68.99 to me, so 1.2 seconds slower than we saw in the last heat. I can tell you that in the second heat then, Alice Bennett winning in 2:15.31, 1.5 seconds off the first heat time from Sofia Vidak. So at the moment we're looking for 2:22.20 to make it through if you're outside the top 4. So Elena Bartolotta now at the front, ahead of Elena Inch. Inch just starting to tire a little bit. There are 5 athletes here. Bond is the one that needs to try and challenge, with Coleman of Oxford in front of her, Tanner, Inch, and excellent victory. It looks like it's going to be for Bartolotta, very close on the line in the end. 2:16.41. So, yeah, Bond, I think, finished 5th in the end, needs to make sure that she's faster than 2:22. Did look to be within 6 seconds of the winner there.
The medal ceremony for the men's ambulant discus throw. The bronze medalist representing Durham with a best of 13 meters 68, Arthur Mills. The silver medalist representing Edge Hill with a best of 14 meters and 60 centimeters, Paul Greenway. And the gold medalist from Loughborough, best of 29.88, your BUCS men's ambulant discus throw champion, Adam Rutter.
Receiving the medalist now, Adam Rutter of Loughborough, as you can see, the F44 athlete, winning ambulant distance gold with a best of 29.88, then 14.60 Paul Greenway of Edge Hill, and Arthur Mills 13.68, Durham in 3rd place. And showing his personal best for silver and bronze. That's calculated on Raza point scores. But 4 athletes in this, 3 of them receiving medals, so feels like I need to mention athlete no, I haven't. That's Thomas Fowler, Birmingham, we also saw in the Ambulant 100 metres. Right, then to the 4th heats, 4 out of 5 in the women's 800. Annabelle Ita of Durham, Olivia Williams of Portsmouth, giving a big wave there, Ruby Vinton of Loughborough, Jessica Highland of Cardiff, Demi Locker of Exeter, Gabriella Brown of Leeds, Bella Marshall Sheffield, Phoebe Ryder Benson Cardiff Met, Maddie Casey of Bath. So, I would have thought Vinton and Casey the ones to watch here. Vinton got a personal best of 2:09.03 in the BUCS final last year, so not all too common to do that. And indeed in Manchester as well, so she was 5th there. And then Casey similarly matched 2:09.74 her best. Athlete who was 4th at BUCS indoors the last 2 years in fact, so she would dearly love a medal, I'm sure. Alice Bennett, even the top seed actually, her best BUCS result I make it is 5th place if I'm not mistaken there. So Vidak and Johnson have BUCS medals to their names. And yeah, others trying to make the podium for the first time, particularly Casey with those pair of 4th places. So Casey just on the outside there in front of her Phoebe Ryder Benson of Cardiff Met. Ree Hawker mentioned her at the Indoor Championships as one to watch for their team. Yeah, once again they are on home soil and hoping for big things. But just had to make it through the rounds first of all. The qualification will be much tougher through the semi-final, even outdoors with more lanes. 6'8", just behind is Annabelle Ittar of Durham. I think she previously represented Swansea, if I remember rightly. Let's have a look at this split. Looks like 65-68. So I make that the quickest so far by 1.54 seconds. Ruby Vinton now pushing on. Looks to be in 3rd place. Phoebe Ryder Benson still leading there. Maddie Casey also in a good position. So Cardiff Met, Durham, Loughborough, Bath. Less than 200 metres to go now, and we've still got 6 athletes in contention. Just falling off the back is Demi Locker here. Takes something very special, but the move being made nicely on the outside there by Brown of Leeds. She's easing to the top 4. Casey has to push now, and Casey does have something. And it's Ryder Benson who's going to miss out on an automatic spot in the semi-final, having led most of the way. So, yeah, similar to what we saw in the 1500 men's heats. But this time, of course, we do have the time qualifying spots available.
Which takes us on to heat 5 of the women's 800 metres. Just lining up behind their marks. Sending level 1 from Loughborough, Valentina Costa. In 2 from Nottingham, Mia Hawkins. In 3 from Stirling, Levi Kinley. In 4 from Durham, Ryder Owen. In 5
from Nottingham Trent, Rosie West. In 6 from Birmingham, Kira Devereaux. In 7 from Portsmouth, Ava Phillips. And in 8 from Manchester, Olivia Scott. And from Newcastle, Olivia Simpson. Your lineup for heat 5.
With heat number 5 here now, Valentina Costa of Loughborough, Mia Hopkins of Nottingham, Neve McKinley of Stirling, Rosie West of Nottingham Trent, Kira Devereaux of Birmingham, Ava Phillips of Portsmouth, Olivia Scott Manchester, Olivia Simpson of Newcastle, Lila Unwin of Durham DNS. So this one could be a little bit closer, but yes, Kira Devereaux, another 209 athlete. And so too Valentina Costa, 209.10 and 209.48. Costa was 5th at BUCS indoors. Devereaux was 2nd in her semi-final and didn't make the final. Only 16 available, of course, the previous Midlands under 28 100-metre indoor champion. But you can see the Manchester athlete Olivia Scott in front. Already they've seen her teammate go through. Bartolotta, impressive heat win there. Devereaux in 2nd place. And then Neve McKinley of Stirling. Valentina Costa of Loughborough, the top 4 at the moment. So very impressive from these 2 Manchester students. Good pace here. We do have 5 athletes still in contention though. Looks like Mia Hopkins of Nottingham in 5th. So Olivia Scott of Manchester coming into this top band now. 200 to go. Kira Devereaux looks over her shoulder. Well, now she has to still focus on this job in hand. Neve McKinley going nicely. Her teammate Sophia Vidak already through, of course, a heat winner. And then under a bit of pressure now, Valentina Costa maybe. Hopkins trying to close still. I'm not sure she's going to do it, but she's having a good go. They're all looking round, and Scott could miss out here. There's real danger potentially. Olivia Scott could miss out, but does not. There wasn't much in it there. 2:16.61. So just having a look again, it was 2:22 a few moments ago, but yeah, the target time improving to 2:17.90, so that's going to be very close for Hopkins. At the moment it's Maya Sataria, Phoebe Ryder-Benson, another athlete who had been leading a heat and then missed out on the top 4 at the end, and East Macaulay-Orr, who was actually 6th in her heat, and then Hattie Bond. So can confirm that Mia Hopkins did make it in the end. 2:17.10, better than 2:17.90, knocking out Hattie Bond. The others to make it through by time: Anise Macaulay-Orr, Phoebe Ryder-Benson and Maya Sataria. Fastest qualifier though by right, Sophia Vidak, 2:13.83. Times don't matter too much, it's all about the racing around those 2 laps. Look forward to those semi-finals. Right, men's heats. These are pretty strong too. That's Tom Waterworth, European Under-20 medalist last summer. The Loughborough student goes alongside Rayan Lenoir, Birmingham, Joe Carlsberg of City St George's, Jack Littman, Cambridge, James Greenhalgh, Leeds Beckett, Nottingham's Will Bryce, George Rogerson of Leicester, Lawrence Manley of Sheffield, Harry Ware of Winchester, Bryn Squires of Edge Hill, Johar Ali of Leeds Beckett, Jack Organ, the indoor champion, Tom Slater of Exeter, Thurston Moncrief of Newcastle, see rain falling down, umbrellas are out. So this time, rather than 4+4, it's 3+3 in terms of qualification. 7 heats altogether. So Tom Waterworth certainly one to look out for. European Under-20 silver medalist behind Rafferty Murphin in what was initially a British 1-2-3 across the line. Will Rabjohns was fortunately disqualified though. Waterworth's PB 146.73 at last summer's Watford BMC Gold Standard meeting. And I thought there's a reasonable chance of a Loughborough 1-2-3 in this event, but we'll get to that later on. We can see, more big cheers. Will Bryce of Nottingham leading the way. Lawrence Manley, quite experienced at this level, is also there at the sharp end of this race. Lenoir on the outside. He's a 4 times BUCS semi-finalist, not made a final yet, so that could be a target for the chemistry student. Now pushing nicely here is Will Bryce. Yeah, we saw some good performances at the front from athletes. Wouldn't necessarily be expecting to lead most of the way around the race. Trying to make sure it's a quick one, of course, given the relative heat times and non-automatic qualifying spots. But Bryce, unfortunately, going backwards at this point. It's Waterworth from Lenoir. Cambridge man Littman in 3rd place. So it's going to be these 3. Close over 4th between Manley and Greenhalgh. 153.76 across the line. So straight out quickly with heat number 2. You notice I started reading actually the lineup of heat 1 and 2 merged together on the summary before. I had to stop myself from reading it in full. Harry Ware of Winchester, Bryn Squires of Edge Hill, Johar Ali of Leeds Beckett, Jack Organ the indoor champion. A great race that was, because it showed that times didn't matter too much. It was the racecraft on paper to beat, in theory, faster athletes. In a really good battle with the likes of Adrian Engsler and Tobias Cheeseborough. Rabjohns and Waterworth, 2 top talents from Loughborough, 4th and 5th. Of course, a real scrap for space on the indoor track as well, particularly prepared to some of those ambitions. Tom Slater of Exeter, Thurston Moncrief of Newcastle, Lucas Stabler of Liverpool, and Edward Enster representing Cardiff Met. Can see the result there coming through actually. Waterworth 153.75, so you can see outside the top 3 looking at somewhere between 155 and 202. Well, I was quite impressed with Harry Ware at BUCS Indoors. Of course, making the final last year where he finished 6th. So putting Winchester on the map. He's an England senior silver medalist. And Jack Organ, very closely matched with him, both around that mid 148 sort of time on personal best. 3 automatic spots for the final, just negotiating their way through the heavy rain at the moment. Really thumping its way down. The thing is, I think it was similar for the first heat earlier. I wonder whether we'll see any puddles start to appear, but I think in any case you just want to get on with your race. Try not to worry about it. Moncrief of Newcastle setting the pace. Harry Ware just moves alongside and past. Organ is there. Enser of Cardiff Met. 57.73 the split time through the opening lap. Inside the final 400 now. And Ware very keen to push on with things. Looking for another BUCS final appearance. Southern Indoor Champion last year as well. Now just outside the top 3 you can see it's the Leeds Beckett man Johar Ali. You can see, we can hear big shouts for him to my right, where the Leeds Beckett contingent has been very loud so far today, for good reason. Has been sat, and Ali is going to try and push here, but you've got Organ, Ware, Enser, who realises the danger and pushes. Ali's just going to be outside the top 3, I think. He's still coming, he's still going. Oh, and really, Enser had to keep going until he was sure that he had made it through there. The rain is only just continuing to come down harder and harder, really, though. 154.86. We're waiting for that full result to come up. Well, the weather forecast did show quite a bit of rain across this weekend, so the fact that it had been dry to this point actually surprised me to some extent. Well, you can see just how heavy the rain is coming down now. I don't think it's at the point where we would have to pause proceedings, certainly, but and also the track seems to be holding it quite nicely as well, but we'll have a look in case puddles appear actually on the surface itself. In this next heat, we're expecting to see the reigning bronze medalist Elliot Savage, having seen his twin Evan earlier. Full lineup with David Barr Okiere of Imperial, then Savage of Manchester Met, Gabriel Mullen of Leeds, Sam Myers Birmingham, Jasper Brooks of Liverpool, Tim Bongertz of Cambridge, Finley Cornell of Portsmouth, and Josh Blake of Marjon. So Savage in that epic race He got the bronze. That race between Ben Gardner and David Race, who were in front of him. He did the 1500 metres at BUCS Indoors and came 9th there, but back to maybe we might say is his best distance. He might feel otherwise. 1:46.23 personal best, so about half a second faster than likes of Waterworth, who we've already seen. But this isn't typically an event where people run their fastest time. It's all about the racecraft, the tactical battles, which we love to see. And having said that, Savage, though, still in terms of this heat, he's 5.5 seconds faster than anyone else. So he will know that there's only one outcome that matters here, and that's getting safely through. He finds a passage on the inside. Now being battered by the rain, though. 57.73 a moment ago. Let's have a look at this split. Looks like 56.15, so really good pace to this. And I'm sure it'll be reasonably comfortable as well for Savage. Looks like Gabriel Mullin of Leeds in second, Sam Myers of Birmingham in third, Tim Bongart's Cambridge fourth. So once again, 3 to qualify automatically. So it's Josh Blake of Marjon from Savage and from Miser Birmingham. .151.87. Well, that may actually be an outright personal best. Came in with a mark of 151.88, 151.86 officially. So very, very unusual, especially in these wet conditions. That's the fastest time that he's run. Well, the main thing for Savage is that he is through, needs to get through the semi-final as well, and will have a chance of victory. There's slightly different seedings here, rather than the fastest athlete on paper coming in the first heat. We're going to have David Race, who holds that mantle, if you like, coming up next. 1:45.68. Ben Gardner, by the way, setting a championship record in that thrilling battle, 1:47.56. We have seen lowering in time. It's much more common now to run a sort of 1:46 time. Various reasons, more sustained sprinting possible. Athletes taking bicarb and shoe technology as well, but also other reasons too. Track technology, training, improving all the time. And David Race is a 4 times BUCS medalist. Just beaten by Ben Gardner in that great battle I was talking about. But I think he was still under the old championship record indeed. So another of those athletes looking for his first BUCS gold medal. So David Race, European under 24 by 400 metre champion in Jerusalem in 2023. Full lineup with Charlie Wright of Exeter, Tom Taylor of Nottingham Trent, Stanley Clark, Birmingham, Alistair Beasley, Northumbria, Aidan Walker, Cardiff, Max Winfield, Warwick, then David Race of Loughborough and Louis Starr of University College Birmingham. And you can see there the Birmingham student Clark from Race from 1:4:09, which is Starr of UCB. Taylor in 4th place, split time 58:28. So 2.13 seconds slower than what we saw a moment ago when Savage led them through. And around half a second slower than the second heat then. And now starting to make a move is Louis Starr around the outside in the black vest. Bit of a breakaway now. Tom Taylor in the pink, dropping back a little in 4th, but maybe he can close up still. Not the only one trying to close. Max Winfield of Warwick is there in the net in maroon. So David Race, eyes down the track, looks over and knows he still has to work a little bit. Louis Starr of UCB is going to join the Loughborough man, as is Stanley Clark of Birmingham. Max Winfield of Warwick in 4th. 1:55.38. Well, 1:55.44 the target time for anyone trying to make it in outside of the top 3, so I think we can pretty much safely say that it's just going to be the top 3 from that particular heat, I'm afraid.
To the lineup for the 5th heat of the men's 800 in lane 1. Shortly will be Louis Smith, Keel. In 2 from St Mary's, Joe Van Ness. In 3, representing Newcastle, Joseph Munn. In 4 from UWE, Dan Myers. In 5, the Birmingham University student Jai Sisco. In 6, from Cardiff University, Blake Williams. In 7,
so there's the full result. You can see it will just be the top 3 there. Race Starr and Clark, heat 5 of 7 coming up next, and it features the silver medalist from indoors, Adrian Engsler of Sheffield. German athlete who appeared to be a big contender in that final. Jack Auden just pipping him for Oxford. Had been beaten by Engsler though in the heat initially coming into that. 5th at the German Championships last year. So, as I mentioned earlier, Jay Sisbal supposedly is going to buy his house a combi boiler if he wins BUCS Outdoors. Can he do it? Well, he's he's in the reaches of the top 10. The former English Schools finalist got an outright PB at the Scottish Indoor Championships, 1:49.15. So if he can get his racecraft right, certainly is possible. At the very least a medal contender though, and yes, I mean, he's not far off the personal best of Jack Organ, who won BUCS Indoors, of course.
a decent opening 300 metres in terms of the pace.
So, decent opening pace considering the conditions, with Lewis Smith of Kiel, Joe Van Ness of St Mary's, Dan Myers of Uwe, then Sisbal, then Williams of Cardiff, Cheshire of Bath, Engsler of Sheffield completing this lineup. Let's have a look here. 58.53 as they come through.
Being followed by Theo Cheshire and Lewis Smith Kiel as they went through.
Theo Cheshire in second place behind Sisbal. Then Engsler now starting to make a move. So just 3 going through. Vanessa St Mary's fallen off the back of this group. So Adrian Engsler looking strong from Sisbal. Someone's going to miss out here though. Lewis Smith of Kiel is in third. Engsler, Sisbal, and then the Kiel man Lewis Smith. Theo Cheshire missing out for Bath. 1:55.22, so yeah, fastest second lap than the previous heat indeed. Good pace inside that final 300, in which Engsler pushed on to make sure of his place in the semi-finals. In a moment we'll see Alex Glue of Loughborough, 1:47.9 man, along with Tobias Cheeseborough, bronze medalist indoors behind Organ and Engsler.
Six of the men's 800 metres, in one from Leicester, George Stepanovich, in two from Bath, Tobias Cheeseborough, in three from Durham, Ewan Kinder, in four.
So it's seemingly proving a little bit hard to challenge the target time. Johar Ali remains holding on to a spot at the moment, having finished fourth in the second heat. Others in those spots, Gabriel Mullin of Leeds from the third heat, and also in that he was Tim Bongertz, who's in a good position. Josh Blake with that personal best, fastest so far. 1:51.86. So George Stepanovich of Leicester, Tobias Cheeseborough of Bath, the bronze medalist as mentioned, indoors. Ewan Pinder of Durham, Alex Glue of Loughborough, Adam Lane from Cardiff Met, William Clifton of East Anglia, James Bowen of St Mary's, and James Grant representing Stirling in the green just towards the back there. Stepanovich on the inside in a vest that looks somewhat similar to Sale Harrier's colours. You know your club vests. Cheeseborough out front, Adam Lane just behind, and Alex Glue is there as well, with the headband on and the African violet vest. Tucked in on the inside, Ewan Pinder, the white and palatinate vest, and then blue and white for James Bowen. Very, very close here. Let's have a look at the split time. 59.60. I think the rain has been rather sustained, and that's making it a little bit more difficult out there. So probably use some advantage to being in the earlier heats. So the tall figure in the blue, Cheeseborough, from the man with the pink headband, Alex Glue, and then Pinder in third place as it stands at the moment, but Bowen really pushing hard here. This is going to be a great finish for the top three. Adam Lane of Cardiff Met tries to pull towards the outside, as does the St Mary's man Bowen. Don't think he's going to make it though. Going to be this trio of Cheeseborough, Glue and Pinder 1:55.86.
The racing from heat 6 of the men's 800 metres.
So it leaves us with just one heat remaining, of course. And Johar Ali holding on to a spot in terms of the time qualifying positions. So in a moment we'll see Piers Clisham of Leeds, Jonathan Marshall of Stirling, they're all making their way out now. Tom Barrett of Oxford, Edward Flewitt of Warwick, Scott Marston Smith of Kent, Max Merrian, City St George's, Rajan Miller, University of the West of England, and then Will Rabjohns.
The medal presentation for the women's Ambulant 100 metres. The bronze medalist from Loughborough in 14.73 seconds, Kitty Branch. The silver medalist also from Loughborough in 14.22 seconds, Elizabeth Dott. The gold medalist completing Loughborough 123 at a time of 13.3.
So another of our medal presentations underway. Ambulant women's 100 metres, Rebecca Scott, part of a Loughborough 1-2-3-4, 13:35 her time, 748 Razas points for the T47 athlete. Elizabeth Dodd, silver, Kitty Branch with the bronze, 14:22, 14:73 the times respectively. I feel for them a little bit. They have to come out in the heavy rain in order to receive their medals, and they're now desperately trying to keep cover for any layers they've got. Okay, confirming there that just the top three going through as we thought from Heat 6. Tobias Cheeseborough leading the way. So, as mentioned, this final heat of the men's 800 metres featuring World Under-20 semi-finalist Will Rabjohns. Also third at BUCS Cross Country last year. European Under-20 team silver medal in the winter as well. English Schools Champion 2024, so comes through with great pedigree, particularly over this distance, the 800 metres. So as mentioned, with Rabjohns, Waterworth and Race, Glue also involved, there is a potential for a Loughborough 1-2-3. Of course they have to at least make it to the final though first. Really hear the rain peppering down onto the track. Clisham, Marshall, Barrett, Rabjohns, Flewitt, Marston Smith, Merrian and Miller, DNS from Joseph Smith of Southampton. So of course continuing with this long stagger, but you can see already at the sharp end of this race is Will Rabjohns, and just being overtaken there by Tom Barrett, I think that is, in the Navy. Comes back past in any case. Jonathan Marshall of Stirling is in there. Yeah, Tom Barrett, 1:1:80 in the Navy of Oxford. As well as that Jack Organ victory, they also had last year indoors a women's 1-2, Charlotte Buckley, Annabelle Hedge. So certainly seems to be one of their stronger distances, as is 400 as well. Natalie Groves with a silver medal. Big PB improvements. 58:22. Similar to the fifth heat. Rabjohns tries to take control. Marshall of Stirling. It looks like in third place, Max Merrian of City St George's. Barrett's dropped back, just trying to find some space there. As Rajan Miller, in fact, in 4th place, trying to challenge. The top 3 relatively clear. Barrett is in there behind Marshall and behind Rav Johns. Still a good battle in behind over 4th and 5th. Unfortunately, it looks like neither athlete will progress, though, I'm afraid. 1:56.14, the winning time.
But early on in final A of the men's javelin throw, Zach Fern out to 50 metres 30, equal with Kieran Bowmeister-Reed. That's after one attempt. Charlie Lorden's attempt of 48.43 sees him in 3rd at the moment. Ahead of James Pratt with 46.71. Christopher Thompson with 43.39. Midway through the first round in final A of the men's javelin throw.
Stages of the men's javelin, Michael Allister, Oxford University, has now moved into the lead. An open throw 67 metres 84. Conditions, of course, not ideal, but that lead may change shortly. Michael, the 2023 European Under-20 bronze medalist, and the story goes that he taught himself to throw the javelin in a field during COVID. Sir Michael Anderson and Ben East. 67.84, 67.78. But that is all in the opening round of this men's Javelin final. So I believe we are going to go slightly early with this women's 400. So in lane 1 in this first heat of, and I have looked actually, the first heat of, I'll come back to that. The qualification, the first 3 qualify automatically, and they'll be joined, the automatic qualifiers, joined by the 6 fastest non-automatic qualifiers. In lane 1, representing Bath University, Nicola August. In 2, representing Loughborough, Indy King. In 3, from Newcastle University, Isabel Gear. In 4, the Oxford University student, Natalie Groves. In 5, representing East Anglia, Amelie Airy. In 6, from Winchester University, Freya Hampshire. In 7, the Leeds Beckett student, Amy Gregg. And in 8, representing Glasgow University, Catriona McPhee. And it is the first heat of 6. So Indy King in lane 2, outside in 4, the Oxford University student. But Indy King travelling well down that back straight, as is Natalie Groves.
So wet conditions continue here in this first heat of the women's 400 metres. Natalie Groves, previous silver medalist here, going nicely. Most of her best times have all been set at BUCS. Very, very consistent in this competition. Indy King on the inside for Loughborough. You can see just how hard the rain is coming down. These two looking strong. It's the top 3 going through automatically to those semi-finals. Amy Gregg fighting with Katrina McPhee for the 3rd spot, and I think the Leeds Beckett student Gregg just gets it. 55.39. It's a good time in these conditions.
in lane 5, Eleanor McIntosh of Loughborough in lane 6, Daniela Gray-Marty of Nottingham in lane 7, and Delphine Connolly of Leeds in lane 8.
So almost biblical levels of rain here in Cardiff. It was what was forecasted before the weekend, so I think we did well to hold off for a few hours. We've seen Natalie Groves run 55.38 to win the first heat. This is the second of the women's 400. Lucy Poole, Anna Gyoka, Ruby Nelson, Georgia Hewitt, Eleanor McIntosh, the indoor champion, Daniela Graham-Marty and Delphine Connolly in this. So McIntosh looked very, very strong indoors and sort of carried on where she left off indoors, although really feeling the effects of the rain. It's starting to get to that point where it's really affecting athletes out there, and certainly will after a sustained time being out there. McIntosh just wants to get through this heat and get in the dry. Daniela Graham-Marty in second place, so top 3 going through to the semi-finals, and then there's a huge gap. Ruby Nelson of Durham in third place, so 55.22, fastest time so far. It's around 4 seconds behind that Nelson is, but she does get that third spot. That doesn't matter, as all she needs to be is in third place in order to qualify through. So heats 3 to 6 to come.
Stop there for Eleanor McIntosh at 55.22.
For medal presentation for the men's Ambulant 100 metres. The bronze medalist from Stirling with a time of 11:72.
Men's Ambulant 100 presentation. Cameron Thors getting the bronze medal for Stirling.
Medalist from Loughborough with 11:56.
Leon Cerning, part of another Loughborough 1-2 here. I think it's the third of the weekend.
0.17 seconds, your BUCS men's Ambulant 100 metre champion, Tom Young.
At the least. Tom Young on the top step of the podium once again though at BUCS. The Paralympic champion. Another BUCS title for him, for Loughborough.
On going to heat 3 of the women's 400 metres. Starting in lane 1 from Cardiff is Charlotte Williams. In 2 from Exeter, Jemima Byers. In 3 from Leeds, Imogen Barrett. In lane 4 from Cambridge, Sunshine Callanan.
So Groves and McIntosh appear to be two contenders.
In 6 from Sheffield,
Running decent times in these conditions.
In 7 from
let's have a look then at this lineup for heat number 3. Charlotte Williams of Cardiff, Jemima Byers represents Exeter, Imogen Barrett of Leeds, Sunshine Callanash of Cambridge, Georgia Toombs of Queen Mary, Holly Pater of Sheffield, Isabel Turner of Southampton, and Caroline McConnell of Glasgow. So Holly Pater among the top-ranked athletes here. 2024 England senior bronze medalist, 54-52 at best, studying cognitive neuroscience and human neuroimaging at Sheffield, I believe. So heat 3 underway nicely. There are 6 time qualifying positions. Update you on those in just a moment's time. You can see that McConnell of Glasgow has gone out nicely. And Pater leading overall, and you can see that come to fruition. Less than 200 to go. McConnell still in a good position though. So they come into the home straight now. Holly Pater in the black and yellow. Big chance for her to make it through the rounds and into a final. And see where she ends up. Georgia Toombs of Queen Mary though in second place, McConnell in third. Again, big gaps between some of the athletes, and certainly behind this top 3 as you'll see now, and indeed beyond that. 56.77. So Brooks Groves and McIntosh in a bit of a league of their own in terms of the times that we've seen so far. Still 3 more heats to come. Right, so in terms of updating on time qualifying spots, 6 of those available, and it's times between 57.24 and 62.45. Anna Gyoka of UCL waiting to see if that will be good enough.
Can you have a look around and see if there's a blue iPhone 60? If you find it, you can bring it to us right down by the finish line.
So that was the result from the first heat indeed. Groves, King and Grigg making it through. At the moment, McFeet and Oko are on track to make it through. With Neka Oko, the sister of Didi and Onyeka, both BUCS medalists. And Didi is certainly here watching, and yeah, she's a Paralympic bronze medalist now, of course. And Onyeka competing and looking good as things stand. Well, credit to the brave supporters, some of which are wrapped up in suitable clothing, some of which may wish they thought differently. Standing on the back straight there, in which, to be fair, you've got direct access to the track there. No stand on that far side. Similar to Bedford, you've got the main stand and then very close to be able to cheer down the back straight. So in Heat 4, we have Jess Astill of Loughborough, someone who's had GB representation in the relays, including a World Under-20 4x400 metre bronze medal. Won BUCS indoors last year, 54.13 at best. That came actually as an outright PB indoors, set in Birmingham in February. It had been 54.38 from 2022, so similar to someone like Onyeka Oko, suddenly getting that breakthrough after years of perseverance. European Under-18 mixed relay squad that won gold she was part of. That was in 2022 in Jerusalem. And also 2 years ago, BUCS Outdoor 4x400 metre gold and indoor 5th place. So she's the standout athlete here. We've also got Emily Pike of Cardiff, Mia Oldfield of Nottingham. Also someone that comes in with good pedigree. BUCS indoor semi-finalist, 55.81. Obviously, as I was saying, in some of the earlier events, quite a few athletes, we've seen them make semi-finals, but they just haven't had their chance to contend in the final if it was indoors, because there was only 6 lanes available in that final. Imogen Pugh of Cardiff, Emily Fawkes of University of the West of Scotland, Louisa Snape of UCL, Gemma Kenneford Edge Hill, and Jessie Tappert of Newcastle. So Jess Astill cruising down the back straight here, going very nicely. You can see on the outside Emily Fawkes of University of the West of Scotland, and starting to come through now looks like Mia Oldfield of Nottingham. Now interesting, Astill right on the inside in lane 1 as the fastest athlete here, but no problems for her. Oldfield in a clear second as well. The battle we need to see is between Pugh and Fawkes for 3rd place. It looks like Fawkes is just going to get there. Well, no, the battle is still on. Goodness me, that comes down to a photo finish. 56.70. Across the line there for Jess Astill. So a couple more heats remaining. 61.63 the target time outside of the top 3 positions. That was before this race. In this next one, coming out are Abigail Hawkes of St Mary's, Charlie Kent for Exeter, Emily Rawson of Leeds Beckett, Alice Tyler of Liverpool, Calla Lazu of Bath, Camilla Bennett of Birmingham, Asher Root of Canterbury Christchurch, a silver medalist indoors, and Amber Richardson of Sheffield as well. Hoping to follow her teammate Holly Plater through. She got an outright PB indoors as well. Another athlete who did that, 56.73 at the Steel Cup in Sheffield. Another BUCS indoors semi-finalist earlier this year. Bennett was one of the athletes part of the recent Penn relays for University of Birmingham, along with Alice Bennett indeed, and Annabelle Howes as well. And that was a women's sprint relay medley team, actually.
From Exeter University, Charlie Kent in 2, Emily Rawson leads back in 3, in 4, Liverpool University's Alice Tyler.
So again, big cheers for Emily Rawson as the Leeds Beckett athlete. And they do seem to be the loudest in this sound. They are at least all sat together, as many of the unis are.
From Sheffield University, Amber Richardson.
And our third qualification spot has been confirmed as Imogen Pugh of Cardiff.
So, fifth heat now underway. Hawkes, Kent, Rawson, Tyler, Lazu, Bennett, Root and Richardson. Asher Root, 54.5 in the BUCS semi-final. Outright personal best again. Someone who the year before that, 18 months ago, was a 400-metre bronze medalist. So best performances have come indoors. Let's see what she can do outdoors. Representing Canterbury Christchurch, a big lead here over Bennett and Richardson. The two were expected to challenge. Root previously represented Newcastle as well, so has had a pretty distinguished BUCS career. Certainly experienced at this level. So Root from Bennett and then Richardson well clear. So this could be important for lane draw. If Bennett comes through to win in 54.45. So that looks like a big personal best there for Bennett by more than half a second. So, well, her PB had come indoors at the England under-20s in a heat, which she was fifth in the final, so suggests that there could have been more to come, but that's a massive PB in these conditions.
Let's drop back into final A of the men's javelin throw. We know that the medalists are going to come from this final now. And Benny, who was in second, as we heard, moved into the lead with 71 metres and 6 centimetres in round 2. He's bettered that in round 3. 73.69. Benny stood up for a hold for lead ahead of Michael Allison, whose first round attempt of 67.84 remains his best. Charlie Evans is third with 57 metres and 13 centimetres ahead of Hero Ponies for Ring with 52.66, and Charlie Lorden in fifth with 48.43. Into the fourth round we go in final A of the men's javelin throw.
Well, there you go, even faster officially. 6.5 tenths off her PB for Bennett in just a heat in these conditions. Extraordinary stuff. Wanted to make sure that she did claim that first place across the line and beating Asher Root there. Okay, so it leaves us with one heat to come now. Meanwhile, ongoing javelin. So, women's Javelin A final, first medalist to be decided this morning. So now we have the men's Javelin A final. Really tricky conditions, obviously, on that runway. And you have to feel for these athletes. Ben East involved, a former UK champion here. 73.69 in the third round for him. We're now into the fourth. The Loughborough student leading the way from Michael Allison of Oxford. Someone who's represented Great Britain at the European Under-20 Championship. 67.84 so far for him. Allison capable of close to 80 metres. 78.48 his best. And Benny 77.40 at best. Seen a lot of different athletes indeed win the UK Javelin title in recent years. Best among them. Allison also among one of the best in the UK. It's great to have them here. So, Olivia Sparks, Cambridge, Eva Tyler, Cardiff Met, Melissa Bills, Northumbria, Alyssa Furler, Oxford, Scarlett Blackman, Durham, Annabelle Howes of Birmingham, all in this race. And Eva Tyler, a winner of the BUCS Indoor 4x200 metres relay title, along with Kinga Kucha, who we saw earlier in the 100, who just missed out in the final. But look at this lead for Annabelle Howes. Extraordinary. Howes, another one of the athletes who is part of the Penn relay group. And we've already seen Alice Bennett do well. And then Camilla Bennett take more than half a second off her PB in the heat. So it looks like this good group have benefited from that trip. But Annabelle Howes, as I mentioned, she's 3 times a BUCS semi-finalist and never made a final, so that's surely what she wants to do. 54.57, yet another athlete who set a PB outright over 400 metres indoors. That was in Birmingham in February. So what can she do here? Surely she's not going to PB as well. No, she's just going to be outside it. 55.83. So Tyler and Sparks, second and third, also through to the semi-finals. Torrential rain continues, having started around half an hour ago. So, again, looking at the time qualifying positions as we see that result briefly. So, 60.90 is the target time before that race took place. There we go. No one. One athlete, just looking at it. Alyssa Furler is faster than 60.90. Showing on roster now that McFeet, Williams, Oko, Snape and Rawson have all made it through as time qualifying. So at the moment it's only giving that on roster to 5 athletes. And I think that's because there are 2 that can't be separated by thousandths of a second. So we'll have to work that out, because it looks like Imogen Pugh and Emily Fawkes, who had that battle over third place, actually ran the same time, 58.128. So Ben East from Michael Allison from Charlie Evans in the Javelin final. Loughborough from Oxford from Loughborough. 3 Loughborough men among the top 4, with Kieran Belmeister-Reid in 4th. So those measurements coming through on the Roster Athletics website and app, which is where you need to be. Ben East 73.69, and this looks like Michael Allison then, 11.75, 6.7.84 so far. And that looks to be well over 60 metres again. BUCS record, remember, being set by Harry Hughes in Bedford, 78.63. Were it better conditions, you would have said that it's something that these athletes could attack. Took Becca Walton a few goes to take over the championship record in the women's event, but did eventually do it. And Walton holding that record at 56.31 from 3 years ago in Manchester. 63.84 there for Michael Allison. No improvement there. 57.13 is the mark for Evans. And Belmeister-Reid has 52.66. So as with the women's event, all 11 athletes do get the chance to have all 6 attempts. So potentially a little more jeopardy. Others that might normally drop out at the end of the first half of the competition and not produce their best in it could then have that opportunity. So Ben East, the one that everyone's watching to see, can he improve then in this fourth round? Over 70 metres again. Looks like for the third time here. The 22-year-old competes for Team Kennett as club. 74.04, the 2023 British champion. So we continue onwards. Now we see what Charlie Evans can do. It's around that 60 mark. Reminder that we are coming towards the end of the fourth round now. Ben East with a small improvement there, around half a metre. Two other improvers in this fourth round. James Pratt, who's in fifth, 49.14, and Dan Richardson in 11th place, 40.64, his first valid measurement. 57.19 is also an improvement just by 6 centimetres for Evans.
Representing Loughborough. So those are your top 4 in the Javelin, and of course you can keep up to date with all the athletes in that competition on the roster website.
Charlie Lorden, the Northern Irishman, 48.43 so far. So he is in 6th place. And no throw there. One to 8-1 here. The Sheffield student Dan Richardson, I said, one of 3 improvers there in the fourth round. So we now move into the fifth. .53.37 then in the fifth round. Edward Shearcroft of UCL. He's in 8th place, 46.33, but a reminder, they're all getting 12. All 12 athletes had entered, promised 6 attempts. Zach Fern DNS, so 11 continuing. So 46.33 his best. He's a 15 centimetre improvement to go up a place. And the dry robes are out under that little gazebo there, trying to huddle inside. There's a lot of umbrellas behind them on the other side of the track as well. Men's 800 metre action about to get underway now. Liam Roberts, St Mary's, James Bowmaker, Northumbria, Hamza Silman, Durham, Jordan Duncan, East London, Jay Pearthy, Leicester, Andrew Peters of Stirling, Finley McGill, Birmingham, Sam Dallas of Edge Hill on the outside. So Andrew Peters, a bronze medalist last year, of course, in the colours of Stirling. Let's see how he goes. They've already got a bronze through Cameron Thors in the men's 100 metre ambulant final. And still pounding around this track here in Cardiff, in spite of the heavy rainfall here, doing well. Finley McGill behind him on the outside, but you can see coming through very strongly here now, Liam Roberts has a nice lead down this home straight from Peters and from McGill in 3rd place. 2+4 for qualification it is here, 48.42. So Liam Roberts taking this one, despite Peters and McGill being faster on paper and him being on the inside. Very impressive. Benny McGill there. And a nice battle on with Peters for that 2nd spot. McGill, who's a fresher, new to Birmingham University from Worcester, has Irish nationality. I'm told he loves a black and white photo on Instagram and loves to take lessons, not losses.
So we come to heat 2 of the men's 400. In lane 2, representing Birmingham City, Seth Musgrove. In 3, representing Nottingham University, Rory Clark. In 4, from Aberdeen University, Tom Brown. In 5 is the Cardiff men's student, Ewan Wilson, the Welsh indoor 400 metre silver medalist this year. In lane 6, representing Coventry University, Isaac Ogunade. In 7,
So results from that first heat, as you can see. As we mentioned, Peters doing enough to hold on to that second spot behind Roberts, doing very well on the inside. McGill in third place for Birmingham.
Representing Chester University, Ben Sinclair. Heat 2 of the men's 400 metres.
So top two quite important, given that there are 10 heats and 4 time qualifying spots available. So Sebastian Muscroft of BCU, Rory Clark of Nottingham, Thomas Brennan Aberdeen, Ewan Rilson of Cardiff Met, Isaac Ogunlade of Coventry, Bailey Lawton of Leeds Beckett and Ben Sinclair of Chester. Isaac Ogunlade, who we also saw in the 400 metre hurdles, by the way. So rather impressive. He didn't qualify through those, so he's attempting to do both. So Bailey Lawton, GB under 20 international, going nicely here, and he's actually fastest ranked in this competition. This could be a great opportunity for him. I remember he was supporting a close friend of his, David Chapman, goal previously, and now it's a real opportunity for him individually. 50.46 as he comes through, just easing down the cross line. Very, very sensible performance, especially if he's involved in the relay, of course, as well. He doesn't really be running all of his races at full pelt. Nice, he's up straight in, expert stuff.
So we go to heat 3 of the men's 400 metres. On the inside from Birmingham is Noah Richard. From Northumbria, Jonathan Henny. In 4 from Loughborough, Alex Beck. In 5 from Leicester, Shane Holt. In 6 from King's College, Intradil Lagunta. In 7 from Cambridge, William Inglis. And 8 from Nottingham Trent, Ati Nompenko. Your lineup for heat 3 of the men's 400 metres.
So impressive from Bailey Lawton just a moment ago in heat number 2, and coming up heat number 3 with Noah Ridgeon of Birmingham, Jonathan Henney of Northumbria, Alex Beck of Loughborough, Shay Coles of Leicester, Indranil Candler-Gunter of King's College, London, William Inglis of Cambridge, and Athi Nombeko of Nottingham Trent. So Alex Beck, second ranked here out of all of the athletes in the 400 heats. Personal best of 47.30 goes back to 2023. So second ranked if you consider times previous, the sea times entered for this competition. So which I think is a preferable way of doing it, at least for following the competition myself, and therefore for you. Just in case someone's been injured for a while and actually their recent time isn't representative. Looks like no Candler-Gunter of King's College London from lane 6. And just wonder if that's the only DNS here. I think lane 3 was due to be empty anyway. Now Noah Ridgeon is there just out of shot to the left-hand side. Not mistaken, the son of John and Jancy Ridgeon. What's the official indicating there then? I think suggesting good to go. I'm told more Birmingham inside information that Noah Ridgeon loves an inside lane, another fresher UOB, and a good character on and off the track. Loves an outside lane, but he's right on the inside here. Personal best 48.57 at Norman Park last year. Alex Beck 47.30, but not as recent. But he was actually part of the team that won a Commonwealth Youth Games silver in 2023 in Trinidad and Tobago. Remains a national under-18 record for a mixed 4x4 quartet, but not too many of those races run really. So you can see there the Cambridge man going well here. That's William Inglis, 49.62 at best. Nombeko, Nottingham Trent in the pink on the outside. Coming through here nicely is Alex Beck in the African Violet of Loughborough. A nice shot just showing the rain there into the steeplechase water jump, that looks like. So now rather close between these two, and Ridgeon in third on the inside. So looks like William Inglis so close here. Comes through across the line. Alex Beck there in second place. So we're continuing with these heats of the men's 400 metres, and enjoying seeing the athletes manage these conditions. I'll just take you through the lineup here for this next heat. So we've just seen 3 of them so far. So Luke Skates of Oxford, Alex Cronje of Southampton, Rhys Ingley of Manchester Met, known as a great pacemaker at the British Milers Club, in fact. Callum Fraser of Edge Hill, Ellis Cameron of Loughborough, Evan Wilson, Harriet Watt, and Douglas Rogan Ray of St Andrews. So it looks like a DNS there. I think that might be... Oh, no. He's just out of shot. Easily done. Right. So again, going for the top 2 automatic spots and then 4 time qualifying positions. Well, this might well be a close race here. Hard to say who the top athlete is to watch here. Possibly Rhys Ingley or Ellis Cameron of Loughborough. 4th ranked across all of the athletes in this heat. He was 5th at BUCS Outdoors last year, 47.40 at best. So let's have a look. He's leading the way here. And then you've got the Harriet Watt student, Evan Wilson. So tough conditions here in the rain. Get some insight on what it's like to compete here in the rain in just a moment's time. Luke Skates of Oxford, though, coming through nicely and really challenging down this home straight. So Ellis Cameron from Skates and from Wilson. And Wilson, I think, is going to finish strongest of all to come second behind Cameron. 50.02. So, well, we've seen some great performances in the rain. Bailey Lawton for Leeds Beckett winning his heat, and pleased to say that Emily Rawson, who's also been out there in these conditions in the 400 metres, I think, not so long ago. You pretty much stepped off the track 15-20 minutes ago. What's it like out there? What's the challenge of being in these conditions?
I think the challenge of these conditions is that you've still got to maintain the headspace of it's a race, everybody's in the same place as you, and at the end of the day, you've just got to get to the end and hope for the best. I think obviously initially the conditions, everybody's like, oh great, but again it's just thinking everybody's in the same place as you, everybody's doing the best they can to cope with it.
Yeah, I suppose it's all part of the sport. You know, it could be a huge wind or it could be torrential rain. You just got to get on with it, really. Yeah, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, we saw Bailey Lawton there just a couple of minutes ago, and he won his heat and he was straight in.
Yeah.
So I think that's the way to do it. And you've obviously got yourself dry now, but no, he looked fantastic. So I'm sure he's one of the contenders for Leeds Beckett this weekend.
Yeah, I think coming into it, he's been feeling confident. Well, hopefully after saying that, he seemed to look comfortable going into that as well, and he's definitely got the whole team behind him. So yeah, we're just wishing him the best of luck for everything, really.
And of course, David Chapman has graduated, who was a long-standing kind of top contender for the university, won back-to-back titles, amazing on the indoor track as well. So I'm sure you're looking for someone else to take things on.
Yeah, obviously David, like you said, is a big name through the uni, and still gives us the support. I train with him back in Leeds, and Bailey does as well. So having each other to push in training, it's been good.
Yeah, so it sounds like you have quite a few training partners within the university who are out here. So tell me just what you're looking forward to, what you enjoy about a weekend like this.
I think the atmosphere, it's just so different to if you're going to compete in an open event, because your university team, as much as you're individually racing, the team as a whole, there's just a completely different sense of enjoyment compared to when you go to just a smaller competition. And I think the experience of being away with the team, for us, obviously we had to travel down yesterday and we're in a hotel for the next 3 days, and for some people it's their first time for bigger competitions like this, but for others they're just trying to enjoy their last ones before they graduate as well.
Absolutely. Leeds Beckett have been the loudest team so far. There is no competition in it at this point. I know you're biased, but I think that as well. But it has been pretty extraordinary. Every time there's a big cheer, you look down and you see, there's a Leeds Beckett athlete here. So it's incredible. Right, so this lineup here, we've got Rory Summers of Loughborough, Ethan Usherwood of Nottingham, Jacob Winter, Cardiff Met, Alistair Phelan of Imperial, Archie Taylor of Leeds, Jamie Alloway of Newcastle, Sushang Lau of Warwick, and George Wincup of Liverpool in this. And yeah, the rain just hasn't stopped. So let's see what happens in this next heat. Heat 5 of 10. And Jacob Winter could be one to watch out. He is one of the Welsh athletes. Maybe that will mean something to him on home soil. He's competing for Cardiff Met. So, you see, going out nicely on the outside there. That looks like George Wincup in the navy vest of Liverpool. And then starting to come through, Jacob Winter of Cardiff Met. And then right on the inside, we have seen heat wins on the inside, including for Jess Astill. That's Rory Summers of Loughborough, 48.75. Very nice victory that in the end. Nice clean race that from Jacob Winter. 49.26. Emily Rawson from Leeds Beckett alongside me. What is it that you like about the 400 metres? Well, you must like something about it, even though a lot of people hate it.
I think expecting the unknown, really. You never really know. It's because it's just one lap. You just have to give it your all. So, you know, all the hard work that goes into it, that's about it, really. I mean, it's an event that hurts at the end, but I think just being able to push through it is really good too.
Yes, and before that I was just saying about how loud Leeds Beckett are. I mean, is that something you thought about? You know, let's make sure as a captain, you know, let's make sure that we are, you know, cheering the loudest and behind everyone.
I think from the beginning we've just always made it clear that we want to support the team as best as possible, and I think as captains, giving that message to everybody has led everybody else to do that, whether you're competing yourself or whether you're spectating. I know that people who have competed today have still made sure to get behind the rest of the team, and we've had people who aren't even competing today who are waiting to compete tomorrow that are still coming down, supporting, and it's just really nice. Like, when I was on the track I could hear them going around the bends, so, you know, especially as the back straight's so open, to have the support still, it's really good.
Yes, if it was nicer conditions, actually it'd be quite nice to stand on the back straight and you get so close to the track there. Yeah, terrific stuff. It's been great to see from a Leeds Beckett point of view. And what is the actual involvement of the captain, though? What's your role other than what you just said?
Yeah, so we've had to organise, obviously, team selection with our head of athletics. We've organised the hotel, transport, making sure everybody's ready, and yeah, just constantly providing like the information to our athletes, getting in touch with them, making sure as well that they feel like they can come to us about it. But yeah, just sorting out the whole weekend basically.
Yeah, and it's Andy Henderson, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who's your head? I think he's just sat somewhere right down there. Certainly have seen him with a big umbrella at some point, which is needed. So anyone who's bought a big umbrella obviously did a bit of planning. They looked and saw that it was going to rain heavily. Even though, because it's weird, because I don't know what about you, but I'm in Manchester, not too far from Leeds, and it was so sunny, and I was like, no way, that's not happening.
Didn't expect this weather.
Yeah, there we go. But yeah, as we said, I mean, it's just going to continue, it seems. So you're right to stay with us for a couple more minutes, just
fine.
through these seats. I think we've got another Leeds Beckett 400 metre runner in this. I think it's Aidan Clark, if I pronounced that right.
Yeah, Aidan.
Yeah. Coming up a little bit later on. Oh, Aidan Core, sorry. Yeah, there we go. In heat number 9 in a couple of heats' time. So watch out for that. Next heat coming up then is number 6. So Dexter Hackett of St Mary's, Greg Mitchell, Edinburgh, John Houghton of Ewing, Nathaniel Dias of Manchester Met, James Haydock-Wilson, the younger brother of Alex Haydock-Wilson, of course, Olympian for Great Britain, and a hatful of medals really, including European title in the 4x4 for Brunel. Rhys Gibbs of Cambridge, Thomas Sugden of Bath, Oscar Squires of Newcastle. Yeah, so Alex Haydock-Wilson competing now at the World Relays. There's different levels of BUCS athletes, but yeah, some at the very top are actually capable of going to the World Relays, and that's where they are now. So it's quite special, really, to bring together people of international quality and people who are kind of really proud to just compete for their uni. I don't want to say just, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, definitely. I think, to be here, it's just great. And like I said, it's just the experience that everybody hopes for when they come to university.
Nice. So let's see how the 6 heat goes into the second half of these heats. Yeah, to have double figures of 400 metre heats is quite decent participation. It's quite high. Hackett, Mitchell, Houghton, Dias, Haycock, Wilson, Gibbs, Sugden and Squires. Yeah, so Dias, of course, got himself a silver medal indoors behind Francis of Aberdeen. A thrilling race that was, a great battle. Dias, he's had a bronze medal, he's had a silver medal. He's another one of those athletes looking for a BUCS first title, like David Race in the 800 metres. So let's see how they go here. This should be fairly straightforward for him. He does have a personal best of 47.57, and yet another athlete who set a personal best indoors that's faster than in any of his outdoor times. So he was 5th 2 years ago as well, so really improved year on year, which is great to see. So he's got a lot of work to do here, has Nathaniel Dias. Coming through from lane 4, you can see Haydock Wilson, the tall figure of Brunel there, made a massive breakthrough the last few years, clearly concentrating harder on athletics than he has before. And Thomas Sugden, though, is going to take this second spot behind Dias. 49.36. So Emily Rawson alongside me from Leeds Beckett. Where are you in your BUCS career then, your university sort of journey? Where are you in your university journey, in your second year? Yeah, I'm in second year at the minute, going into third year in September, and then hopefully staying in Leeds to do a Masters as well. So hopefully we've got a couple more years at BUCS, but yeah. What is it that you enjoy about being in Leeds then? Being in Leeds, I think, as a whole, it just feels like a really nice student city to be in. Like, it's quite bubbly, but it's just like a nice environment to be in, and the facilities that we've got to have, like the campus on, and then to train in as well. It's just great, and it just feels like it's just great. It is a great city. It's got everything, and it's not like super massive. It's easy to get your way around. It's got like a wonderful sort of student area. Yeah, it's got like a student heartbeat to it. It's got great athletics facilities as well. Decent athletics facilities that you train in, clearly, with a lot of people that you've already mentioned. But it's got everyone likes purple colours for some reason. Like, who would have thought all the universities would have purple colours? Loughborough, I know they don't, like, is it actually purple or? Leeds Beckett is purple. Yeah, it's just fully purple. So no funny African violets or anything like that, or palatinate or whatever. So heat number 7 coming up next. So Finley Holland of Bangor, Nikki Ayling of Manchester Met, Samuel Sprostonov of Southampton, Jonathan Brew of Brunel, Louis Palmer of Loughborough, Louis De Vince of Bristol, Bobby Harkus of Robert Gordon, and Prillan Estrosio of Winchester. And in a moment we'll see one of your teammates, Aidan Core. So hopefully by then, I mean, the weather's not going to get any better. No. Do you think it's really any difference between any of these heats in terms of the conditions? I'd say the conditions have stayed the same since the rain got. I mean, it did get heavier, but I think it's just stayed like that now. Obviously the track's just going to get more flooded as time goes on, so being in the blocks was hard because your fingers are just in puddles when you're down there. But no, I think the conditions for everybody are just as bad. Yeah, it's a good visual image there. I mean, did you get the sense that it was any worse at any point in the track in terms of puddles or anything? Not hard to say, really. I couldn't really tell you, because I think once you get running, you're just trying to focus on getting to the end. So yeah. Okay, 4 more heats to go. So Ayling of Manchester Met hoping to follow through his teammates, Nathaniel Dias, who's already got through. Of course, it's relatively unusual to have 3 rounds. A lot of these athletes won't experience that, even at British Championships in some events. And let's see how they go here. Ayling and Louis Palmer, another Loughborough athlete in this with good pedigree. 47.6 at best, personal best. That came at Brussels last year. England senior 5th placer last year over this distance over 1 lap. So he looks very strong there, the tall athlete Louis Palmer. Powering here down the back straight. And you've got Bobby Harkus of Robert Gordon on his outside. Don't forget, it's the top 2 going through, and then those time qualifying spots. I'll update you on those in a moment. So Mickey Ayling on the inside there, now in 2nd place. Looks like we do have 2 Manchester Met athletes in the semi-final. Of course, you have to watch out for any lane infringements as well. We saw quite a few of those indoors. This is more common. 49.23 across the line, Ayling and Palmer. So at the moment, 50.54 before this race is the target time if you're outside the top 2. So 3 more heats remaining. Emily Rawson is alongside me from Leeds Beckett. So yeah, we've talked about some of the contenders in your team. What do you do away from the actual athletic sessions? Like, do you have some kind of like team dinner or bonding? Do you have to make any speeches or anything like that?
We have the occasional like social, really, but we try to accommodate for everybody, you know. We just want to bring people together to bring in that team atmosphere constantly, so it's not just when it gets to track season. And I think it's really benefited because everybody on the team just gets on and it's just really supportive.
We can see here the Javelin presentation. So Ben East, Michael Allison, Charlie Evans, and a Loughborough 1-3 here. So Ben East 74.04, Allison 67.84, and Evans 57.67. So, and it's, I think, the 3rd Loughborough double podium of the weekend so far. They're just absolutely dominant. We've only had a few sets of medals given so far, but yeah, Loughborough I think have been on all of them. So there you go. Tough competition. I mean, did Leeds Beckett have any kind of like targets or anything like that? Do you want to try and compete with Leeds as like finish higher than them, or not too worried? You're just worried about yourselves?
Sorry.
Do Leeds Beckett have any like targets in mind that they want to like?
I'd say obviously individually people have targets to get in. I know we've got an athlete through in the 100 final, so we're hoping, because he's like at the top at the minute, like running those top times, for him to bring home some silverware would be really nice. But as a team, I think it's just going out there doing your best. Obviously finishing high would be really nice, as we've managed to do that before. But yeah, just enjoying the weekend is great.
Brilliant. And yeah, and of course in between the days of the actual athletics, do you find it's quite easy to sort of switch off, or is there a lot to do?
Yeah, I'd say there's quite a lot to do, like throughout the days of like the competition and stuff. You know, making sure athletes are here on time. So as well as like captain, we were here with the first lot of athletes who were doing the first event of the day. So it is hard to switch off, but I think once everybody's settled in and once they've sorted themselves out and they know what they're doing, you can really focus on yourself, especially with competing.
So heat number 8, Samuel Moa, Brunel, Kelechi Ogaledo of Imperial, Dylan McCulloch of Stirling, and Ben Brinsden of Worcester. Looks like we just have 4 athletes in this here. I'm sure it's nothing to do with the rain, but you can see that a couple of blocks are out, so maybe that suggests that those DNSs were quite late on before the start of these heats. So still, it means half this field will make it through automatically to those semi-finals. McCulloch of Stirling, just 18 years of age, but is the reigning Scottish under-20 indoor and outdoor silver medalist, 47.34 at best. Another who set an outrighter PB indoors, 22.35, over 200 that was in Glasgow in February. He also did the Mannheim International with GB Juniors last year as well, so always a mark of a talent coming through. You can see him in the green vest of Stirling there, and then it's Moa O'Brunel in second place. Those are the top two, and looks very, very easy and clear, this one. So, 50-19. Emily, what are you studying then at Leeds Beckett?
I'm studying sport and exercise science at the minute.
So, quite obviously that complements really well.
Yeah.
And what was it that took you to go to Leeds Beckett? Are you from Leeds or from the north? Or?
Pardon?
What is it that took you to Leeds Beckett? What is it that sort of attracted you there?
Well, obviously, you go through the whole process of having those open days, but it was just the facilities and the environment. As soon as I went in to look at the campus, it just felt like a great atmosphere. From the coaches, speaking to people who were doing the lecturers, and then again, just the student hustle and bustle that goes around constantly.
Yeah, I think even Alex Yee, the Olympic triathlon champion, represented Leeds Beckett at one point.
Yeah.
I seem to remember. He has done quite a lot of athletics. So,
yeah.
Then there's some great names. I'm trying to think of some others going further back. But there's quite a few who have represented you. But I think Alex Bell as well, potentially, Olympic finalist in Tokyo, I'm going to say. So it's a uni with great pedigree. And even if some people don't go to the uni, they do train in Leeds as well.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
In this next heat is one of your teammates.
Yes.
In Core. Can you tell us anything about him?
He's just this bubble of joy. I train with him, and he just brings like energy to the sessions. So we'd quite like to see him do well, obviously, because he's on my team, but also because I train with him. So know him quite well, and would just like to like him to do quite well.
Yeah, you need those kind of people, don't you?
Yeah.
So the full lineup is Wasim Chaffai of Royal Holloway, Matt Hogg of Gloucestershire, Oxford Brookes Callum Malloy, Jacob Lambole of Plymouth, a former representative of Cardiff Mets, will know this area well. 47.53 at best. He was fourth indoors and out last year. Shuarson Long of East Anglia, Thomas Abbott of Sheffield, a 4x400 metre relay gold medalist for Sheffield last year, James Wells of University of the West of England, and then Aidan Core of Leeds Beckett, who we mentioned. So let's see here. Are you the sort of person to look at the heats and see who's in there and work out where you might finish, or not really?
Yeah, I looked at my heat when I was competing, I think, just to get an idea of like what I then need to do in my race, because it helps me run my individual run to get round. Don't really look at all of them. I mainly just look at mine just to see, to help me focus. But then for teammates, I'll look at theirs, just to see if they're going to hopefully get through or not.
And is there potential of relay teams as well that you might be a part of as well?
Yeah, so hopefully part of the 4x4. We've got a good group of girls lined up for that, so fingers crossed all goes well. And we can get through with that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's always one of the best parts of the weekend, the relays, so look forward to that. We'll have to give you a shout out. So just these two heats to go, and then I'm sure you've got plenty to do, so I won't keep you a moment longer. So if that's all right. Chaffai, Hogg, Malloy, Lambole, Lung, Abbott, Wells and Core in this one. So yes, cheering on the outside. Do you mind the outside lane? Do you have a lane preference?
I'd prefer not to have the outside,
sure.
But whether that's just from having it so often that I kind of got a bit tired of it. I quite like the middle area, because then you've got people to chase, but then also the ability to run scared from people coming on the inside of you as well.
Oh, let's see how Core does. So, got a Royal Holloway student here. I've heard them a few times. There's a few unis we haven't seen too much of today. Gloucestershire, Oxford Brookes, Plymouth. As I say, Lambole, definitely the one to watch here. Fourth indoors and out last year. Personal best in Yeovil of 47.53. One of few athletes who've actually competed outdoors this year so far. And a couple of years ago as well, he was 6th indoors, so he's had a 6th and 2 4th places, so he'd quite like a first BUCS medal, but easier said than done, of course. Let's wait and see. He's ranked overall coming into this competition, though the time's not fully representative because some people have set their PBs indoors. He's had that opportunity and taken it outdoors already this year. And he goes from lane 4. Certainly can't remember a previous Plymouth medal, but I'm sure it's happened at some point. Making a bit of history there. Plymouth probably one of the universities that's travelled a little bit less than they usually do. You see Hogg on the inside not using blocks, as is possible for athletes. Long hold though this. So eventually that sound of the gun does go, and Thomas Abbott looking very, very strong initially. Abbott 48.82 at best. Well, let's watch out for Lamball as well to come through also. Don't forget 100 finals to come tonight before the close of play over the next hour. And still going very well. Malloy also of Oxford Brookes on the inside. So here comes Lamball, 1-2-1-4 in the navy of Plymouth. Ever not quite as strong in the second half of the race, but Core going very nicely here. He's into third place. We'll have to see whether the time works out. So Lamball strong there. Malloy behind. So that was a good battle. What do you make of that race?
Yeah, no, it looked strong. I think coming around that top bend, it was hard to see who was then pushing off to come round. But no, it seemed competitive, to say the least.
Yeah, so 50.54 I think was the target time. So maybe it may possibly be outside that. We'll have to wait and see once the times come through. Of course, you never quite know in the 400.
No.
There could be multiple things, and we might not have seen indoors more common. There's a load of lane infringements and stuff like that, so we'll wait and see. Right, well, I'll let you go in and do your captain duties, but it's been good to chat to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I'm sure you'll be telling people to keep up the decibels now, to keep up the noise for Leeds Beckett. Brilliant.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Mara of Leeds, Taha Abdullah of City, Owen Beswick of Portsmouth, Dario Caga Di Pietro of Oxford Brookes, Adam Fox of Hull, and Ollie Clark of Sheffield, another 4x400 metre winner last year. and played a part in the famous roly-poly, of course, but we like to lead with the gold medal. Certainly nowadays, I think I've mentioned the roly-poly so many times in the BUCS commentaries and shared it, but it was certainly a real viral moment. Watch out for Adam Fox as well, also kind of just outside the top 10 in terms of rankings, but quite similarly matched with Clark, around that 47-48 sort of time. Probably translates to about 50-51 in the heat like this, in the conditions. But it is these two, Fox and Clark. One in white and Palatinate purple, and one in black and yellow. But it does tell you that Sheffield will have strong relay teams as well. I think Tom out just outside the automatic spots for the semi-finals, but we'll wrap it up shortly. See going nicely on the inside. Trying to work out if that's Joe Poynton of Coventry. It's a slightly different vest there, but coming through incredibly strongly. Wow, 49.93. What a second after the race there. Yeah, 50.13 is his showing as his personal best. So just have to confirm there hasn't been any changes recently in that. We did see Camilla Bennett take 6.5 tenths off her personal best, of course, a little earlier. Ah, no, see, in this case, he has actually improved recently to 49.83 last month at the Charnwood Open in Loughborough. So, within the last few weeks since he's entered. Still, you know, only a tenth off that in heavy rain.
Well, we have got a bit of a bonus race on our 400 metres here. This is Wessing Jafai of Royal Holloway. You will just be running for time. So in this bonus race, in lane 2 from Royal Holloway was Javelin.
They've done it again, and they've done it in style. Finally, the brothers are the BUCS Super Rugby champions.
Man like any in the summer, don't act like a bummer. Got her moving through the night time, and she's sour like a right line. And she mighty fine, so let's move it. And we get it 2-7 like we 3-footed. Got me feeling like I'm in my new prime. Let's get it all right, all right. I just wanna have some fun, I wanna have some fun tonight. Yeah. I just wanna have some fun, have some fun, have some fun tonight. some fun tonight, yeah. I just wanna have some fun. I wanna have some fun tonight, yeah. I just wanna have some fun. Have some fun, have some fun tonight.
You're watching live coverage of the 2026 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championship, and we have here the first heat of the women's 2,000 metre steeplechase. So we have Eva Barnes of Birmingham, Nika Schwarzer Chinta-Partler, Emma McLennan of Loughborough, Chinta-Partler representing Oxford, Sian Duval of Uwe, Abby Mikulek, St Mary's, Zoe Hunter, Birmingham, Lila Danabrega of Loughborough, Ella Davey of Oxford, Rosie Gregory, Cambridge, and Anna Debaj Estev of Bath. So, it's just the top 6 going through automatically, just like we had in the 1500 metre heats earlier on. This time just 2 heats, but that is pretty common obviously in the steeplechase. Not the biggest field, just having a look at the entries. Looks like 21 going down to 12 for the final. So I suspect if it was just a little bit smaller, they probably would run it as a straight final. But yeah, again, really good practice for the athletes, because it's very unusual to have 2 rounds of the steeplechase. Mentioning 1500, we do have Zoe Hunter in this race as well. Just having a look. Yeah, Zoe Hunter of Birmingham in this, who, of course, on a couple of occasions has been a BUCS medalist, but not necessarily in the steeplechase, in which Birmingham have generally been strong. Emily Parker holds the championship record and is the favourite coming up in a moment in the second heat, but Birmingham have generally done well to occupy medal spots, be it silver or bronze. Amy Pratt, another former winner of this title, along with Emily Moyes of Manchester and St Mary's respectively. But yeah, Birmingham had quite a few medalists over the years. So Zoe Hunter, personal best of 6:48.31. Third at BUCS indoors over 1500. Same position which she finished 2 years before that. But you can see her teammate Barnes leading the way in this one. Personal best actually came last year where she was second, 6:51.51. So 5:31 on the clock at the bell. Barnes from McLennan, the top two here. Hunter in fifth, McCulloch in sixth. McCulloch, who seems to remember just missed out on the place in the final last year. So at this point, there's quite a gap behind her. In front, that's Anna Derbas Estev, also in this lead group. Shan Duval of UE. So here we come, down the home straight. Barnes, McLennan, Dervash, Estev, and then Duval, Hunter and Mikulek. Fairly straightforward for this six. Zoe Hunter making a bit of a move here and take second place in the end, 7:02.16.
Ceremony for the men's shot put. The bronze medalist from Loughborough with a best of 15 metres and 16 centimetres, Alfie Williams. The silver medalist, also from Loughborough, a best of 16 metres 28, Dylan Crayon.
16 metres 86,
So medal ceremony for the men's shot put. Alfie Williams for Loughborough. Another double podium for them. 15-16 for bronze. 16-28 Dylan Claydon silver. And then following up his indoor title, Ali Mustafa Al Mubarak of Nottingham. 16-86. So coming up next on the track, the second heat of the women's 2,000 metre steeplechase. They actually went off a little bit early than planned on the schedule, so at the moment we are ahead of schedule. And then we just have after this the two 100 metre finals, so yeah, really excited for that. Following the Ambulant finals that we had later, as I had earlier even, and that means we'll have 4 sets of medals crowned on the track and make it. And quite a few in the field, including both javelin and discus, Ambulant shot as well, and discus. So 5 if I count correctly there. Right, Emily Parker then, championship record holder, and there's a chance that she could break her record in the final, not in these conditions. Of course, both steeplechase records did end up being broken 12 months ago. Parker ran 6:22.56. And Tommy Bridger of Birmingham in the men's race, a 3K, ran 8:36.59. Obviously, you have to remember that the typical distance, including for the women, is the 3,000 metre chase. So this is somewhat unusual, and therefore, looking at the rankings and times, people may not have run 2,000 metre chases. Of course, coming up from youth ranks, you see the athletes really now trying to keep warm. Absolutely, the temperature obviously dropping a little later into the evening. Have a look at it in a minute, but yeah, coming up through the youth ranks, some people run 1,500 metre steeplechases, and then tends to be 2,000 or 3,000. Some events like the National Athletics League might be 2,000 steeplechase for the woman. Of course, it's 21 years now since it was first appeared at the World Championships. Emily Parker, though, she was so strong in the clear, even on the flat 3,000 metres, winning that title. And yeah, her personal best is 26 seconds faster than anyone else. And she's a 9:45 athlete over the chase, and the mark of a strong athlete is sub 10. And unfortunately, a fall in that first water jump there. Morgan Butler, that was a Sheffield. So Imogen King of King's College London, Sophia Samara St Mary's, Parker as mentioned, Lucy Bickerton Birmingham, Athena Thorenos Oxford, Rachel Clutterbuck Loughborough, Edith Yelling Birmingham, Anna Bloomfield Lancaster, Cara Scott of Bath, Aria Aberley Barker of Kiel as well, and I've already mentioned Butler of Sheffield in the middle of all of that. So again, the two timings of the heats doesn't really matter too much. It's all about the top 6 going through automatically. It was very clear to separate them in that first heat. May not be here. So Parker, of course, there was a big contingent of athletes who went out to Rhine-Ruhr for the World University Championships last summer. They were just after the European Under-23s, and Emily Parker was one of very few athletes who did both, certainly from a British perspective. And she was also one of few who actually got on the podium at the World University. So she got a bronze medal there, and then she was 5th at the European Under-23s, which, particularly in a distance event, is very, very strong. That's where she got that 9:45 personal best. But last year, she made a big improvement, 10:28 to 9:45. Not completely unheard of, but that's massive, 43 seconds. Of course, if your technique improves during that time, you can imagine how much can be made up as well. So no surprise to see her setting the pace. Probably the best way to do it, really. Be control out front and away from any scraps in the middle of the pack, and just have her own space clear the hurdles. You can see there's a little bit of puddles on the inside, but it isn't too bad considering the hammering that the track has taken, and that rain isn't as strong now, certainly, as it was. So Parker, 3 times BUCS medalist, and all have been gold. 1 in the 3,000 flat indoors and 2 the last couple of years outdoors in this 2,000 metre chase. So, as I said, Imogen King of King's College, also one of those in this. She comes in ranked 5th, the King's College student, 6:53.57 her personal best, was 5th 2 years ago. That's where that PB came from. She did an 18:26 5,000 metres in Stratford in her only race this year. Sophia Samara is an interesting one as well, comes in ranked in 6th place for St Mary's, and is a medalist at the Balkan Under-20 Championships for Greece. And there they do a 3,000 chase. So let's have a look then. We have got a group of 4 pretty much out front, and then gaps between them, but it looks, you'd say, like 8 athletes are in contention for the top 6 spots with 2 to go. So Emily Parker of Loughborough, Edith Yelling of Birmingham in 2nd place, and then it's Rachel Clutterbuck, the 2nd of the Loughborough athletes, wearing 921. Aria Aberley Barker of Kiel looks to be in 4th. Heading on to the last lap, those gaps now clearer in terms of the top 6. I think that's Lucy Bickerton in 5th for Birmingham. It's Imogen King in 6th, and she's got a good gap behind her at this stage, most of the home straight. Good 40 metres or so. It's around 5:40 at the bell. Emily Parker controlling things out front, as you'd expect.
Works her way up that back straight. Here comes the challenge though. Edith Yelling looking to get right up and onto the shoulder.
So Edith Yelling still right there on the shoulder of Emily Parker, but Parker knows she doesn't need to use up too much energy here. Yelling with a new personal best of 10:11.27 this year over the 3,000 flat, and last year 7:07 in the 2K chase, 11:05 in the 3,000 chase. So yeah, big amounts between her and Parker, but this is just a heat, so that kind of difference is neutralised. Emily Parker able to do this at a percentage. Will she be able to attack the championship record tomorrow? Or is she just looking to add another title to her collection? 7:05 across the line there. That looks like a personal best for Yelling, I think. Or 7:07.07 set last year.
Elizabeth Dobbs, Loughborough, to presentation, please, ASAP.
So having a look at the result there, Emily Parker just ahead of Yelling. Oh, in fact, the time officially given is a bit slower than what we said. Had shown as 7:06 track time, I'm sure. So both on 7:08 in the end. Clutterbuck, Abley Barker, King and Bickerton all make it through there to the final.
It's time for the presentation of the Ambulant women's long jump. The silver medalist from Loughborough, that's with 4 meters 83, Elizabeth Dobbs.
And the gold medalist also from Loughborough, that's with 4 meters 77, your BUCS Outdoor Women's long jump champion, Becca Scott. Gold medalist for the Ambulant women's long jump. It's time for the final of the women's 100 metres in the main two, representing Brunel, England under-23 finalist 2024.
Well, here we have it in many ways, the moment of the day that we've all been waiting for. The 100-metre finals, 3 rounds in one day, but separated by quite a few hours either side, so quite a bit of preparation time for this, for these athletes. Notice it looks like Olivia Fowler is not there though in lane 1, so we start with Saskia King of Brunel, who looked pretty strong earlier for a university that wants to think itself as the king and queens of the sprints. She's a previous English schools bronze medalist. And Saskia King, alongside her Lily Bradley, the teenager who's been terrific so far, a personal best in the heat of 11:80 to set herself up nicely, and then she came through to win the semi-final. Jess Mantle, again another teenager here who has been terrific, a European under-20 semi-finalist and silver medalist, having run the heat at those championships in Finland last year for Great Britain, so good pedigree even if she doesn't have the BUCS experience. Lucy Fraser though, one of Scotland's best sprinters right now, a silver medalist indoors, and again looks like someone who has PBs waiting in her locker. Karen Mayindu, the fastest ranked athlete, capable of 11:39 on her best day. That was last August. Much better conditions, so we'll see what she can do. Amelia Gittins, she seemed to be very strong in the second half of the race. Again, someone else who got a silver medalist over 60 this time at BUCS indoors. And then Kaya Slater, someone else with GB Junior pedigree, 11.50 at best, but she had to make it through as a time qualifier. So 7 athletes in this final: King, Bradley, Mantle, Fraser, Mayindu, Gittins, competing for medals in the women's 100 metres. And a clear early movement there from Mayindu, the fastest ranked athlete here. I just wonder whether there's going to be some leniency, or otherwise. We did see 2 disqualifications earlier. There's no hiding from that though, that was clear and obvious. It's just how early the movement was. Slipped out the blocks. Obviously she wants to get as good start as possible, looking to contend for gold here, but we have to wait and see what the officials say. So waiting to find out now whether we will have 7 athletes contest this final. Olivia Fowler at DNS, unfortunately. It looks to me like Karen Mayindu has been disqualified. Unfortunately, the fastest athlete in the field just on paper. A bronze medalist last year. Fastest qualifier for the final as well. So sorry to see that. So we continue with the 6. With Saskia King, Lily Bradley, Jessica Mantle, Lucy Fraser, Amelia Gittins and Gaia Slater. 2 Brunel athletes, 2 Loughborough, Cardiff Met and Glasgow also involved in this women's 100 metre final. And now they do get away cleanly, and what a start from Mantle, chased by King and by Fraser, who still looks strong. But Mantle here with Fraser right with her, dipping on the line. Well, goodness me, it looked like Jess Mantle had that, but so close at the finish. So 11.81 coming up into a slight minus win there. Let's wait for that result to be confirmed. Fraser was closing and closing. So it looks like it's been given to Lucy Fraser of Glasgow. And she's just waiting to see. She's making sure. It's a bit of a Kelly Holmes moment. Did see that celebration, but it has clearly now been given. 11.80 Lucy Fraser. And what a result for the Scottish athlete. Jess Mantle, 11.82 her time. She had been leading. She got an incredible start, rocketed out the blocks there. Amelia Gittins, 11.90, gets the bronze following her silver in the 60 indoors. And then Fraser, of course, goes 1 up from her 200 silver indoors. And Jess Mantle has her first BUCS medal for the European under-20 semi-finalists. I don't know if the replays are possible today, but yes, that was certainly such a close finish when it came to the line. Mantle seemed to have it covered, but Fraser, you knew she'd be strong in the second half. Also expected Gittins to be strong in the second half of the race, given what she did in her semi-final, of course. Come through very strongly. But there's always the potential. And athletes tiring at the end. Fraser timed that so well to come through. And of course, she'd already equalled her PB in the semi-final, 11.76, and was close to it again, 11.80 there. The confirmed time. Lucy Fraser, the champion for Glasgow in the 100 metres. Well, yes, Glasgow perhaps don't win too many gold medals, so I think this would be a massive, massive result for them. And also, don't forget, Alison Bell had won plenty of medals, including indoor 60 metres 2024. So I guess you'd say that was the last maybe Scottish sprint gold on the women's side. Terrific result for Glasgow. Mantle on home soil for Cardiff Met in second. Gittins for Loughborough gets the bronze. Well, we're going to pick straight up with talking about this men's 100 metre final as the athletes get ready. And I'm hoping that we're going to see 8 of them out there, just counting basically. That's one quick way to do it. Does look to be the case. So, yeah, another young athlete representing Cardiff Met is Lewis Stevens here. Now, he has run a windy 10:44, otherwise personal best 10:49, but seems like there's more to come from him. Seemed to have a good under-20 phase of his career, particularly a good season last year. Now, this man, Ifosa Imetitikua Davidson, looked very strong for London South Bank. Could be another that will close well, but the story of the competition so far has been Wojtek Berger, 10:37 windy in the heat, and then an outright personal best 10:60 in the semi-final. So looking strong, but he's a long jumper by trade, also doing well in the sprints. Dylan Williams, the 19-year-old European under-20 finalist, also hasn't really put a foot wrong so far. Ariane Manoj, the Leeds Beckett man, stormed through to win the semi-final in a real scrap to make it through to this final. Matajai of Brunel, relay winner indoors and silver medalist over 60. Freddie Arkle had unlucky times with injuries in the past, but appears to be fit again and challenging here. And Harry Taylor, one of the fastest qualifiers and a real character on and off the track, and a bit of a poster boy for Loughborough in some ways, and the battles that they have with some of the other universities. Great scraps with David Chapman, beaten a couple of times indoors, but also had relay gold medal to his name as well. 3 times individual BUCS medalist, I make it. World University semi-finalist as well is Taylor. So a couple of Brunel athletes as you'd expect in a men's sprint event. Taylor flying the flag for Loughborough, but could someone else spring a surprise? Berger of Portsmouth, the long jumper, who's been brilliant and got that personal best. And the fastest all conditions time by far of the day. Stevens, Imetitikua Davidson, Berger, Williams, Manoj, Ajay, Arkle and Taylor. The final of the men's 100 metres. Well, what a roar to get the athletes going here. Imetitikua Davidson going well, but just fading now. Berger and now Williams coming through with Ajay. So close again on this line, but it's Dylan Williams of Brunel. 10:57 across that line, and he had to give his best there. What a close battle it was with his teammate Matajai. And following that women's final as well, Fraser giving it by 200ths on that occasion. So it's been given officially as 10:56 for Dylan Williams. And he follows in the footsteps of some of Brunel's greats in the sprints, like Tyler Panton, like Martin Papula. So there we go. Also that 200th margin, 10:56 from 10:58. And Wojtek Berger, that was the celebration there. A bronze medal in a track event for Portsmouth. That is so rare, and that is absolutely fantastic for Wojtek Berger. And he did ultimately deliver on that extraordinary time that we saw earlier in the day, the windy time. Got something and proved that it wasn't quite a fluke. He did get on the podium, and you can see what that means actually to get that bronze medal, which was really wonderful stuff. Reminiscent of, well, we saw Warwick get a gold medal with George Searing, and yeah, sort of another rare event, and that was so good to see the celebrations there. Wonderful stuff. So, Brunel 1-2. Now, yes, Brunel like to think of themselves as kings of the sprints, as I say, but a 1-2 is something particularly special. Really, I mean, it's very common for Loughborough. We have seen a few Birmingham 1-2s, but yeah, to not be separated among that top duo, that is very special. And I'm sure there'll be many Brunel supporters at home watching that. Maybe Jason Kalala and Tyler Panton, who now graduated, I believe, so I'm sure they'll find that very special, and it gives a chance of adding outdoor relay gold to what they did in the 4x2 indoors in Sheffield. Wow, so that is the final piece of action of today's programme that started us off at 10 o'clock this morning, and guess what? Another day of it tomorrow, and then finals day on Bank Holiday Monday. We start tomorrow at 10 o'clock. That's the first action, heats of the women's 100 metre hurdles. Hope you can join us then. Don't forget all the results and the timetable available on the Roster Athletics website now. Also keep an eye on BUCS social media for some of the highlights and best bits in terms of photography as well. So, thanks for tuning in today, and I'm sure it's only whetted the appetite, no pun intended, for what's to come across the weekend.
BUCS is back, and it's bigger than ever.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught! Can he hold them off? The roof will be raised in front forward.
Like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for two.
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.